Chapter 1. The Rise of the Pirate King 2. In the year 1500 of the sea-round calendar, a tumultuous era unfolds. This year, O'Hara was erased from the map by the world government's decree of extermination. Port Gasti Rouge, having expended all her strength to bring forth Ace, departed this world. The Golden Lion successfully escaped from the so-called impenetrable underwater prison. A naval officer named Trevor, while on a mission, fortuitously discovered a young child. He named the boy Kane, hoping he would possess boundless potential akin to the sea itself. In the year 1508 of the sea-round calendar, at the Marine Headquarters Recruitment Office, the commander of the new recruit training camp pondered his words carefully and remarked, "Trevor, the logistics department of the Navy also requires civilian roles. Perhaps we could cultivate Kane in that direction." Kane is not particularly suited for frontline duties. The colleague's words struck Trevor like a heavy hammer, shattering the last vestige of hope within him. He had long sensed that Kane's talent was not extraordinary, yet as a father, he always harbored a flicker of hope, until this moment when he was compelled to confront reality. Trevor forced a smile and said, "Kane, didn't you always tell me you wished to become a writer? Starting tomorrow, you can put pen to paper. For these years, I have been guiding you toward the path of a Marine, but it seems... Sigh. Even if you fail temporarily, it matters not after all. My salary is more than sufficient to support you. Don't worry, Dad. Even without strength, I will still live quite comfortably. Moreover, who can predict what the future holds? Perhaps one day, you'll stumble upon a natural-type devil fruit? Ha. Then you must venture out, often beware of being outpaced by others." Indeed, Kane was a traveler from another world, perhaps due to his soul not being of this realm. Despite his utmost efforts and training, he could not break through his limits. At the age of 5, Kane's combat potential was so weak it could not be measured by 8. He barely reached a combat potential of 0.2. Trevor even suspected that the slight increase in Kane's potential was merely a result of natural growth rather than training. Comparing to the main cast, 2 years later, Sanji effortlessly withstood Queen's slashes, while the Seraphim attacking Sanji felt like mere tickles. In a battle against the 5 elders, a sidekick from him caused Saint Isambard v. Nejiru to cough up blood. 2 years later, Zoro faced the combined assault of Kaido and Big Mom, casually performing a sit-up as if nothing had happened. In his battle against the 5 elders, he held his ground against Saint Isambard v. Nejiru, wielding the original Kitetsu without faltering. The protagonist Luffy set sail at the age of 17 and, by 19, had toppled the alliance of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. However, it was 2024 who among them lacked a cheat? Indeed, Kane also possessed a cheat, but this particular cheat required him to reach the age of 18 to activate. The system Kane was endowed with was called the King of Lies system. Simply put, as long as enough people believed Kane's fabrications, he could earn lying points. These points could be exchanged for any abilities from the native world. Should he accumulate enough lying points to upgrade the system, the items and abilities exchanged would no longer be confined to the native realm. Perhaps children were not meant to lie? Yet, with merely 10 years to endure, all he needed to do was survive. Kane resolved to never step foot outside of Marineford. In the year 1517 of the sea-round calendar, Kane turned 18. Over the past decade, he had published bestsellers such as The Legend of Harry Boda and The Eyes of the 5 Villages Brawl, successfully amassing wealth sufficient to allow him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. System, activate. The familiar old trope, the novice gift pack, let me wash my hands before proceeding. 5 opportunities, then let us open them all. Gazing at the array of items before him, 1 gray and 3 white, Kane began to doubt himself. After washing his hands once more, he clicked on the last question mark, and a golden light flashed, revealing a special card before Kane. Hiss, I can even draw this kind of item? A moment of power is delightful, but enduring power is blissful. Haha. White item, delivery blind box. PS. Who stole my delivery? Unfortunately, it can only be retrieved 3 times a day. Gray item, customizable greatsword. PS. Even the mightiest blade can be replicated 1 turn. Of course, this is provided you do not engage in combat with others. White item, customizable doll. PS. You can create a human-shaped avatar with a score not exceeding 5, completely under your control. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The doll does not possess that capability. White item. Pirate King Roger's Captain Hat PS. It will never stain and automatically restores when damaged. I want to dye this green. Golden item. Customizable doll PS. You can create a human-shaped avatar with a score not exceeding 50, completely under your control. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The doll does not possess that capability. Looking at the special card before him, Kane quickly devised a way to maximize its benefits. First, he would use the customizable doll, shaping it to resemble the youthful pirate King Roger. After all, Roger was the greatest sensation in this world, and his popularity was something to be capitalized upon. Moreover, when out and about, one's identity is self-assigned. Ken had learned from a system about the scoring mechanism. A doll with a score of 50 could not be deemed weak. The Green Bull, regarded as a disgrace among admirals, scored a mere 45 in the system. Although scores do not directly translate to combat strength, they suffice for a basic assessment of power levels. As for the Great Sword, it would take the form of Roger's sword ace. While it may be mere decoration, it should not easily break under the enhancement of hockey. Regarding the white doll, Kane had a thought. Let's go with Buggy the Clown. Selecting the deployment location, he chose the Beast Island, Ruzacana. After all, he needed to familiarize himself with his abilities. It would be rather amusing if he possessed high stats yet could not deal damage. Sunlight filtered through dense foliage, dappling the jungle depths of Ruzacana Island. The air was thick with the scent of earth and fresh leaves, occasionally mingled with the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore. Roar! A deafening roar shattered the tranquility, reverberating like thunder through the woods, shaking every leaf in its wake. This sound emanated from the depths of the forest, a warning growl from the king of beasts. It was a proclamation to all who dared enter its territory that this was its kingdom, its domain. Kane inhaled deeply, closing his eyes. His body trembled, not from fear, but from excitement. This tiger was not merely a beast, it was the sovereign of this forest, a symbol of power. He opened his eyes, extended his hand, and gently touched the hilt of Ace at his waist, slowly drawing the sword. The motion was fluid and graceful, the blade pointing toward the sky, reflecting light like a bolt of lightning. Ace was indeed impressive in appearance. It was time to test its might. Kane focused his mind, channeling the hockey within him, feeling everything around him, the trees breathing, the wind's flow, even the heartbeat of that massive tiger in the distance. With a casual flick of his wrist, an invisible slash erupted around him. The air was rent asunder, emitting a sharp whistle as trees fell like dominoes, their severed trunks smooth as mirrors. The aftershock of the slash surged deep into the forest, aimed directly at the towering tiger, standing 5 meters tall. Swish! With a soft sound, a line of crimson blossomed across the tiger's waist, akin to a rose in full bloom. The tiger's roar abruptly ceased, its massive form cleaved in two, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground as the essence of life dissipated in an instant. Such power only merits a score of 50? What might the vistas beyond that score entail? Chapter 2. The Remnants of an Era, the Golden Lion's Curtain Falls. In the year 1517 of the sea-round calendar, on Beast Island, Ruzacana, a massive sea king suddenly erupted from the tumultuous sea, crashing heavily onto the shore with a thunderous bang. This colossal creature, even in its severed state, exceeded 1,000 meters in length. Its arrival sent tremors along the entire coastline. The seawater turned a deep crimson, the blood of the sea king mingling with the ocean, exuding a pungent odor. Soon after, a figure darted through the water like a fish, moving with such speed that it was nearly impossible to track. That figure leapt from the sea and landed steadily on the shore. Kane retrieved a culinary kit from his waist, selecting a sharp knife to begin processing the carcass of the Sea King. After a hearty meal, Kane, while picking his teeth, began to contemplate. Indeed, the system could not be outsmarted no matter how much he trained. His strength would not increase by even a fraction. However, this level of power was sufficient. His plans could now commence. With a thought, Kane commanded, "System, spend line points to transport me to Vermal." On this day, Ace set sail from Windmill Village, boldly embarking on an adventure filled with unknown challenges. Unbeknownst to him, thousands of meters above, a world-shattering battle was about to unfold. Vermeil, an island teeming with ferocious beasts, is home to a peculiar plant that yields a substance known as IQ. The already savage creatures on this island become even more bloodthirsty and formidable after being injected with IQ. This incarnation is named Joel D. William, and today, let this name resound across the vast ocean. Joel D. William first activates the video transponder snail produced by the system. Then, with a swift motion of his wrist, draws forth a one-ton replica of Ace. His gaze, piercing and resolute, fixates on the majestic palace in the distance as he holds his breath in concentration. Ordinary sword strike, a slashing attack, seemingly capable of rending the heavens and the earth, erupts instantaneously, sweeping away all obstacles in its path with a force that resembles a tidal wave, hurtling toward the palace like a bolt of lightning. Slash wave. In an instant, two razor-sharp slashes shoot forth from the depths of the palace like meteors, clashing head-on with William's formidable assault. Boom! Amidst a deafening roar, the residual sword energy unleashes a tempestuous storm, wreaking havoc upon everything in its wake, leaving behind a harrowing expanse of ruins across half the island. Almost immediately, a voice imbued with wildness and authority reverberates through the desolate landscape like thunder. Ha ha ha! An uninvited guest, I shall personally. Roger. This incarnation is meticulously crafted in the likeness of a young pirate King Roger, and given the prevalent facial blindness in the world of One Piece, it is understandable that the Golden Lion might mistake him. GOLD. William offers a slight smile and speaks. Golden Lion, my name is GOLD. William. The Golden Lion continues to mutter to himself. Roger. Become my right arm. With my biological weapons and the ancient weapon capable of annihilating the world that you know of, he asserts, coupled with the flawless plan I have meticulously constructed over the years, we can instantly dominate this world. Indeed, the helm has clouded his judgment, yet one must complete the performance in its entirety. GOLD. William directs his words at the video transponder snail, stating, I have already told you, my name is GOLD. William. Moreover, I have no interest in ruling. The Golden Lion replies darkly, Oh, so your answer is that I should kill you here and now. What I mean is that I shall defeat you here. I trust you have not forgotten the Battle of Ait Wall. That confrontation was interrupted by an unprecedented storm. William adjusts his captain's hat and states earnestly, I have come here today to finish that battle. The Golden Lion has indeed been severely affected by the helm, his strength diminished greatly. Though his previous attack appeared fierce, it was merely a slash devoid of hockey, requiring the Golden Lion 2 strikes to barely withstand. In light of this, boom, a formidable aura of invincibility erupts like a volcanic eruption, and this strike, imbued with the Conqueror's hockey, is one that the Golden Lion cannot hope to counter. God's avoidance. The Golden Lion's internal alarm bells ring fervently as he enters a heightened state of alert, with every cell in his body refusing to relax, unleashing his most powerful strike. Lion's 1,000 cuts. Boom! The Golden Lion is sent flying like a kite severed from its string, gliding to the edge of the island, where beneath him lies a drop of 10,000 meters. He glances down at the horrific wound that nearly bisects him, spits out the cigar from his mouth, and murmurs to himself, It has been too long, I have almost forgotten that I am a pirate. Have I truly become so weak that I cannot withstand such a slash? At this moment, the Golden Lion's heart churns like tumultuous waves. He recalls his glorious past, when he was brimming with vigor, dominating the seas as a sovereign ruler from the skies. Yet now, he finds himself cornered by a fledgling newcomer. He is unwilling, he is furious, and his emotions spiral into madness and irrationality. Yet, simultaneously, his aura grows even more domineering, sharp, and unstoppable. The Golden Lion grips the helm above his head tightly, exerting force to wrench it free from his skull, and then bends down to laboriously free his famed blades, Kokuki and Sakura-ten. He licks the blood that has trickled down from his head, and then a surge of Conqueror's hockey powerful enough to engulf the entire island erupts from him. Finally, the Golden Lion earnestly calls out his opponent's name. GOLD. William, I acknowledge you. The unfinished battle I had with Roger. You are worthy to continue in his stead. Accompanied by thunderous resonance, the golden lion's voice echoes across the island. I am the man who ruled this ocean from the skies. Lion's might, earth storm. The ground quakes as the golden lion's powers unleash, the earth morphing into towering lion heads that surge towards William. GOLD. William understands that the most challenging moment has arrived. The golden lion, now drained and on the brink of exhaustion, unleashes a final surge of power that rivals his peak prowess. Gazing upon the overwhelming and unceasing onslaught of lion-headed attacks, William comprehended that such an assault was merely an appetizer. His observation haki remained unwavering, fully alert to the imminent danger posed by the golden lion's next strike. Suddenly, his observation haki began to sound frantic warnings as an elusive figure, akin to a specter, surged forth. Without hesitation, William brandished his blade to parry. Clang. The two adversaries intensified their efforts, striving to dominate one another. As William grinned and remarked, "That is quite a powerful slash. However, I can withstand it." In response, the golden lion increased the force behind his strikes. You'd best brace yourself for the next blow. In an instant, the golden lion's barrage came crashing down like a tempest, threatening to engulf the very world. Clang, clang, clang. The cacophony of clashing blades resonated like the furious buzzing of bees, with powerful sound waves rippling through the air, visibly distorting it. After what felt like an eternity, the fierce confrontation finally reached a temporary respite. William glanced at Ace, noticing several nicks on his blade. Such inferior craftsmanship, even bolstered by haki, could not rival the renowned swords. Engaging the golden lion in a direct confrontation was no longer viable. He could not endure much longer. All that was needed was to buy time, though such tactics might be deemed unsportsmanlike in the world of pirates. Should Ace fall victim to the golden lion's onslaught, it would spell disaster. Whoosh, 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 a series of flying slashes shot forth like meteors, sealing off all of the golden lion's escape routes. The golden lion smirked. Such trifles are not worth flaunting, little brat. He then effortlessly intercepted all incoming strikes. Oh, is that so? Then how about this? The golden lion, now grave, beheld the double barrage of flying slashes, wielding his blades in a desperate attempt to deflect while countering. William was resolute in his intent to outlast the golden lion, maintaining an unrelenting assault, ensuring the golden lion had no chance to flee. They battled from dawn until dusk. The golden lion cast a glance at the setting sun, panting heavily, pondering, "Is my body unable to hold out any longer? Then I shall unleash that technique." Lioness cut valley, a multitude of slashes powerful enough to cleave an island asunder, rained down upon William like a hailstorm. Each strike was entwined with the intimidating presence of Conqueror's haki, emanating a chilling aura. William dared not let his guard down, pouring all of his Conqueror's haki into Ace. He chose to confront the golden lion head-on. Victory would be determined in one decisive move. Divine escape? Boom! The sword energy rampaged uncontrollably, and after a resounding explosion, the golden lion collapsed, murmuring, "William, you hail from the East Blue." "Don't you?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Have I been thwarted yet again by a man from the East Blue?" As his consciousness began to wane, the golden lion continued to murmur, "Roger." The floating island beneath them began to tremble, losing the golden lion's control as a user of the float fruit, sending it plummeting from thousands of meters above. Chapter 3. The dual fruit user, Buggy, picking up the dual swords from the ground. William scrutinized the spoils. The Kuroki and Sakura, 10. These two blades were of a quality rivaling the renowned sword among the 12 supreme grade blades. A sword's rank is contingent upon its wielder. Had the golden lion not vanished for so many years, he would likely possess a commendable ranking that a figure clad in a black cloak and hood approached, carrying an unconscious individual. It was none other than Dr. Indigo, the scientist under the golden lion's command. That moment, a gentle breeze swept by, lifting a corner of the hood to reveal none other than our esteemed Buggy. William addressed him, "Buggy, if Dr. Indigo has lost his fighting capability. Then let him be. Buggy discarded Dr. Indigo and retorted, such matters are of no consequence. He is merely a pitiable weakling. The dense black smoke began to emanate from Buggy as he spoke. The float fruit is now mine. As the smoke dissipated, a sphere of dark gray, adorned with swirling patterns, materialized in Buggy's palm. William remarked, truly remarkable. Buggy grinned with pride. This is the most fearsome of devil fruits. The strongest of the Logia type, the dark fruit. William expressed further admiration. It is indeed you, Buggy, who has shattered the immutable rule that one cannot consume a second devil fruit. Buggy's lips curled into a mysterious smile. William, the powers of a devil fruit are beyond your imagination. William seemed to recall something. If I'm not mistaken, it is the chop fruit, isn't it? The reason you can consume multiple devil fruits. Buggy winked. That is a secret. He then offered the fruit to William, inquiring, William, would you like to partake? William, knowing he could not, replied, I cannot, for I am but a puppet, and this fruit is merely a fade. Consuming it would grant me no abilities. Besides, the smoke surrounding you is not the dark fruit. It is merely an illusion. William stated earnestly, no, I would be troubled if I cannot swim. After all, I am a pirate. Buggy tossed the fruit back to William. The float fruit is a powerful ability. Consider it a gift for your journey. William questioned, oh, are you not joining me on the seas? Buggy shook his head. Captain Rogers' final command was to protect you, to nurture you into someone capable of shouldering the next ERMY mission is complete. I am a pirate too, with my own dreams to fulfill. Let us part ways here. William accepted the fruit with a nod. Then when we next meet, let us hold a grand feast to celebrate our reunion. The two leaped into the air, utilizing the moonwalk technique, one of the Navy's 6 forms to escape the descending island. After safely landing, Buggy's puppet transformed into a bizarre white form. The information broker, Morgans, was on the line. Morgans answered the call. Hello, this is Morgans. Zetsu began his introduction. Morgans, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zetsu. I have consumed the animal type bug fruit, snail form, and my recording snail is ubiquitous across the land. You are the bird fruit, albatross form, with your messenger seagulls spanning the skies. We are the perfect partners. Morgan's avian visage revealed no emotion. Before Morgans could respond, Zetsu continued. Today, my recording snail has captured an incredible event, a world-shattering news story. A glint of excitement flickered in Morgan's eyes. Big news. Big news. Haha. Is that so? What is the cost? As one of the underground world's kings, Morgans was the undisputed king of information. His network of spies extended across the globe, and he would pay handsomely for various intelligence. Thus, no matter how concealed the corner or how perilous the battlefield, there would always be audacious individuals transmitting information to Morgans for profit. Zetsu generously declared, this is our first collaboration. Consider this intelligence a complimentary gift. Now, find a recording snail. I will use my ability to transmit the data to you. After receiving the video and photos, Morgans, instead of reviewing them immediately, issued a command. From today onward, no recording snails are permitted to enter the headquarters. Furthermore, while using recording snails, at least 3 shielding snails must be activated. Understood, President. The feeling of being potentially monitored was truly unpleasant. However, the government officials should be the most restless after watching the footage and photos. Morgans danced excitedly, laughing exuberantly. Zetsu, I absolutely adore you. Big news, big news. Even the Sky Islands cannot escape your scrutiny. Truly remarkable. However, in the realm of intelligence, one individual suffices for my dominion. Morgans produced a listening device and entered a number. Moses, please convey that I possess vital intelligence and require a dialogue with the 5 elders. Morgans relayed the capabilities of the remarkable individual and the information conveyed to him. After a prolonged silence, the 5 elders on the other end finally spoke. I understand that we will instruct the CP department to handle this matter. And furthermore, we have decided to classify this as top secret, prohibiting any reports. With a click, Morgans gazed at the disconnected device and chuckled, still so self-important. It seems a relocation is in order. Soon, several preliminary newspaper layouts adorned Morgan's desk in his lair. Golden Lion's defeat. The Rise of the Pirate King 2. Buggy, the first dual-fruit user in 800 years. Countdown to the collapse of world order. A legendary new chapter unfolds. Tremors among the Sea Emperors. Buggy, the most fearsome ability user, turns the world into his terrifying playground. President, which version shall we adopt? All of them. I want the entire world to be ablaze with excitement. Yes, in the new world aboard the Red Force. The news-giving seagull is still out at this late hour. It seems something extraordinary has transpired that on the lookout tower, Sniper Jesus Burgess beckoned the news-giving seagull closer, producing 100 berries to offer. The seagull bobbed its head enthusiastically, flapping its small wings with delight, waving in every direction. What's the situation? Is there a price increase? Despite his grumbling, Jesus quickly produced another 300 berries to slip into the seagull's pouch. Satisfied, the seagull dropped 4 newspapers and soared into the sky. Moments later, exclamations erupted. What? This is indeed sensational news. Captain, come quickly. Shanks, unfazed, leisurely set down his wine cup and reached for the newspaper. His eyes fell upon a young man wielding Ace's visage, momentarily taken aback as memories flooded back. That was the man who conquered the vast seas, his captain, the pirate King Gully, Roger. He truly resembles him. Morgans must not be exaggerating this time. Shanks swiftly skimmed through the densely packed text, and upon encountering the world-shattering news, a glint of sharpness flickered in his profound gaze. It appeared that the tides of this ocean were on the verge of monumental change. Without hesitation, he retrieved a transponder snail and dialed a familiar number. On the other end, the transponder snail morphed into the image of an elderly man with grizzled hair and beard. A steady voice, resonant like thunder, greeted him. Shanks, you're calling about that uproarious news. Aren't you? Indeed, Mr. Rayleigh. Shanks nodded slightly, a hint of reverence gracing his expression. While this situation was indeed unexpected, upon reflection, it bore the hallmark of something Roger would do. Chuckling lightly to Rayleigh's hearty laughter wafted through the air, dispelling some of the tension. Joel D. William. Shanks whispered that name, his thoughts drifting to another former comrade. Shanks, it's been 20 years since you last saw Buggy, hasn't it? Rayleigh inquired, seemingly reading Shanks' mind. Yes, time flies. I haven't heard a word from Buggy since we parted in Lowtown. If that's the case, then the current bewildering situation makes some sense. Shanks sighed softly, his breath laden with nostalgia for the passage of time and longing for an old friend. That lad must have set sail, right? As long as he navigates these waters, you two are bound to cross paths again someday. Rayleigh's words brimmed with hopeful anticipation for the future. Indeed, I eagerly await that day. We must host a grand feast. Then a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Shanks' eyes, as if envisioning an extravagant celebration. After ending the call, Shanks resumed his bold and carefree demeanor, proclaiming with exuberance, to celebrate the captain's child setting sail and to honor my dear friend who still thrives somewhere in this world. Let the banquet commence. Gather round, everyone. Oh, the crew ignited with enthusiasm, cheering jubilantly. Chapter 4. Bounties and demon-hunting orders on Onigashima. Kaido loomed like a silent behemoth, lost in profound contemplation after perusing the newspaper. After a lengthy pause, his massive hand slowly retrieved a transponder snail and dialed a number, his tone as heavy as thunder. Old hag, let us meet. Humph, what an impudent little brat. However, I shall graciously acquiesce to your request. A slightly displeased yet authoritative response came from the other end. Jack the Drought, having overheard Kaido's conversation with Big Mom, displayed a flicker of excitement in his eyes. The boss is meeting with Big Mom to discuss matters. It seems something significant is afoot. Regardless of that brat or Buggy, anyone who dares obstruct the beast pirate's path to dominance shall be trampled. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard gently set the newspaper aside and lifted his cup. Before Marco could speak, he interrupted, "Foolish son, that's a healing potion." Yet Whitebeard's mind wandered back to the imperious pirate admiral. Shiki, farewell, he surveyed his sons, then downed the drink in a single gulp, declaring heartily, "Gurara. Let the feast begin." Sons, Whitebeard understood that he could not falter until he had nurtured his sons into individuals capable of shouldering the next it seemed he must bid farewell to the beloved liquor that had accompanied him through the years. At least for a time that I in a shadowy corner, unnoticed by anyone, a towering figure resembling a small hill with eyes wide as saucers fixated on the newspaper, muttering as if cursed by a demon. It cannot be mistaken. That fruit, the fruit I have long yearned for. Curse it! Has fortune still not smiled upon me? No, I refuse to accept this. I will never surrender. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the current Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face darkened like a frostbitten eggplant as he furiously hung up the phone. Bellowing, immediately convene an emergency meeting. Yes, the trained Marines sprang into action, their footsteps echoing in the corridor like the beating of war drums. In the conference room, Sengoku furrowed his brow, serious as a statue. The world government has issued a decree. The bloodline of the pirate King Roger must be eradicated from this world, without leaving a trace. All branches and bases must report any sightings immediately, and the Marine headquarters will initiate a demon hunting order. Sengoku's tone was resolute. The current Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Tsuru, clasped her hands under her chin, her gaze as calm as a deep pool, speaking coolly. Just report sightings. Do not rashly attempt any captures. That is a particularly troublesome individual. After all, the one who defeated the Golden Lion, Kazuru, with his trademark smirk, remarked nonchalantly. Oh dear, the bloodline of the Pirate King, what a predicament. He also recalled the Golden Lion's devil fruit. The float fruit. If the other party possessed such mobility, escaping would be impossible for the Marines, whether in East Blue or the Paradise. Akainu clenched his fists, seething, I will not let a single one of these ruffians wreak havoc upon the seas. Carp feigned indifference, snoring loudly. However, within, he was tumultuous like a raging sea, contemplating, Roger, you scoundrel, how could you be so unfaithful? Didn't you tell me you only had one child? If Ace were to learn of another brother, he would surely be overjoyed. Had Ace known this news, he might not have insisted on becoming a pirate. Wait, Ace sets sail this month. This is bad. Kapu sprang to his feet, resolutely declaring, Zhangguo, leave this little brat to me. I shall personally capture him and bring him to impel down. Zhangguo was momentarily taken aback, seemingly astonished that this usually lackadaisical fellow would take the initiative. However, upon recalling that he was the offspring of Roger, this unexpected turn of events seemed somewhat plausible. Then it settled. For the sake of absolute certainty, allow Kazan to assist. Zhangguo stated, No, I can handle this alone. Kapu firmly rejected. After a moment's contemplation, Zhangguo nodded. Very well. Then it shall be Kapu. Where are you headed? Zhangguo, though you have yet to finish your sentence, I have already comprehended your intent. Kapu replied, swiftly making his way towards the exit, observing Kapu's departing figure. Zhangguo couldn't help but sigh in exasperation, muttering, Let us resume the meeting. We must activate the demon hunt order, and a high-ranking officer is needed to command the fleet. Kazuki nonchalantly remarked, If the science division requires no assistance from me, I can take on that role. No. Paulicelino, we cannot afford any missteps with Dr. Vegapunk. You should return to your science division. Zhangguo interjected before Akainu and Akiji could speak. Sakazuki, you remain stationed at the G1 branch. Any disturbances from the Sea Emperors in the New World could pose significant trouble. The remnants of Roger's crew will be entrusted to you. Kazan. Akiji nodded slightly in acknowledgement, remaining silent that moment. Rear Admiral Brandnew of the Marine Corps hung several freshly minted bounty posters above the conference room, stating Gold William, the son of the devil, has been preliminarily assigned a bounty of 30,540,000,000 berries. Dead or alive. Gazing at the bounty poster depicting the youth donned in a captain's hat akin to that of the Pirate King Roger, wielding a sword with one hand, Akiji stretched lazily and inquired, Isn't the son of the devil that remnant from O'Hara? Indeed, this is a directive issued by the world government, Brandnew explained. Akiji furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to comment further. Brandnew continued to elucidate the details of the bounty. Buggy the Clown, suspected of possessing the powers of 2 devil fruits, was once an intern aboard Roger's crew alongside the Yonko Shanks. His original bounty was 15 million berries. It is now set at 2,515,000,000 berries. With capture mandated alive, those present did not perceive any issues with the 2 bounties, and some even considered them somewhat low. It is essential to understand that a bounty does not merely hinge upon strength, but rather the degree of danger or threat posed to the world government. Although Joel D. William has committed no crimes, his mere identity as Roger's son justifies such a bounty. As for Buggy, the suspicion of his possessing unheard-of dual fruit abilities, if true, would undoubtedly lead to an increase in his bounty. The celestial dragons, who have ruled the world for 800 years, possess an unknown number of devil fruits. However, estimates from several underground world monarchs suggest that the count exceeds 4 figures, should this technology fall into the hands of the world government. They could effortlessly produce a plethora of high-end combat forces that it is imperative to note that devil fruits can yield effects that are greater than the sum of their parts. Brand New continued with his presentation. Beast Tamer Moji, the deputy captain of Buggy's pirate crew, originally had a bounty of 0, now set at 277 million berries. Acrobatic Kabaji, an officer of Buggy's crew, previously had a bounty of 0, now set at 132 million berries. Admiral Zhanghua, this concludes the intelligence we currently possess. Zhanghua nodded, signaling Brand New to take his seat before addressing the assembly. Our primary target is Joel D. William. However, we currently lack knowledge of his whereabouts. We must intensify our intelligence-gathering efforts and utilize all available resources to swiftly locate this dangerous individual. Simultaneously, all branches and bases must remain vigilant, ready to respond to any possible developments that we must exert every effort to ensure the resolute execution of the world government's orders. Understood. As he gazed at the bounty poster featuring Buggy, Zhanghua's brow furrowed, his expression filled with concern. Buggy the Clown had concealed his identity for 20 long years, and it was uncertain what world-altering plot he might be orchestrating. He could no longer be allowed to operate unchecked. After a moment's contemplation, Zhanghua declared, "Let us first eliminate Buggy's pirate crew. The East Blue G-126 branch has just reported that Buggy's crew is currently in Orangetown. Mousetrap, Fire Mountain, Doberman, Ghost Spider, Stallo Berry, you shall form the Demon Hunt Fleet, with Kuzan leading." Zhanghua surveyed the assembly with a serious demeanor, awaiting their responses. The several vice admirals wore solemn expressions, acutely aware of the daunting nature of the task ahead. Mousetrap stepped forward first, saluting, "Understood. We will give it our all." Fire Mountain nodded slightly, determination gleaming in his eyes. Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Stallo Berry likewise pledged to execute the mission with resolute conviction. Seeing no objections from the assembly, Zhanghua continued, "If there are no other matters to address, this meeting is adjourned." Chapter 5. The activation of the Demon Hunt order with Zhanghua's command, the vast war machine of the Navy began to spring into action with remarkable speed. The attendees of the meeting dispersed, each diving into their respective preparations. Meanwhile, the warlords of the sea received directives from the government to capture Joel William and Buggy the Clown. The warlords harbored their individual thoughts, some weighing the pros and cons, others contemplating how to leverage this opportunity for greater personal gain. In Alabasta, Crocodile pondered over a video transponder snail worth 100 million berries from the underground world, murmuring to himself, could this lead to the whereabouts of the ancient weapon capable of destroying the world? After assessing the power dynamics between both sides, the fleeting thought vanished from Crocodile's mind. He understood that now was not the time. He retrieved his transponder snail and dialed, "Miss All Sunday, expedite our plans. First, acquire Pluton. Once we have Pluton, we can scheme for the remaining Uranus and Poseidon." In Dressrosa, Doflamingo lounged in his opulent palace, crossing his legs, a trademark sly grin gracing his face. Fufufu. This world grows increasingly chaotic. Roger's bloodline resurfaces, and Buggy has obtained such power. The Navy will undoubtedly be overwhelmed. This is the perfect opportunity for me to expand my influence and secure greater benefits that I must carefully devise a plan to extract the maximum advantage from this maelstrom, perhaps bringing me one step closer to that pinnacle. On Kurigana Island, Mihawk gazed at a newspaper featuring William, who was brandishing Ace's sword, his eyes ablaze with fierce battle spirit. "William, I truly wish to face you in combat," Mihawk whispered, gripping his black blade, Yuru, tightly. After swiftly packing his belongings, Mihawk boarded his coffin boat, unsheathing the world's finest sword, Yuru, and gently propelled it beneath the water. The coffin boat surged forth from the shores of Karaigana Island. Covering a distance of over 1,000 meters the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, Dragon scrutinized the newspaper reports delivered by his intelligence personnel, his expression grave. This may serve as an opportunity to shake the very foundations of the world government's rule. It is also a chance for us to advocate for the ideals of freedom and unite more oppressed individuals in resistance against the world government. Sabo inquired from his side. Shall we take action? No, let the winds blow a while longer, Dragon replied. Having just arrived at the first island, Ace furiously trembled as he clutched the newspaper in his hands. The information regarding William infuriated and frustrated him. You bastard! You bastard! Unforgivable! What do you take my mother and me for? Ace learned that the William depicted in the newspaper had been groomed from a young age by the Pirate King's crew and had inherited the Supreme Grade Great Blade. The Supreme Grade 12. And what about himself? He felt perpetually overlooked, his resentment towards that unknown father deepening. Ace's resolve to become the Pirate King solidified. He aimed to prove to that irresponsible scoundrel that he was no less than anyone else. Within an obscure tavern in the East Blue, a certain green-haired individual gazed intently at the latest bounty, fixated on the man donning the pink captain's hat, his eyes brimming with fervor and a desire for challenge. G.O.L.D. William, I truly wish to face you in battle that a man such as you has surely glimpsed that highest vista. The focus of a certain orange-haired girl was fixated on a devil fruit worth a staggering 100 million berries. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in her eyes as she mused, if I were to steal it, I could immediately redeem my village. Meanwhile, aboard the maluoketou.jpg, Buggy fixated on his bounty poster, incredulously counting it over and over. His mind roared in a frenzy. Morgan, you feathered fiend! How dare you slander me? I am innocent. Buggy could not fathom how he had suddenly been assigned such an exorbitant bounty, laden with bizarre charges. As the duo, Machi and Kabaji, exchanged glances, they were both struck by the absurdity of Buggy's first bounty exceeding 100 million. They instinctively began to perform. One balanced on a bicycle along a tightrope, while the other tamed a beast. All the while shouting, Captain Buggy, let us contribute to your dream. The surrounding pirates, tears streaming down their faces, fervently cheered, Lord Buggy, we shall follow you forever. Captain Buggy, we shall follow you forever. Oh dear, who would have thought Lord Buggy hid his true self so deeply? Indeed, for the sake of the captain's son, he has concealed his identity for 20 years in the weakest sea, the East Blue. Surely, Captain Buggy yearns for the sights of the Grand Line. The crew's antics left Buggy feeling helpless, unsure of how to explain the chaos. For now, he could only attempt to placate these raucous fellows. Clearing his throat, the pirates aboard the maluoketou ceased their activities, awaiting their captain's command. Listen up, my dear crew. Although we have remained in hiding for 20 years, the time is not yet right. I trust you will accompany me in this continued concealment for another 20 years, yes? Oh, Captain Buggy, we shall follow you forever. Then let us persist in our hiding. As you command, Captain Buggy. Though Buggy himself was uncertain of how to maintain such a guise, knowing the government and Navy would inevitably take action, he could only utter these words for the moment. Team Marine Headquarters in Marineford. Within a CF, Kane sipped his coffee while observing the rapidly inflating bounty figures, feeling immense satisfaction. Let this sea become even more tumultuous. Soon, the news of the Demon Slayer Order's activation reached the East Blue, a result of the world government's deliberate propaganda, seeking to showcase its might to the world. Alone in the captain's quarters, Buggy trembled uncontrollably. Damn you, Morgan. The foolish world government and Navy have truly bought into this. The speed of the maluoketou could not compare to that of Navy warships, and should they come under fire, it would likely spell disaster in a single encounter. Moreover, due to that scoundrel Shanks, he found himself unable to swim, leaving him incapable of even jumping overboard to escape. How infuriating! The problem was that no matter where he went, he could not shake off these dim-witted crew members. His plan for a stealthy escape was utterly unfeasible. Meanwhile, a warship adorned with a massive dog head sliced through the calm waters, arriving at the islands marking the beginning and end of the East Blue. Logtown. Within a restaurant in Logtown, a bare-chested boy abruptly became the center of attention, having consumed a feast meant for 10 at his cowboy hat. decorated with a pattern of crying and laughing faces, seemed to silently narrate his owner's rebellious spirit. At that moment, the boy collapsed face first into the mountain of food before him. Poisoned, someone shrieked, their voice akin to a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring a tempest of chaos. Quick! Induce vomiting. Amidst the panic, the boy, however, sat up straight, nonchalantly shoving the remnants of food stuck to his face into his mouth. He surveyed the commotion, bewildered, and asked, "What poisoned? What? Was I asleep?" In an instant, the entire restaurant erupted like a powder keg, filled with shouts of anger and bewilderment. "Ace, I wonder how you cultivate such a talent for falling asleep at any moment." "Ha!" chuckled masked Dias, the first crewmate of the Spade Pirates and the ship's doctor. His laughter resonated throughout the restaurant. The chef, Bungshi, chimed in, "Indeed, you do have a knack for startling others." Just then, a squad of Marines stormed in, swiftly surrounding the restaurant. The soldiers formed a precise line, their movements sharp and efficient, reminiscent of a well-oiled war machine. Chapter 6. The Spade Pirates. Annihilated. Seeing this, Ace and his crew did not back down, readying themselves for battle. Whether gripping their weapons or adopting defensive stances, the air thickened with the scent of gunpowder. The tension palpable at the critical juncture, a voice as booming as thunder rang out. "Port gas ahead, Ace. You are under arrest. The Navy? To capture me? You're 100 years too early." "What?" Ace's previously arrogant words faltered upon recognizing the figure before him, replaced by sheer terror as beads of cold sweat rolled down his brow. Like a chilling dread surged from his feet to his heart, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, flee! The enemy is beyond our capacity to handle. I will hold the rear." The figure was none other than the legendary Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, a man of myth within the Navy. Garp, with a physique resembling a mountain, stood firm, a faint smile gracing his lips. He exaggeratedly exhaled into his fist, then bellowed, "Iron Fist of Love." In an instant, a thunderous crash echoed as a figure flew like a meteor, crashing through the surrounding structures, ultimately landing heavily on the ground. At that moment, Ace remained blissfully asleep. "Ace!" The crew's cries echoed with despair and reluctance. "You little brats, allow me to wake you." Garp showed no mercy, with each punch he threw. Yet another crew member fell like a puppet with its strings severed. Moments later, the Spade Pirates were utterly vanquished. "Vice Admiral Garp, you've caused yet another ruckus." Garp sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Laughing heartily, "I may have exerted a tad too much effort." You're gonna help me clean up, right? Huh? "Do I have to?" "Who do you think caused all this destruction?" Time swiftly passed, and a colossal fleet composed of an admiral, 5 elite vice admirals, 10 warships, and over 10,000 Marines cut through the calm waters, arriving in the East Blue. The news spread like wildfire, causing the pirates of the East Blue to vanish without a trace. Reclining on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze, Aokiji received a report from his aide, detailing several islands where the clown buggy was likely to appear. Aokiji casually pointed at one. "This one. Yes," just as he was about to pull down his eye patch for a midday nap. Aokiji suddenly stood up and announced, "Full left rudder. All speed ahead." "Yes." On board the maluoketou, the lookout rubbed his eyes in disbelief before shouting, "Everyone, it's the Navy!" "Oh, Captain Buggy, let us engage the Navy in a grand battle." "Captain Buggy, quickly, give the order." Buggy, struggling to suppress his trembling body, emerged from the captain's quarters. Gazing at the distant warships, he seemed to enter a trance, sneering, "It's merely a bounty for the demon slayer. Prepare for battle, my crew." "Oh, Captain Buggy, long live Captain Buggy, we shall follow you forever." Yet within, Buggy's thoughts screamed, "Ah, we're doomed this time. Morgan, I swear we shall be enemies," upon the deck of the ship commanded by the Blue Pheasant. He stood at the bow, flanked by the 5 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, Squirrel, Fire Mountain, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Stolo Barrett. It was Ghost Spider who shattered the silence, exclaiming, "So, you have chosen not to flee, but to confront us head-on." Fire Mountain took a deep drag from his cigar and exhaled. After all, they are members of the Pirate King's crew. I could see that moment. The transponder snail resting in Stolo Barry's palm chimed in. "This is Sengoku. I hereby declare the Demon Slaughter Order. Commence. Prepare for bombardment." "Yes." Bombardment preparations complete. Target, the maluoketou ship. Fire! Boom! 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 Whoosh! Whoosh! The pirates aboard the maluoketou ship found themselves momentarily paralyzed by the sheer volume of cannonballs raining down upon them. Turning to their composed Captain Buggy, they shouted in unison, "Captain Buggy, please give the order." One pirate suddenly noticed a large wet patch on Buggy's back and questioned, "Captain Buggy, why are you trembling? Fool, that is undoubtedly Captain Buggy's excitement for battle." "Is that so? Truly impressive, Captain Buggy." Maintaining his usual calm demeanor, Buggy declared, "Men, use the buggy ball." The cannon fire from the maluoketou ship was but a trifling response compared to the barrage from 10 warships. Soon a few stray cannonballs splashed into the sea near the maluoketou ship, sending up towering geysers of water. "Damn it, there are too many." "Fear not, Captain Buggy will take action." "Long live Captain Buggy." As Buggy approached the ship's bow, he surveyed the relentless cannon fire descending upon the maluoketou ship and closed his eyes. "It seems my journey has reached its conclusion. The East Blue is indeed a fine place to rest in peace." Just then, darkness enveloped him, and his consciousness sank into an abyss of nothingness. From the maluoketou ship surged an inky black smoke, thick as tar, writhing like a colossal black serpent, enveloping the vessel entirely. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the once torrential cannonballs vanished without a trace, as though devoured by an unfeeling void. Could this be Captain Buggy's concealed super technique? Incredible. Long live Captain Buggy. The crew erupted in cheers, their eyes gleaming with admiration and reverence for their captain. The Blue Pheasant and the vice admirals nearby observed this spectacle, their faces betraying no emotion, as if Buggy were incapable of handling such a situation. How could he possibly be worthy of his past as a member of the Pirate King's crew? Is this the legendary dark fruit? The intelligence provided by the government describes it as a nightmare for its users. He mused. Indeed, it was a troublesome ability. However, we are not users of such powers. Let us lead the charge. The Blue Pheasant nodded slightly, clearly in agreement with the battle plan. Ice Age, he exuded an intense chill. Sweeping his arms wide, in an instant, the vast ocean appeared to freeze in time, a thick layer of solid ice spreading outward at an astonishing speed. The biting cold surged toward the maluoketou ship, instantly encasing all living beings aboard in icy sculptures. "Everyone, remain alert," the vice admiral shouted in unison, gracefully leaping from the warship toward the maluoketou ship. The Blue Pheasant followed at a measured pace, gliding as if strolling upon the ice. Far away in Marineford, Kane furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Tiske, let's make this quick. I cannot afford to squander my bravado. If all went well, the battle would be resolved in a mere second." Just then, an overwhelming aura erupted from the maluoketou ship, sweeping across the seas like a tempest, as if intent on trampling the entire world beneath its weight. Thud! Thud! In an instant, the waters fell into a profound silence, leaving only the Blue Pheasant and the 5 vice admirals with their senses intact. The Blue Pheasant stood firmly on the ice, hands clenched, bracing himself, murmuring, it seems that mere numbers do not guarantee victory." "Shatter what?" The Blue Pheasant's observation hockey blared like a vigilant alarm. His body tensed, halting his advance like a crouching leopard, firmly rooted in place. In an instant, the 5 vice admirals shattered like fragile porcelain, scattering into countless fragments across the icy expanse, resembling a surreal puzzle. The chill emanating from the Blue Pheasant intensified, as if threatening to freeze the very air around him. Clown Buggy. Chapter 7. Blackbeard. Has the world forsaken me? With a sly smile adorning his face, Buggy spoke leisurely. "Admiral Kazan, don't be so agitated. You see, they are unharmed, not a drop of blood spilled. However, should you dare take another step forward, I cannot guarantee what amusing events may unfold." The Blue Pheasant's mind was a tumultuous knot, caught in a dilemma that he pondered. If Squirrel and the others were to sacrifice themselves, he would unhesitatingly battle Buggy to the bitter end, but the current situation made his decision excruciatingly difficult. Kane had devised this plan precisely because he anticipated Blue Pheasant would lead the charge. Had it been the hot-headed Akainu, he would have undoubtedly charged recklessly into battle. Though the Blue Pheasant appeared aloof, he was, in truth, deeply loyal and would never abandon his comrades easily. "Buggy, what are your terms?" Speak them swiftly. Before Buggy could respond, a warship adorned with a massive dog as head surged forth from the distant ice. Breaking through like a behemoth, it seemed Carp had caught up. A figure descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning, landing at the heart of the battlefield. Falling from the sea floor. Crack! A blow wrapped in Conqueror's hockey struck with such force that the mere gust from the punch threatened to tear the thick ice apart. Seizing the opportunity, the blue pheasant darted forward like a specter toward Buggy. Yet his intent was not to ambush Buggy, but rather to protect the safety of his comrades. Shatter! Boom! Crack! The powerful shockwave from their collision rippled outward like a surging tide, causing the entire ice surface to tremble violently. Just as the ice was on the verge of shattering, the blue pheasant quickly employed his ability to reinforce the ice, stabilizing the situation. Upon landing, Carp flexed his wrist and grinned. "You little red-nosed brat. I have quite a few things to discuss with you. You old coot. Your punches are still as hard as ever," Buggy replied with a resigned shake of his head. Before Carp could strike again, the blue pheasant hurriedly interjected. Admiral Carp, Squirrel, and the others. Carp turned to see Squirrel, and the others reduced to mere shards, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. "It seems this operation has not gone smoothly. If you wish to continue fighting, I will accompany you to the end. However, I am curious about what will become of Squirrel and the rest," the blue pheasant said, a glimmer of anxiety in his eyes. "Buggy, state your terms," he decisively urged. Buggy raised an eyebrow, grinning. "How about exchanging these 5 vice admirals for 5 devil fruits? Quite the bargain, wouldn't you say?" "Dream on. That is utterly impossible," the blue pheasant countered. "I in the Navy. Aside from those who consumed fruits before enlisting, all others must have their requests submitted to headquarters for approval by the world government. Such matters are beyond our control." Understanding the implications, Buggy realized that while the world government possessed an abundance of devil fruits, they would never part with them for a mere handful of vice admirals. After all, those self-important celestial dragons had never regarded the Navy's soldiers with any respect. Was it truly possible that they would leave empty-handed this time? Suddenly, Buggy discovered an intriguing notion, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. "How about this? Exchange these 5 vice admirals for the entire Spade Pirates crew." Before Carp could voice his opinion, the blue pheasant nodded in agreement. "Very well. I accept this condition." Although the origins of the Spade Pirates remain shrouded in mystery, Aokiji possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to deal with these relatively obscure figures. Currently, all members of the Spade Pirates find themselves aboard Carp's warship. Thus, the exchange shall commence. Aokiji gazes at his mentor, Carp, seemingly pondering something, and with a hint of confusion, he inquires, "What exactly is the situation with this Spade Pirates?" Carp scratches his head awkwardly, bursting into hearty laughter. "Haha, they're merely a fledgling pirate crew that has just set sail, and I happened upon them while passing through Low Town and casually captured them, intending to send them to impel down." Buggy squints, a sly smile creeping across his face. "Perhaps among them lies a super rookie brimming with untapped potential, just waiting for me to discover." "Haha." Aokiji nods in agreement, affirming, "Very well, let the exchange proceed." Considering that Buggy is unlikely to harm Ace, Carp ultimately consents. Soon, the hostage exchange is successfully completed. Buggy stands at the bow of the ship, exclaiming triumphantly, "I'm off. My powers will dissipate in 30 minutes, so be sure to piece them back together properly. If they end up missing limbs, don't blame me." Buggy leaps onto the deck of the maluoketou.jpg, and in an instant, a thick black smoke billows forth from every corner of the ship. The smoke seems to possess a life of its own, swirling and spreading rapidly, enveloping the entire vessel in moments. After a brief period, the smoke begins to recede like a retreating tide. However, the crew aboard the maluoketou remains ensnared by an icy chill that seems capable of piercing their very souls. They shiver uncontrollably, teeth chattering, as they exclaim, "This feels as if we're turning into popsicles. What on earth is happening?" The crew exchanges fearful and bewildered glances. Buggy, under Kane's control, explains, "The pesky Navy has been thoroughly routed by yours truly." Adjusting his captain's hat, Buggy calls out, "All hands, set sail. Hooray! Long live Captain Buggy! Captain Buggy, we shall follow you to the ends of the earth, through thick and thin, never retreating a single step." The crew is instantly ignited by Buggy's impassioned words. Their cheers resounding throughout the maluoketou.jpg that moment. A crew member timidly approaches, trembling as he asks, "Captain, what incredible technique did you employ to send the Navy fleeing?" Buggy, under Kane's control, arrogantly tilts his chin and declares, "The greatness of your captain is beyond your comprehension. When you achieve my level of greatness, I shall enlighten you. Ha ha ha." At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Kane observes that the situation in the East Blue is settled and releases his control over Buggy. He contemplates. It seems necessary to divert the world government's attention that if they continue to pursue Buggy, my grandiose claims will soon be rendered empty. High above, Morgans appears as if he has discovered a legendary treasure that promises immense wealth. His excitement palpable as he flails his arms. Gahaha! This is big news. Monumental news. He grips the high-definition, ultra-wide-angle transponder snail tightly, his eyes wide as saucers as he feverishly snaps pictures. Subsequently, he meticulously crafts a series of reports that are bound to shock and enthrall the entire world. The Demon Slaughter Order has been annihilated. That man single-handedly turned the tide of battle. The world government's highest combat power has faced defeat. Admiral Akiji and the vice admirals in a disgraceful battle. The legendary Marine and Admiral have suffered an unprecedented defeat. A new maritime overlord, Buggy, has emerged. Morgans glorifies Buggy in the newspaper as if he were a deity descended from the heavens. In no time, Buggy's name sweeps across the globe, becoming the focal point of discussions in streets and taverns alike. On a mysterious island in the New World, Shanks holds the newspaper, his gaze sweeping over the reports. Initially taken aback, he soon erupts into a hearty and unrestrained laugh. "Crew, to celebrate Buggy's victory over the Navy, let us throw a feast." The surrounding crew members are soon swept up in his laughter, joining in the merriment. Ben Beckman furrows his brow slightly. Buggy has now become the center of attention in this ever-changing world. Perhaps he will bring unexpected changes to this chaotic sea. Shanks nods, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "Indeed, I look forward to our reunion out on Onigashima." Kaido's gigantic, bell-like eyes narrow as he glimpses the report. A low, thunderous grunt escaping his lips. Buggy, this once inconspicuous fellow has such capabilities. Beside him, King interjects, "Captain, Buggy's newfound fame may greatly disrupt the existing power dynamics. We must remain vigilant." Kaido's gaze sharpens, exuding an overwhelming aura. "No matter, should he dare to step into my territory, I shall make him aware of the consequences of opposing me." T-Hole Cake Island, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, sits comfortably before a lavishly adorned table piled high with delicacies, her plump fingers gripping the newspaper. Upon seeing Buggy's report and photograph, she is momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter, her guffaws shaking the surrounding dishes. Is this not the Buggy who once made a fool of himself on my territory? Now he is transformed into a figure of great renown on the seas. How intriguing, truly intriguing. If he were to join my family, he would undoubtedly provide formidable support in my quest for dominance in this new world. Her variously temperamental children react, some with flattering expressions, others with jealousy and disdain. Only a few unmarried daughters furrow their brows, lost in contemplation. In dress Rosa, Doflamingo reclines in a seat draped in velvet and jewels, a trademark sly and playful grin adorning his face. Fufufu, Buggy is about to stir up a tempest on the world stage. This chaotic situation presents me with an excellent opportunity. Amazon Lily. Hancock's exquisite eyes skim over the praises lavished upon Buggy in the report, and she lets out a disdainful huff, her voice as cold as ice. What merit does this oddly featured man possess to warrant such accolades? It is merely a fleeting farce of public opinion. With that, she tosses the newspaper aside, unwilling to cast it another glance. Aboard the Moby Dick, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, bursts into hearty laughter upon seeing the newspaper. Aurora. That little brat from Roger's crew has caused quite the stir, hasn't he? Whitebeard reflects on the man, Marshall D. Teach, who had left a scar on Shanks, pondering. The little ones from Roger's ship have all made significant strides. Marco is still too inexperienced. Could you be the one Roger has been waiting for? Teach? Beside him, Marco remarks, "Father, while this report may contain exaggerations, Buggy's current strength should not be underestimated. His rise could very well disrupt the balance of power in the New World. Whitebeard laughs heartily. Foolish son, I am Whitebeard. In a familiar corner, Blackbeard Teach glares at the newspaper featuring Buggy, murmuring, Indeed, that is the fruit. Has the world not chosen me? Chapter 8. I am the true Buggy at Mary Geos. In the mysterious and imposing office of the Gorosei, Justice God Topman Sakazuki glares at the newspaper in his hands, as if attempting to bore a hole through it with his gaze. He slams the paper onto the table, seething. Morgans is utterly unrestrained, daring to openly defy the government's wishes time and again that I propose we immediately dispatch CP0 to silence him for good. Agriculture God Shepherd 10-bit also nods in agreement, clearly supportive of this suggestion. Science and Defense God Jagarusha Satan taps his cane against the ground, producing a crisp sound, and slowly remarks, Morgan's reports are merely a means to deceive the ignorant rabble. He did not commit any substantial acts of betrayal, akin to a mischievous little puppy that knows its way back home. The financial martial deity, Isan Baranviat Anezashiro, concurred, stating that Morgans was also aware of the stakes. Did he not also obediently remain silent during the incident in God's Valley? Over the years, Morgans has merely acted out of line on occasion. After all, he who wields public opinion is also one of the government's mouthpieces. Until a suitable replacement is found, it would be prudent to spare his life for the time being. The legal martial deity, Topman Vachali, interjected, suggesting that this individual should not be indulged too excessively. Let CP0 issue him a warning while simultaneously accelerating infiltration into the world economic news. Agreed. Agreed. Thus it shall be decided. The scientific defense martial deity, J. Galushia Satan, commenced the next topic, stating that the immediate concern was the clown Buggy. As Kuzan had reported the detailed account of the battle, the financial martial deity, Isan Baranvid Nezashiro, remarked with a fierce tone that if Kuzan and Karp joined forces, they would likely have a significant chance of capturing him. Indeed, such formidable powers as Kuzan and Karp allowed the clown Buggy to escape. For the sake of a mere few vice-admirals, they disregarded the government's dignity, bringing shame and humiliation to it. Utterly foolish. Just a handful of vice-admirals, yet they missed such a splendid opportunity. Let the Navy continue their attempts to capture him. CP must not slacken their efforts and should devote themselves entirely to tracking Buggy's whereabouts in the East Sea. Agreed. Then it shall be settled thus. Regarding the bounty on Buggy's pirate crew, Kazan's report has already elucidated the matter. Aside from Buggy himself, the members of his crew are inconsequential figures with a commanding gesture. The financial martial deity, Isan Baranvi Nezashiro, declared resolutely, in terms of the severity of their crimes, the government has no reason not to elevate the bounty amount. Agreed. Agreed. Soon the bounty notice for Buggy's pirate crew, accompanied by the reporting seagull, spread across the globe. Buggy the Clown, bounty of 4,539,000,000 berries, to be captured alive. The Beastmaster Machi, vice-captain of Buggy's crew, now has a bounty of 364 million berries, regardless of life or death. The performer Kabeji, a cadre of Buggy's crew, now has a bounty of 212 million berries, also regardless of life or death. Where is this place? Ace groggily opened his eyes, his gaze filled with bewilderment as he stared at the entirely unfamiliar room before him. Softly murmuring in confusion, his companions, who had been pacing back and forth in the room, immediately surrounded him like a tide upon hearing Ace's movements. Dias, seeing Ace awake, swiftly stepped forward, concern evident in his eyes, and inquired, "How does your body feel?" Ace's stomach audibly grumbled at an inopportune moment. He carelessly scratched his head, grinning childishly as he said, "I'm really hungry. I only remember we were in Logtown." "This is the Maluoketou, the ship of Buggy the Clown." Dias, observing Ace's dazed expression, kindly informed him like a considerate tour guide. The notorious pirate with a bounty of 4,539,000,000, the most vicious user of a devil fruit in history. The only user of 2 devil fruits in 800 years. Ace furrowed his brow tightly, seemingly striving to rummage through the corners of his memory, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His companions continued to prompt, raised and nurtured the heir of the Pirate King. Suddenly struck by a flash of realization, Ace abruptly looked up, his eyes igniting with a flicker of defiance and fury, responding loudly, "Joel D. Roger." Subsequently, Ace adjusted the slightly askew cowboy hat atop his head, a radiant yet somewhat rebellious smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Well, it seems I owe him my gratitude for managing to escape from my grandfather's grasp. I must personally thank him." "Yes, that's only right. Buggy defeated." "Huh?" Dias was about to continue, but suddenly seemed to choke on something, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What did you say?" "Grandfather? I never mentioned it to you." "Carp is my grandfather." Ace shrugged innocently. How could we possibly know such a thing? His companions erupted like firecrackers, clamoring in excitement. One impatient companion couldn't help but complain. "Ace, you are so inconsiderate, keeping such a significant matter from us. I thought you all knew. What's the big deal? The grandson of a naval hero has become a pirate. This is enough to send shockwaves throughout the world." Meanwhile, Buggy reveled in the flattery of his subordinates, proudly lifting a glass of rum and downing it in one go. The liquid dripped from the corners of his mouth, but he paid it no mind, continuing to boast animatedly. Just a mere admiral and a naval hero teaming up. At that time, I executed a sliding maneuver. Guess what? That guy Kazan collapsed, and the old man Carp tried to sneak up on me. So, Buggy exaggeratedly mimicked the actions, his expression theatrical, as if performing in a ludicrous comedy. "Astounding, truly worthy of Captain Buggy," one sycophantic subordinate shouted with admiration, his eyes brimming with reverence. "Oh, Captain Buggy, you are magnificent." Another subordinate was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down his face, as if Buggy had just saved the world. As Buggy continued to boast, his thoughts abruptly drifted back to the eerie scene before he regained consciousness. Damn it! Move! Body! At that time, he could clearly see everything happening around him, yet his body felt as if it had been cursed into immobility. Not even a single finger could he move. What kind of ability user could do this? How dare they toy with the great Buggy's body? I will not let this go unpunished. Buggy raged inwardly. "Oh, is that so?" A mysterious voice echoed deep within him, laced with mockery and derision. "Who are you?" Buggy's eyes filled with bloodshot fury, resembling a furious beast as he roared. Upon recognizing the figure slowly emerging from the depths of his being, Buggy stood frozen, mouth agape, speechless for an extended moment. "I am you. No, I should say I am the true Buggy, while you are merely a worthless imposter." The mysterious figure spoke coldly, his tone imbued with an undeniable arrogance. You, Buggy stammered, as if his very spine had been severed, unable to articulate a coherent response. "Have you forgotten why you set sail in the first place? You worthless fool?" The mysterious figure pressed on, his gaze sharp and merciless. "That arrogant Shanks has already become a sovereign of the New World, while you're still playing make-believe as a pirate in the East Sea. Buggy felt his mind unraveling into chaos, unable to comprehend, and could only emit a faint cry like a helpless child. That moment. Kane's portrayal of Buggy made a striking entrance, his fists clenched, the left hand transformed into an abyss that could devour all, while the right hand flickered with a peculiar light of fragmentation. Let me enlighten you. The split fruit is not meant for the absurd use you employ. You are merely a fragment of me. I divided my own weakness to create you. You lie." Buggy seethed, stammering. "I am the real one." Though he declared this, Buggy could not help but question himself. Could it be that he truly was an incomplete, inferior version? Chapter 9. Buggy. I believe that Buggy recalled those mysteriously exhausting mornings. His head felt heavy, and his muscles ached as if trampled by a herd of rampaging elephants. Damn it, I did nothing last night. Buggy pondered in confusion, shivering involuntarily, as an absurd thought surged in his mind. Could it be that while I was asleep, this fellow secretly manipulated my body and went on a wild rampage? If Kane were to catch a glimpse of Buggy's thoughts at this moment, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter, playfully patting his shoulder and jesting. "Stop overthinking. Your discomfort is merely a result of a hangover and a rather awkward sleeping position that has left your muscles protesting." Kane, seizing this splendid opportunity, would not let it slip away easily, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes. He would embellish his words, intensifying his insinuations, and continue to coax. "While it is true you are quite the incompetent fool, you are nonetheless a part of me. If something were to happen to you, I would find myself in quite the predicament." He would squint slightly, deliberately slowing his speech, his tone imbued with concern that would warm the heart of anyone who heard it. All these years, you've escaped near-death experiences time and again oh, you truly believe it is the heavens showing you favor. Let me tell you the truth. It is I who have been quietly intervening behind the scenes. With arms crossed and chin slightly raised, his face would be adorned with a smug expression. Surely, no one could genuinely believe themselves to be the favored child of the world, the chosen one. Cain would click his tongue, his face registering disbelief as he deliberately elongated his words, as if to jab at Buggy's pride. Upon hearing this, Buggy's mind would instantly conjure a montage of perilous moments from his past, flashing before his eyes like an old film. Indeed, every time had been a harrowing beginning followed by a safe conclusion. Could it be that this fellow had secretly come to his rescue, allowing him to miraculously escape danger time and again? I previously kept this from you because the time wasn't right, but now is time for you to learn the truth. Cain would clear his throat, purposefully lowering his voice to create an air of mystery. Buggy, in Cain's portrayal, would raise an eyebrow and, with a commanding tone, exclaim, "Hey, you fool! Are you ready?" "What?" Buggy would blink in confusion, his eyes wide. What else could it be but the dream we had when we set sail? Cain, as Buggy, would roll his eyes and exclaim in exasperation, "A dream? How could I possibly forget such a thing?" Buggy would puff out his chest, brimming with pride, and together with Cain's portrayal, they would shout, "To acquire all the treasures of the world." Cain, embodying Buggy, would smirk, his smile growing ever more flamboyant. While I do feel somewhat sorry for that insufferable Shanks, I shall graciously accept the One Piece." As soon as those words left his mouth, an exhilarating image would flood Buggy's mind. Shanks, head hung low like a defeated soldier, would kneel with a thud, trembling hands offering a treasure map, shouting hoarsely, "Pirate King Buggy, for the sake of our past camaraderie, I humbly beseech your mercy. Please forgive me. Pirate King Buggy, allow me to follow you. This is my lifelong request." Just the thought of it would make Buggy giddy with joy, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Observing Buggy's delight, Cain would feel a surge of satisfaction, resembling a fox that has just stolen a plump chicken, a sly smile gracing his lips as he continued, "Piss? What?" Buggy would snap back to reality, momentarily bewildered. "My name. Because of that rascal Carp and that icy fellow Aokiji, I must now fall into a deep slumber for a while. Listen closely. Unless it is a matter of life and death, do not awaken me, understood? Rest assured I know what to do. You can sleep soundly." Buggy would languidly stand at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze ruffling his iconic red nose. He would leisurely lift his cup, squinting his eyes and tilting his head back, gulping down the exquisite wine with a satisfying glug, savoring the taste with a look of utter bliss. Then, Buggy would plunge headlong into that bizarre realm of fantasy. He would sit regally upon a lofty throne, surveying the throngs below with an air of superiority. The crowd would raise treasure maps high, their eyes alight with fervor and longing, shouting, "Pirate King Buggy! Behold, this map holds the secrets to the ancient kingdom's treasure. Please, you must accept it. Pirate King Buggy! I too have a treasure map. I implore you. Show mercy and accept it." The shouts would crescendo, one wave after another. Buggy would beam with joy, bending low to accept the treasure maps, waving his hand grandly, laughing heartily. "No problem. I shall accept all these treasures." Just then, Machi would come sprinting to Buggy's side, bowing respectfully and stating, "Captain, the captain of the Black Spade Pirates has awakened and wishes to see you." Buggy, lost in his fantastical reverie, would remain oblivious, wearing a silly grin. "Hey, you red-nosed fool." This exclamation would strike like a thunderbolt, shattering the previously raucous atmosphere aboard the maluoketou. The once lively deck would fall eerily silent, as if under a spell, leaving everyone frozen in place, not daring to breathe, engulfed in an unsettling hush. One pirate, eyes wide with disbelief, would poke his companion, whispering, "Brother, did you hear that? That man just said red-nosed, didn't he?" Another pirate, equally astonished, would stammer, "We didn't mishear. Did we? If my ears aren't playing tricks on me." A third pirate would struggle to swallow, his voice trembling, "This is bad." One pirate, seemingly petrified, would gulp audibly, nervously pulling at his companion. "You heard that too, right? There's no way we misheard. That is an absolute taboo on our ship. The crew would exchange anxious glances, the air thick with tension. Who? Buggy would bellow. Which fool just dared to call me red-nosed? His gaze would blaze with fury, scanning the crowd as if he could incinerate the offender with a mere look. It was me. My name is Portgas.Ace, and I sincerely thank you for saving me and my comrades. Ace would elegantly remove his hat, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing deeply, his movements fluid and imbued with grace and politeness. At last, Buggy would come to his senses, scratching his head and dismissively waving his hand. Ah, it's nothing, just a small matter. Really, no need to mention it. However, before he could catch his breath, as if struck by lightning, he would leap from his seat, eyes wide as saucers, trembling finger pointing at Ace. Yelling no. It was you who just called me red-nosed. Ace would feign innocence, tilting his head in confusion. Yes, what's wrong with being red-nosed? You insufferable brat. You're infuriating. Buggy's face would flush crimson, steam practically billowing from his head, resembling an overworked steam engine. Looks like today Shark is in for a treat. Hey kid, do you know what saying red-nosed on the maluoketou means? That's an absolute taboo. Machi would place his hands on his hips, stepping forward with an intimidating demeanor. Ace would shrug nonchalantly, responding, it's just a nose. What's the big deal? You really have no idea how serious this is. Kabaji would cross his arms, a smirk playing on his lips, taunting him to that moment. Dias, in a frenzy, would rush forward, arms wide open, attempting to mediate. Captain Buggy, calm down. It didn't mean any harm. Chapter 10. Captain Buggy has fallen in the sea. Ace, unfazed, would don his cowboy hat, the brim pulled low, with only his determined eyes revealing his unwavering spirit. Are we going to fight? Then bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. That rascal's crew is also my target, and I intend to bring you down here. Ace's mind was clear. He recognized that Buggy was the most formidable opponent he had encountered since setting sail. Compared to this individual, all previous adversaries seemed like mere trifles. Thus, he dared not let his guard down for an instant, silently gathering his strength, every muscle in his body taut, ever ready to meet an impending assault. Splintered clowns throwing knives. Buggy's eyes widened in fury, his face instantly contorting into a mask of ferocity. As if by magic, his hands flicked out from his wrists with a swift motion. In the blink of an eye, two gleaming knives were firmly grasped in his hands. Sunlight poured down, refracting off the blades, casting a chilling glint that seemed capable of piercing through steel. Go. Buggy hissed, his hands exerting tremendous force as the knives shot forth like twin bolts of lightning, accompanied by a rushing wind, aimed directly at Ace's heart and throat. Their velocity was such that they appeared only as fleeting afterimages. The Buggy's gaze was fixed on the trajectory of the knives, a smirk of triumph curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he could already envision Ace's disheveled form pierced by his blades. However, in the next moment, his smug expression froze on his face. You insolent fool, there are limits to your arrogance, Ace bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, akin to a lion thoroughly incensed. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted from him. The orange-red flames surged upward, the surrounding air igniting as if fueled by gasoline, bursting into a fiery blaze. Fire fist! Ace shouted, raising his right fist high and thrusting it forward with ferocity. Instantly, a massive inferno erupted from his hand, resembling a ferocious beast escaping its confines, roaring as it lunged toward Buggy. Wherever the flames passed, the air crackled with heat, the ship's deck blackening under the scorching onslaught. Nanny? Buggy exclaimed in terror, his expression of pride vanishing without a trace. Replaced by sheer astonishment and dread, he beheld the approaching wave of heat, internally screaming, "This is bad. It's a natural type. There's no time to evade." Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued as the flames collided with Buggy, unleashing a powerful shockwave that rocked the ship, sending surrounding pirates staggering. Bang! Accompanied by a loud crash, Buggy was propelled like a cannonball, shattering the railing of the maluoketou. He soared uncontrollably into the air. The captain has fallen into the sea. The crew of pirates cried out in panic, rushing to the railing's edge, anxiously gazing at the water, their faces alight with urgency and fear, just as Cain lifted his teacup. Savoring a sip to relish the tranquil afternoon, an abrupt alarm blared in his mind, triggering the preset warning. His brow furrowed instantly, the tranquility on his face wiped away, and he helplessly raised a hand to his forehead, issuing commands to the system in his mind. System, take control of Buggy's body. In the next moment, the sharp sound of footsteps pierced the air, a distinctive sound signaling the activation of the Navy's Rokushiki technique. Buggy's body, like a specter, returned to the deck of the maluoketou in an instant. Ace's expression was grave, resembling an imminent volcanic eruption, radiating intense combat spirit. He locked on a Buggy, his eyes glinting with determination. His voice cold. As expected, that did not work. Then let us try this. Before his words faded, Ace pivoted sharply, his hands moving with the grace of a dragon in flight, swiftly weaving through the air. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be drawn toward his palms, gathering with an invisible force. Great flames circle. Ace intoned in a low voice, his tone heavy with intent. In that moment, a massive ball of flame began to coalesce between his hands. The orange-red tongues of fire dancing wildly, and the searing heat washed over him. The air around them warped and twisted, as if a plastic film was being scorched by the intense heat, rippling with waves of fervor. Observing the scene, Cain, embodying Buggy, felt a tightening in his chest and hastily shouted, "I acknowledge you. Let our battle end in a draw." Yet, Ace resembled a lion thoroughly provoked, his eyes blazing with fire as he roared in response. "I do not require your pity. Show me your true abilities, you scoundrel." With fists clenched, he glared at Buggy, exuding an air of determination that suggested he would not relent until his opponent was utterly defeated. Cain, portraying Buggy, wore a resigned expression and spread his hands in explanation. "This is all the strength I possess. Stop deceiving me." Great flames circle. Ace remained unfazed, gritting his teeth as he concentrated fully on preparing his assault. The flames between his hands growing ever more tempestuous. Alas, it seemed this valuable opportunity for boasting would be squandered here. The Buggy's expression turned grim, and he unleashed a wave of conqueror-esque hockey, surging forth like a tumultuous tide, sweeping directly toward Ace. Let's give this stubborn hardhead a show of strength. Plop. Ace, caught off guard, was forcefully pinned to the deck by the overwhelming hockey, his limbs feeling as if shackled by heavy chains. Struggling in vain to rise. "Damn it. Move, body." Ace writhed like a beast ensnared, his face contorted in rage, desperately attempting to break free from this invisible restraint. If a king of the forest had been challenged. Ace's innate regal aura began to radiate. Gritting his teeth, he trembled, summoning every ounce of strength to straighten his form. "Frog in a well," Buggy coldly uttered. Plop. Ace was again forced to the deck, yet this time he pushed against the ground with all his might, his knuckles turning white as he stubbornly resisted. "Ace, you are far too weak. Your strength is utterly insufficient to navigate these seas. Are you truly prepared to lose everything?" Cain's Buggy continued to exude his conqueror's hockey brazenly, deeming the subsequent conversation too sensitive for others to overhear. Plop, plop. On the entire maluoketou, only Buggy and Ace remained conscious, before Ace could speak. Cain's Buggy continued, "Captain Roger entrusted William to me, revealing everything that I have watched you secretly since you were a child. You are simply unqualified. William defeated a bounty of 500 million at the age of 8. What were you doing at 8? Playing in Galbo Mountain?" Cain's Buggy observed Ace's face redden with anger and continued mercilessly. "You want to claim you're not playing, that you were diligently training each day? That was merely child's play. Do you know how hard William worked? While you were playing, he was training. While you were sound asleep, he was still training. He has exerted over 200 times the effort to achieve what he has today. And do you comprehend the battles William has faced over the years? Each one a fight where a moment's carelessness could cost him his life. With your current capabilities, you should return to Galbo Mountain and continue your games." Ace felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, his spirit deflated, devoid of ambition, murmuring to himself, "Yes, that guy, how infuriating. What have I been doing all these years? Am I truly just an accident?" Drip, that a single tear silently fell, dampening the ground. Chapter 11. I shall become the Pirate King. Kane's controlled buggy slowly lifted his head, his iconic red nose glinting faintly under the sunlight. His expression grave as he locked eyes with Ace, speaking deliberately. Ace, you should not have set sail that moment. Ace ground his teeth, his jaw clenched, his cheeks puffed, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat trickling down his face. Yet, Ace remained silent, fixating on Buggy with defiant eyes, as if to challenge the very words spoken. Seeing this, Kane's Buggy sighed softly and continued, Captain Roger entrusted you to Garp, intending for you to become a Marine. No sooner had he spoken than Ace's latent conqueror's haki erupted forth, akin to a young tiger just unleashed, roaring with fervor. The overwhelming aura surged toward Buggy, causing ripples in the air, as if being torn apart by this power. He straightened suddenly, his body trembling with rage, fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening as he roared, What on earth are you talking about? Ace's anger intensified, his face flushing a vivid crimson, reminiscent of a ripe tomato, as the veins in his neck bulged ominously. With wide, furious eyes, he bellowed, You lot shall not meddle with my life at will. Each one of you is utterly nonsensical. My existence requires no directives from others. I aspire to be a pirate, to engage in relentless battles and conquer all. That is the testament of my very being. The baggie controlled by Kane visibly paused, his eyelids twitching rapidly, inwardly cursing, what a sudden breakthrough. They all seemed to be operating under some kind of cheat. However, he quickly regained his composure, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he declared, Then let me show you just how vast the world truly is, aced in a flash. The baggie under Kane's control sprang into action. His right arm tensed, the fist, imbued with haki, shot forth like a bullet, so swift that it left an afterimage in its wake, before Ace could react. A resounding thud echoed as the punch struck hard against Ace's abdomen. A searing pain surged through him, as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, forcing his body to involuntarily arch and his hands to instinctively clutch his stomach. Resembling a cooked shrimp, contorted in agony. What can your strength accomplish? Kane's baggie pressed the advantage, his voice icy. Had I not intervened today, you would have already been apprehended by Carp, but he might have spared your life. But could you truly face your comrades, to whom you entrusted your life and dreams? These words struck Ace's heart like daggers. It was as though his very backbone had been severed. His body trembled slightly, his eyes reddening as tears pooled, ultimately spilling forth uncontrollably. Observing Ace's distress, Kane's baggie chose to withdraw, displaying impatience as he waved his hand dismissively. Once your comrades awaken, you can accompany them to their doom. Akiji and Carp are still in the East Sea, but this time, no one will come to your rescue. Ace swayed unsteadily, his legs giving way as he collapsed before Baggy, his forehead striking the ground with a heavy thud. Raising a small cloud of dust, his eyes shimmered with tears, yet radiated an unwavering resolve as he cried out, Baggy, please, teach me to train. I would not mind sacrificing my life. I shall not evade anyone. I refuse to be defeated again. I want my name to echo across these seas. Let the entire world witness my existence. Ace's voice soared, resonating like a mighty bell, proclaiming his determination to the world. Immediately, his conqueror's haki surged once more, an invisible force rippling outward, causing the furniture around him to tremble. That Kane's baggie was taken aback, silently marveling. His conqueror's haki has surged again. Could it be that I truly possess the potential to be a great teacher? Yet he had no time to play nursemaid to this headstrong youth. Perhaps I should hand Ace over to Rayleigh? No, that old fellow is notorious for leading people astray. I pity Ace wield a Logia type. If he were a Zoan type, sending him to Ghost Island for training under Teacher Kai would be fitting. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Kane thought, although Baggy's strength wasn't top tier, he had roamed the world for many years. Guiding a novice like Ace should be well within his capabilities. Baggy, did you hear that? Ah, I heard. Baggy, the moment to prove yourself has arrived. Here's a secret. Shanks entrusted a straw hat and arm to Ace's brother. What say you? Do you have the confidence to win this duel? Upon hearing Shank's name, Baggy's spirit soared, his eyes widening as he declared with fervor, Ah, that conceited fellow Shanks will soon be weeping, admitting his defeat to me. This duel is as good as won. From now on, you shall train on Tai's island. Are you referring to that terrifying ancient island? Is there truly another island named Tai's in the East Sea? One must traverse endless thunderstorms to reach Tai's island? What a daunting voyage! But I shall not shrink back. By the way, Piss, you will join the fray, right? Kane warned fiercely, you had better not disturb my slumber. He was well aware of Baggy's propensity for trouble and deemed it necessary to issue a preemptive warning, lest this fellow cause a catastrophic blunder. If Baggy insisted on courting disaster, he would have no choice but to abandon him. Big news! Big news! Gagaga! Morgans exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement as he gazed at the photograph emitted by the Den Mushi, almost as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Soon after, an article titled Super Rookie Set Sail in the East Sea hit the presses. Morgans elaborated extensively, Portgas.ace, the Super Rookie following GOLD William in the East Sea, a Logia-type flame fruit user. He is engaged in a three-night duel with the clown Baggy, a fierce contender for the title of Pirate King. In Mariewa, the epicenter of power, the five elders perused the newspaper, their expressions initially one of disdain, before casually discarding it. Carp had been witnessed capturing the entire Spade pirate crew in Roadtown, and Morgans was merely engaging in theatrics. Just a lucky brat who got his hands on the flame fruit. Nothing to concern ourselves with. A rookie, after all, cannot stir up much trouble. Yet they could not afford to be complacent, considering the implications of that lineage. Let Kazan and Carp deal with the mess they created. Speaking of Kazan and Carp, what on earth are they up to? Do they think they're on a picnic? Perhaps it's time to send them a reminder, agree, that in the Marine headquarters, within the Marshal's office, Sengoku hung up the phone. His brow furrowed in deep concern. Send the order down to closely monitor every move of the Spade pirate crew. Command Carp and Kazan to capture them at all costs. Additionally, issue the bounty notice prepared by the world government. Yes, the messenger saluted loudly. Sengoku paused, curious to inquire, by the way, what is the preliminary bounty amount? Reporting to the Marshal, is 577 million berries. Had it not been for Morgan's exaggerated claims in the newspaper regarding Ace's offenses and the perceived threat he posed to the world, Ace's initial bounty would never have reached such heights. As long as the world government wished to maintain a grip on Morgan's and his World Economic News Agency, they had no choice but to swallow this old bird's fabrications. It was merely a matter of 500 million. The affluent world government hardly cared about such trivial sums. Sengoku nodded, signaling for the messenger to depart, then cast the matter aside, returning to the pressing duties at hand. Chapter 12. Joel. William. Let us have a duel on an island in the New World. Sunlight danced upon the sea, creating shimmering waves. Shanks, after scanning the contents of the newspaper, allowed a slight smile of satisfaction to grace his lips as he boomed. Lads, to celebrate Baggy and the rookie's draw, let us throw a feast. Whoa! Upon hearing this, the crew erupted into jubilant cheers, the entire island enveloped in a lively, festive atmosphere, laughter and shouts intertwining harmoniously on the Moby Dick. Whitebeard perused the same newspaper, initially taken aback before bursting into a hearty laugh, his boisterous mirth seeming to penetrate the waves as he exclaimed, more and more interesting youngsters are emerging, Gulagaga, in the vast expanse of the Alabasta Desert. Crocodile stood atop a dune, as the wind whipped fine sand past him. His gaze, cold and indifferent, swept over a newspaper, and a fleeting glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes, the corners of his mouth curving into a subtle smirk. In his mind, he mused, as long as I acquire the Dark King, even if it's Whitebeard, the entire world shall tremble beneath my feet. At that moment, no one shall be able to contend with me. On this side of the East Sea, the flagship of the Demon Slayer fleet floated serenely upon the water's surface. Carp and Akiji reclined comfortably in their deck chairs, basking in the warmth of the sun, both appearing utterly relaxed, as though the tumult of the world held no relevance for them at the tea that moment. A soldier approached from behind, holding a newspaper, his steps brisk yet respectful, with a sharp salute. He announced loudly, Vice Admiral Carp, Admiral Kazan, here S today, S newspaper. Akiji, who had been enjoying a rare moment of leisure with his eyes closed, was startled by the voice that he slowly lifted his eye mask and, with drowsy eyes, replied, just place it on the table. However, As his peripheral vision caught sight of the newspaper-esque cover, featuring a striking red nose, he abruptly changed his mind. Actually, hand it to me. Akiji took the newspaper and quickly skimmed through it, his gaze sweeping over the inconsequential details before carelessly tossing it aside. He lowered his eye mask once more, preparing to immerse himself back into his afternoon slumber. Mumbling, the progress of Port Gastiad Ace, the captain of the Spade Pirates, since the exchange with Buggy is quite remarkable. Seeing Carp still sound asleep, showing no signs of awakening, Akiji fell silent and settled down to rest. Although Carp's snores were thunderous, suggesting he was in a deep slumber, he was secretly plotting to seize the opportunity to bring Ace back onto the right path, for he could not allow the lad to stray further down the treacherous path of piracy. The already obscure Tess Island had become even more concealed following Kane's deployment of the Big Talk Point. If the Navy sought to trace Buggy and Ace in the East Sea, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, necessary precautionary measures could not be overlooked, for this world is governed by the formidable laws of cause and effect and the existence of the devil fruits. Therefore, it was best for Buggy and Ace to lie low for a while. Next, it would be time for Joel the William to take the stage. Kane contemplated, determined to create a significant upheaval. Otherwise, he would not cease his endeavors. After all, the big talk points required for his plans were no trifling matter and demanded considerable effort to amass. To the port of Suarez Island, the sea lay calm as a mirror when suddenly a shadow shot forth like a bolt from a bow, bursting from the water and racing towards the shore. With a resounding thud, the figure emerged from the waves, landing solidly on land and splashing water everywhere. This individual was none other than Kane's doppelganger, Joel D. William. Swiftly, he shed his shirt and wrung out the excess water, but upon raising his head, he was taken aback to find the once bustling port now enveloped in an eerie silence. William, filled with confusion, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What has transpired?" A nervous gulp echoed from shadowy corner, the sound unnaturally pronounced in the stillness. William donned the wrung-out shirt and approached an elderly man, wearing a courteous smile, and gently asked, "How peculiar, sir! Could you enlighten me as to what has occurred?" The old man, pale with fright and trembling, shouted in terror, "The pirates have come! Run for your lives!" "I swear it! That hat! It's the devil-esque child with a bounty of 30,540,000,000 berries." Observing the panicked crowd scattering in all directions, William instantly grasped the situation. He slightly turned his head to glance at the port's notice board. And indeed, his and Buggy's bounty posters were prominently displayed, listing a long array of charges laid against him by the world government. Unfazed, William calmly retrieved a coat from a drying rack and stowed away his signature pink captain's hat into the system space. In a world where face blindness was rampant, he mused that such a disguise should suffice to evade recognition. Inside a tavern on Suarez Island, the air was thick with the scent of alcohol, and the noise was a cacophony of revelry. In a corner sat a rough-looking man, adorned with gold teeth and a menacing scar that sliced across his cheek, lifting a glass to his lips and downing its contents in one gulp. As the liquor dribbled down his chin, he wiped his mouth nonchalantly and bellowed, "Hey, did you really see it? The devil-esque child with a bounty of 30,540,000,000 berries." Rising from his seat, the man, towering at 3 meters, drew the attention of everyone in the tavern. Coupled with his distinctive scar and gold teeth, the peculiarities of the pirate world led to the eager revelation of his identity. Indeed, he was the infamous gold-toothed Cress, known for having captured numerous bounty criminals with bounties exceeding 100,000,000 berries. One of the most formidable bounty hunters in the East SEAT that moment. A panting man, beads of cold sweat on his forehead, stammered, "I saw him with my own eyes. The unique black hair and that pink captain's hat. It's definitely Joel D. William with a bounty of 30,540,000,000 berries." Upon hearing this, Cress's eyes gleamed with avarice, akin to a hungry wolf spotting its prey. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode heavily towards the tavern's entrance. The sound of his footsteps echoed ominously on the rickety wooden floor, intensifying the tension in the tavern. Cress brushed past the breathless man and turned to the crowd, flashing a wide grin. His signature gold tooth glimmered in the dim light of the tavern as he boisterously proclaimed, $30,540,000,000 is mine. Several bounty hunters, eyeing the substantial prize, were unwilling to let Cress claim it all for himself. They rose, brandishing their weapons, eager not to miss out on this lucrative opportunity. A green-haired man, armed with 3 swords, rose steadily, his steps rhythmic, as he made his way out of the tavern. William stood at the port, gazing at his bounty poster, reading the long list of charges with inward derision. As expected, that bird-brain Morgans can't be trusted, writing nonsense. But once I've gathered enough big talk points, that old crow can expect to be out of job that a group of bounty hunters, brandishing an assortment of weapons, marched towards the port but found no trace of William, exchanging bewildered glances. Where is he? The devil-esque child? Where is he? Perhaps he fled in fear, one bounty hunter suggested, holding up William's bounty poster and striding towards the direction William had taken, gruffly inquiring, "Hey, you there? Have you seen this man?" William, wearing an innocent smile, replied cheekily, "I haven't seen him. Perhaps he got spooked knowing so many bounty hunters were in the area and slinked away." The man nodded sagely, agreeing. Indeed, this place is teeming with the majority of bounty hunters from the East Sea. Another chimed in, "Haha, he's merely a coward. Let us return to our drinks." The green-haired man, with 3 swords at his waist, approached William and skillfully removed the bandana tied around his arm, donning it atop his head. With a decisive sound, he drew his sword, the blade glinting menacingly in the sunlight, and with the fire of battle igniting in his eyes, invited, "William, let us engage in combat." Chapter 13. "What's the matter? Do you need directions?" The crowd looked around, bewildered, unable to spot William, and an uproar ensued. "Who dares mock me? Where is he?" William, observing the challenge posed by Roronoa Zoro, felt a surge of curiosity and asked, "How did you recognize me?" Zoro's forehead bulged with veins, and he shouted in anger, "Do you take everyone for a fool? You changed your clothes and removed your hat, but that is hardly enough to disguise yourself. If one cannot recognize you, what kind of bounty hunter are they?" William, after listening, responded with a calm nod. "It appears that my disguise requires further refinement. Oh, by the way, my young friend, it seems your words have stirred the ire of the crowd." Zoro turned his head to see a group of bounty hunters glaring at him with hostile intent. Furrowing his brow in inquiry, "What's the matter? Do you need directions?" One of them, his face contorted with rage, swiftly unsheathed a long blade from his waist, the blade glinting ominously in the sunlight. He glared menacingly at Zoro, gritting his teeth as he spat. "Did you just call us fools?" "Indeed, I heard that." Another echoed his sentiment, equally indignant, gripping his weapon tightly, poised to strike at any moment. "Such an impudent brat. I cannot simply overlook such insolence." Others began to shout in agreement, their collective gaze fixated on Zoro, the atmosphere thickening with tension like a bowstring on the verge of snapping. Yet William seemed unaffected, a sly grin playing on his lips, imbued with a hint of mischief as he stoked the flames further. "With so many of you here, yet only one bounty on my head. How shall we divide it? I truly pity your predicament." His words fell like oil into a boiling pot, igniting chaos. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot shattered the taut atmosphere that a bounty hunter suddenly sported a bullet hole in his forehead, blood gushing forth. With a thud, he collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Cress, brandishing a smoking pistol, raised the barrel slightly and coldly declared, "You need not worry, for I shall claim your bounty in its entirety." His voice, chilling as a winter gale, brimmed with unyielding resolve, his eyes glinting with greed and ferocity. However, William appeared as if he were an uninvolved spectator, leisurely sitting cross-legged on the ground, propping his chin with one hand, his eyes half closed as he leisurely remarked, "Very well, the last man standing may come and claim my head." His demeanor was so relaxed it seemed he was discussing a trivial matter. One bounty hunter, intent on charging forward with his blade, suddenly felt a rush of air behind him, a sound akin to the footsteps of death, sending waves of terror through him. He widened his eyes in panic, twisting around to behold a spiked club slicing through the air. Thud! A chilling thump resonated, and the bounty hunter's head burst like a fragile watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. The gruesome scene churned the stomachs of many nearby. William, witnessing this, exhibited a hint of surprise, pondering. I had always believed that a spike club could not kill in the world of pirates, but it appears I was mistaken. Damn it! You shan't monopolize the bounty. Prepare to meet your end. Green Algae Head. Enraged by the sudden turn of events, the crowd disregarded any thoughts of alliance, and a fierce melee erupted without warning. The sounds of battle and clashing weapons intertwined, plunging the entire port into chaos. Yet William remained unfazed, leisurely retrieving a fast food blind box from his system space. Oh, a popcorn and cola movie package. How fitting for this tumultuous yet lively atmosphere. He nonchalantly tossed a handful of popcorn into his mouth, the crisp sound of his chewing cutting through the cacophony, as though it were the soundtrack to the unfolding chaos, the three-sword style. Tiger hunt. Zoro bellowed, his voice booming and eclipsing the surrounding clamor. His twin blades danced with lightning speed, conjuring a fierce wind that rustled the garments of those nearby. Cress, in disbelief, glanced down at the tiger's stripe-like wounds across his chest. Blood surging uncontrollably to his throat, he fought to swallow the rising blood, struggling to utter, "Who on earth are you?" Roronoa Zoro. Zoro's gaze bore into Cress, icy and resolute. Cress, with his last reserves of strength, sought to discern the identity of the man who had dealt him such a grievous blow. Yet his vision grew increasingly hazy, and he could only faintly discern a shock of green hair before succumbing. Crack! Crack! Thud! Cress's massive form crumpled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The surrounding combatants paused momentarily at the sight, but soon resumed their fray. Crack! Crack! Zoro turned his fierce gaze toward William, who remained oblivious while munching on popcorn, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared in fury. "You, scoundrel! There are limits to contempt. Since earlier, you've been incessantly snacking on popcorn. Crack! Crack! Are you truly unafraid of death?" As he spoke, he advanced menacingly toward William, his blade dripping with blood, exuding an aura of intense rage. William finished the last of his popcorn, unhurriedly clapping his hands together before responding to Zoro's inquiry. "Ah, I do indeed value my life. However, I suggest you worry about yourself first." Green Algae Head. His tone dripped with mockery, as if he dismissed the chaos and Zoro's fury entirely. "You wretch," Zoro seethed, trembling with fury, just as he prepared to strike William. He suddenly pivoted to counter an attack from behind, his eyes resolute as he declared, "A scar on the back is the disgrace of a swordsman." In that instant, his demeanor shifted dramatically, akin to a lion provoked to fury, bracing himself against the assault from behind. Meanwhile, William remained a detached observer, casually opening a can of cola with a crisp pop that resonated sharply in the tense atmosphere. He regarded the foam, threatening to overflow, and hastily brought the can to his lips, savoring a sip with a look of sheer contentment. Bang! A gunshot rang out as a bounty hunter, gun in hand, seized the opportunity, exclaiming with glee, "I got him!" His eyes sparkled with greed and anticipation, as though he could already see the hefty bounty beckoning him. What? Zoro! The bullet ricocheted off Zoro's blade, producing a dazzling shower of sparks against the sunlight. The bounty hunter's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering, "No way. Is this something a human can accomplish?" Gulping, William drank deeply from the cola, relishing the moment. Indeed, cola is best enjoyed in large gulps. His demeanor only served to infuriate Zoro further. Zoro glared at the seemingly unfazed William, the veins on his forehead throbbing once more, before bellowing, "Three-sword style secret. 3,000 worlds." In an instant, his two blades spun like a whirlwind, the speed intensifying and generating a powerful gust that swept across the entire port. The force of it destabilized those nearby, and the sand and debris were swept into the air, amplifying the chaos. Thud! Thud! As bounty hunters continued to fall, the only one left standing in the chaotic port was none other than Roronoa Zoro. The debris strewn about bore testament to the ferocity of the battle. William savored the last sip of his cola, contentedly releasing a burp. What a splendid performance, he mused, his nonchalant demeanor infuriating Zoro to no end. Chapter 14. My apologies, but I have no smaller blade than this. Zoro lashed out. What do you take this battle for? Am I truly so uninteresting that you can only munch on popcorn? You've been eating popcorn since the beginning. Now that you've finished, you're drinking cola. Is there anything else you wish to consume? Go ahead, stuff yourself to the brim before you depart. As he raged, he strode toward William, his blade gleaming coldly under the moonlight. Clearly pushed to the brink of fury, William stood, leisurely brushing off the dust from his clothes, as if the furious Zorro posed no threat to him, replying, "I've already consumed all my food. Draw your sword. Remember, my name is Noro Roa Sauron. Even in the afterlife, do not forget my name." Sauron gritted his teeth and spoke each word with deliberate precision. In the tense atmosphere, William raised an eyebrow, a wicked amusement glimmering in his eyes. With an air of nonchalance, William casually reached for a nondescript pouch at his waist. His slender fingers lightly rested upon it, slowly drawing forth a diminutive paring knife. The blade reflected a faint glimmer in the sunlight, appearing almost like a child's toy, a stark contrast to the intense duel unfolding before them. That he held the knife, shaking his head slightly, feigning regret as he remarked, "I am afraid I have no smaller knife than this." His tone lingered, a mix of mockery and blatant provocation toward Sauron, as if to imply, "Even with this tiny knife, I am more than capable of handling you." Upon witnessing this, Sauron felt the smoldering rage within him erupt like a lit powder keg, surging to the forefront of his mind. He trembled with fury, his face flushed crimson, and he growled through clenched teeth, "You'll regret it when you're dead." Each word escaped his lips like sparks, as if he wished to incinerate William on the spot. Yet, William seemed unfazed by Sauron's wrath, instead flashing a confident and slightly mocking grin. That smile, illuminated by the sun, radiated an undeniable aura of power that was impossible to ignore. Sauron gripped his dual swords tightly, the hilts constricted in his hands, the veins on the backs of his hands bulging like serpents. Revealing the intensity of his anger and effort, he inhaled deeply, then positioned his swords behind him, unleashing an invisible, overwhelming force that surged forth like a tidal wave. This aura enveloped the surroundings, ensnaring William like an invisible net, thickening the air and creating an almost suffocating pressure. Three-sword style. Tiger hunt. Sauron bellowed thunderously, his voice echoing throughout the port like a resounding bell. This technique was his signature move, one that had felled countless arrogant swordsmen in past battles. Every strike had ensured his opponents returned empty-handed. Thus he held unwavering confidence in it. Now, he poured all his strength into this attack, determined to make this underestimating fool pay for his insolence. At this moment, Sauron's gaze burned fiercely as he fixed his eyes on the unmoving William, his heart swelling with pride as he thought, "I've got him. It seems the world is not as indifferent as it appears." His self-satisfaction was palpable, as if victory's scale was tipping in his favor. Within arm's reach, suddenly, a clear metallic clash resonated through the air. The sound was jarring, akin to a thunderbolt, striking Sauron's heart with an icy grip. "What?" Sauron's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting sheer astonishment, as if he had witnessed the most unfathomable, illogical event. His mouth hung agape as he beheld William effortlessly immobilizing the convergence of his three blades with that toy-like knife. The small blade seemed to possess a life of its own at William's fingertips, resolute and unwavering, regardless of Sauron's efforts to exert force, appearing as if it were rooted in place. Sauron felt as though he had struck an impenetrable boulder. No matter how vigorously he wielded his arms, the blade refused to yield. He was like a beast ensnared in quicksand, full of strength yet utterly powerless to escape. His arms trembled from exertion, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, each drop striking the earth, creating tiny craters. "Damn it, move." Sauron's forehead throbbed with bulging veins, his heart raging in protest, as feelings of frustration and anger churned within him, threatening to drown him. How could this be? No one should be able to see through this move. It's impossible. This disparity cannot exist. No way. I refuse to believe it. Sauron's inner turmoil spiraled into chaos and struggle. The once steadfast belief in his swordsmanship began to waver. He questioned the very tenets he had always held dear, grappling with profound doubts about his abilities and understanding. It was as though he were lost in a fog, unable to find his way. William, perceiving Sauron's dawning existential crisis, inwardly chuckled, finding the situation rather amusing, but he took a step back, retracting that diminutive knife, gesturing for Sauron to continue. His demeanor was so relaxed, as if he were merely teasing a child, completely disregarding the life-and-death stakes of their clash. Sauron's eyes blazed red, akin to two fiery orbs, as he descended into a near-manic state, heedlessly swinging his blades. His figure darted in the sunlight, dual swords slicing through the air, creating a web of chilling light. The wind howled fiercely, as if to sever everything around him. Yet despairingly, his relentless onslaught could not penetrate the defense of that toy knife. Each clash of metal echoed like stones sinking into the abyss, provoking no ripples, proving utterly futile. Only the sharp, mocking sounds of their collisions remained, reverberating through the air, mercilessly mocking his impotence and futility. Gradually, Sauron felt his eyes welling with unshed tears, a mixture of anger, frustration, and defeat. The overwhelming sense of failure washed over him like relentless waves, threatening to engulf him completely, leaving him breathless. The confidence he once held dear lay shattered, scattered like beautiful bubbles, instantly burst, leaving only a heart full of scars. Have I begun to flail in desperation? Then let me awaken you. William struck Sauron's abdomen without warning, the force sending him reeling like a cooked shrimp. Sauron's body arched uncontrollably, his back curving high, pain etched across his features. He collapsed to the ground, his sword clattering beside him, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Struggling on the ground, Sauron pressed his hands against the earth, gritting his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to roar. The world should not be this distant. It shouldn't be this far. Chapter 15. I never thought I would lose Sauron's heart brimmed with pain and resentment. Yet he rose defiantly, continuing to swing his sword at William. Even as his body teetered on the brink of exhaustion, as if he might collapse at any moment, the indomitable spirit of defiance blazed within him like an unquenchable flame, fervently consuming his heart. Clang, clang. The shape of Sauron's hands had begun to distort from overexertion and fatigue. Yet his assault grew ever more fierce, each strike fueled by desperation. He resembled a cornered beast, making a final, desperate struggle, his momentum surging, compelling others to take him seriously. I did not draw my sword merely to be toyed with by such trifles. I wield it to win. Sauron's heart roared in protest. A fervent desire for victory, a fierce vow to uphold the dignity of his swordsmanship. Even in the face of despair, he would never yield, even if it meant expending the last vestiges of his strength to determine a victor. In a flash, memories of a moonlit night flooded his mind. The moonlight illuminating two small figures, their tender hands clasped tightly, pledging a solemn vow. One of us must become the world's greatest swordsman. Following that, the tear-streaked face of a child, clutching his dear friend's relic, stood resolute before his teacher, uttering the indelible pledge. Carrying Khan's dreams, I shall ensure my name echoes in the heavens, becoming the world's greatest swordsman. As these precious memories surged forth like an unrelenting tide, the steadfast conviction that had already been ablaze within him ignited more fiercely, as if doused with a bucket of gasoline. It rekindled the nearly extinguished fighting spirit deep within his heart, empowering him once more. Zorro's aura escalated dramatically, akin to a rocket soaring upward, causing the very air around him to stir and form small whirlwinds. These whirlwinds spun incessantly, lifting dust and fallen leaves from the ground, swirling around him. This moment, Zorro resembled a hellish warrior descending upon the earth, radiating a chilling presence. William, sensing Zorro's sudden breakthrough, felt a flicker of surprise, instinctively tightening his grip on his weapon. Zorro abruptly retreated several steps, creating distance, before spinning his twin swords with the speed of a top. The velocity was so great that only afterimages were visible, his body whirling rapidly through the air, conjuring a tempest. The howling wind whipped around him, sending dust soaring, as if a miniature sandstorm had swept in, nearly blinding those nearby. Three-sword style. 3,000 worlds. Zorro shouted with all his might, his voice hoarse yet resolute. This technique encompassed all his current strength and belief, wielding astonishing power, as if intent on obliterating everything before him, an unstoppable force akin to a raging flood. William had long understood that Zoro was a stubborn and headstrong individual. Witnessing this scene still startled him, causing him to instinctively withdraw his blade slightly, internally cursing his predicament. A dull yet clear sound pierced the chaos. Zoro's knife had struck his chest. In the tumultuous environment, the sound was particularly jarring, tightening the heart of anyone who heard it. William was taken aback. He knew that even 2 years later, Zoro could continue fighting against the combined might of Kaido and Big Mom. However, given the current circumstances, had he not held back, a piercing of the heart would surely have resulted in Zoro's immediate demise. This moment, observing Zoro, who fought valiantly even in the face of despair. William could not help but feel a surge of respect for him. In his mind, Zoro no longer resembled the flimsy paper figure from the comics, but had transformed into a tangible, flesh-and-blood warrior with an indomitable spirit, a true swordsman unwilling to retreat even at the cost of his life. Even knowing the answer, William could not help but ask, "Aren't you afraid of death? Do you wish for me to pierce your heart like this?" His voice bore a hint of confusion, yet it was predominantly laced with genuine admiration for Zoro's courage. His gaze fixed intently on Zoro. Filled with complex emotions, he awaited his response. Zoro, slightly panting, his chest heaving, appeared remarkably calm as he replied, "Well, I'm not quite sure that I just feel that if I take a step back here, all the oaths and promises I hold dear will vanish like bubbles. I would never be able to return and reclaim my beliefs." His eyes reflected an unwavering determination, as if he had long since cast aside the notions of life and death this moment. The only thing that mattered to him was preserving the faith and promises within his heart, even at the cost of his life. William continued to question, "Aren't you afraid of dying? Once dead, those oaths and promises will perish with your life." He struggled to comprehend why Zoro was so resolute, refusing to cower an inch even in the face of death. This obsession with his convictions left him both astounded and intrigued. Dying would be a relief. Zoro's response was succinct and resolute, devoid of hesitation. His calm acceptance of death pierced William's heart like a sharp blade, evoking a profound emotional stir and deepening his understanding of this extraordinary individual. After a moment of silence, William slowly sheathed his small knife, adopting a solemn demeanor as he drew ace. His movements bore the weight of a sacred ceremony, and he spoke gravely, "I shall remember you. Roronoa Zoro, I will honor the code of swordsmen and give my all to end your life here." This moment, he had come to regard Zoro as a worthy opponent, deserving of his utmost respect in their final confrontation. Upon hearing this, Zoro's face revealed a hint of resolve as he replied without hesitation, "That's what I hoped for." He swallowed the blood that surged within him, the metallic taste filling his mouth. Yet he paid it no mind, softly murmuring, "Is this the final strike? If I fail, I will lose my life. I cannot fall here." Zoro's aura surged once more, erupting like a volcano. This powerful presence seemed poised to shatter the heavens, and even the surrounding air began to distort under the weight of his tremendous force. William, observing Zoro's renewed surge, privately scoffed, "Another breakthrough? Why is everyone so exaggerated?" Three-sword style. "Demon slash," Zoro bellowed, expending his last ounce of strength as he launched this decisive strike at William. Clang! A deafening sound erupted as their blades clashed, instantly igniting a dazzling shower of sparks. This was followed by a sharp, jarring crack, reminiscent of an arrow piercing through the air, compelling many to instinctively cover their ears. Subsequently, a cacophony of metallic sounds rang out as shattered fragments of metal scattered through the air, colliding and grinding against one another. Zoro's sword letting out its final lament, "I am defeated. My skills are lacking." He had never anticipated losing. Was this truly the chasm that separated him from the world's top-tier warriors? A hint of desolation and unwillingness tinged Zoro's voice, and the pride that once gleamed in his eyes had dulled. As if stripped of all brilliance, Zoro slowly returned the Wado Ikemonji to its sheath, a movement imbued with an indescribable weight and reluctance. He then turned, raising his hands towards William with a smile, declaring, "The scars on my back are a swordsman's shame." His expression bore a unique tranquility. Even in defeat, He upheld the dignity of a swordsman. This was his final pride, even as his life waned. He would not allow this dignity to be tarnished. Although William could not fully grasp the depth of Zoro's actions, he decided, out of respect, to honor his wish. Clang. A line of blood blossomed from Zoro's chest. The crimson hue stark against the sunlight, slowly trickling down and staining his garments. Thud. Before losing consciousness, a vivid image of a beautiful figure flashed in Zoro's mind, someone he had always cherished and cared for. Am I to die? How frustrating. Zoro collapsed, his body lying motionless on the ground, resembling a fallen mountain. Though defeated, Zoro still exuded an awe-inspiring presence, embodying a spirit of perseverance and dedication. Even in his fall, he radiated an aura that commanded respect. Chapter 16. Zoro, our encounter is a guiding fate. On a tranquil, deserted island in the East Sea, the night enveloped the world like ink, with only a bonfire blazing fiercely by the shore. The flames cheerfully licked the chunks of sea beast meat resting above, sizzling and oozing fat that dripped like scattered pearls into the fire, producing a hissing sound, akin to a unique melody in the darkness. Gradually, a rich and enticing aroma began to permeate the air, wafting like invisible threads, dancing freely in the sea breeze. Drawn by this fragrant allure, Zoro, wrapped like a mummy, felt the urge to awaken. His previously closed eyes fluttered open. His gaze appeared somewhat dazed, still reflecting the confusion of just waking up, as he stared at the twinkling stars in the night sky and murmured, "Is this heaven? I'm sorry, I have failed you." The melancholy and reluctance in his voice echoed softly in the stillness of the night, as if he were confiding his regrets to a distant friend or sighing at the unknown, newly departed soul. "What is your name?" A voice suddenly pierced the silence, starkly clear on the quiet island, breaking the night's tranquility and snapping Zoro from his daze. "At the Grim Reaper. My name is—" Zoro instinctively responded, and as he made an effort to blink and clearly see the man before him, his eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief flooding his features as he exclaimed, "Joel, William." He could hardly fathom that the first person he would see upon waking after his death would be this individual. His eyes brimming with surprise and confusion, his body involuntarily tensed, a surge of vigilance washing over him. However, William appeared unfazed, nonchalantly offering Zoro a large chunk of meat while cheerfully proclaiming, "I am Roronoa Zoro. Pleased to make your acquaintance." There was a distinct hint of mockery in his tone, as if he were deliberately teasing Zoro. "Are you making some kind of cold joke?" Zoro retorted, frowning slightly, his gaze still filled with wariness, unwilling to relax even in the face of William's seemingly casual demeanor. After all, the two had just undergone a life-and-death struggle, and he would not easily lower his guard. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows across William's face as he cleared his throat and spoke in a deep, magnetic voice, "Zoro, our encounter is the guidance of fate." His voice echoed through the night sky, imbued with an enigmatic mystique, as if it truly contained some ineffable power. Fate. Zoro furrowed his brow, for he held his own understanding and convictions regarding that term. To him, fate was undeniably significant, yet what mattered more were his beliefs and the sword in his hand, the path he walked through sheer determination, rather than being easily swayed by what was deemed fate. "How about we turn the world upside down together?" The glimmer of excitement danced in William's eyes, radiant and blazing like the brightest stars in the night sky. The world? Zoro's eyes widened in confusion. Why would I do such a thing? He found it utterly incomprehensible that William would propose such an idea. He had a clear objective in mind, to become the world's greatest swordsman, not to upheave the entire world. "I told you, that's the world we're talking about." William raised his voice, endeavoring to instill a sense of passion and determination in Zoro's mind. He gestured animatedly, resembling a child painting grand dreams. Zoro stared intently at William, and after a moment of silence, he resolutely declared, "I refuse." His stance was unwavering, devoid of any hesitation, his tone carrying an unmistakable finality. Zoro had already determined the path he intended to tread, unwilling to be swayed by the opinions of others. William mused to himself. Roger said the same thing when he invited Rayleigh aboard. Yet Zoro seems completely unmoved. It appears I must resort to extreme measures. Very well. I plan to show you grander vistas. William feigned regret, his expression convincingly portraying that Zoro had missed a remarkable opportunity. But by the way, I am a one-sword style swordsman. What should I do with my prize blades, Kuroki and Sakura? William's gaze fell upon the two swords nearby. A glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, he schemed to pique Zoro's interest with the swords, hoping to sway his decision. Then farewell, Zoro. William stood up and slowly walked away from the fire, silently counting down. 5.4.3. He was gambling, wagering on Zoro's attachment to the two renowned swords, hoping he might change his mind. Hey, Zoro's voice suddenly broke the brief silence, tinged with urgency, clearly the result of inner turmoil. What is it, Zoro? William halted, turning to inquire, his face still adorned with a faint smile while secretly reveling in his triumph. If you dare to obstruct my ambition, I will not hesitate to cut you down. Zoro clenched his fists tightly, determination igniting in his gaze. He refused to allow anyone to hinder his pursuit of dreams. Even the allure of these two remarkable swords could not alter his resolve. Though he found it difficult to let go of them, I have a promise to fulfill, even if it means wagering my life. Zoro grit his teeth, reiterating his conviction, his words resonating with unwavering dedication, evident to all who heard his fervent commitment to his goal. William grinned, saying, such a bold proclamation from a frog at the bottom of the well. His expression turned serious, and he spoke solemnly. However, I look forward to that day. With that, he unsheathed Kuroki and Sakura from his back and gently tossed them to Zoro, the action imbued with a sense of trust and entrustment. When Mihawk was still a newcomer, the owner of these two swords was a man capable of claiming the title of the world's greatest swordsman, William said, gazing at Zoro, his eyes reflecting a blend of anticipation and faith, as if he were bestowing upon Zoro a significant mission. Subsequently, Zoro and William, seemingly in sync, spoke in unison. Captain of the flying pirate crew, Shiki the Golden Line, as they exchanged glances, a peculiar understanding flowed between them. William's eyes sparkled with expectation and trust. I hope you do not betray them, he earnestly stated, inwardly acknowledging Zoro's tenacity and resolve, wishing for these swords to shine brilliantly in Zoro's hands. Zoro tenderly caressed the two swords, his gaze akin to that of a person beholding their most cherished treasure, filled with reverence and affection, as he resolutely declared, "Then let me take them and ascend to the pinnacle of the strongest." His voice, though soft, resonated with power, as if the entire world could hear his vow. That promise blazed across the night sky like a shooting star, dazzling and radiant, exuding an unstoppable momentum. If sensing Zoro's surging sword intent, Kuroki and Sakura emitted a gentle chime in response, their sound ringing clear and melodious against the night sky. It felt as though they were joining Zoro in making this solemn vow, cheering him on, rendering the atmosphere of the night increasingly mysterious and filled with strength. Observing this scene, William gritted his teeth in frustration. What a useless blade. Why didn't it react when I held it? Unable to restrain himself, he doused Zoro with cold water, saying, "You are merely a frog at the bottom of the well, lacking even the mastery of hockey. The journey to the summit is rife with quagmires. Can you truly persevere, Zoro?" Though his words carried a hint of disparagement, they also sought to gauge Zoro's attitude in the face of skepticism, to further ascertain the steadfastness of his resolve. Zoro gripped the blade tightly, responding with unwavering confidence. "The journey may be long, but the view from the pinnacle is worth it." His voice resonated like a bell, echoing through the night sky, proclaiming his unwavering belief. Anyone could discern the relentless spirit burning within him. Chapter 17. Where's our ship? By the way, why don't I see our ship? Zoro suddenly realized a pressing issue, surveying his surroundings, only to behold the vast sea and the desolate island, with no sign of a ship in sight. I forgot to mention, my first invited companion is Baldwin Van Cleef, a paramecia-type float fruit user that we usually rely on floating islands for transportation. Since Van Cleef has other matters to attend to, I've been swimming during this period, William said casually, his demeanor so relaxed as if swimming to their destination were the most ordinary thing in the world. Hardly worth a second thought. I haven't gathered enough float fruit yet. So I can only swim for now. Is it too late for me to change my mind? Zoro's eyes widened in horror. He had not anticipated relying on swimming, and the thought of the long, watery journey sent a chill down his spine. While this can also be considered a form of training, William reassured, attempting to help Zoro accept this reality, in that case, I will not lose to you. Zoro clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Since he could not evade it, he would face it head-on, and moreover, he intended to compete with William during this process. William added, early the next morning, sunlight bathed the island, draping it in a golden hue that radiated warmth and tranquility. William gazed at Zoro's already scabbed wounds and could not help but exclaim, "What a monstrous constitution! At this rate, those wounds will heal in 2 or 3 days." His eyes sparkled with astonishment, as he had not anticipated Zoro's remarkable recovery abilities, which certainly commanded admiration. Zoro bit into a piece of roasted meat with fervor, muttering, "This level of injury is merely a trifle for me." There was a hint of pride in his tone. After all, as a swordsman, he had endured countless battles. Such wounds were indeed insignificant to him, serving instead as a testament to his growth. "It's settled. Once you recover, we shall set off." William looked at Zoro, his gaze filled with anticipation, eager to embark on their next adventure. "There's no need for that. We can depart right now," Zoro retorted dismissively. He was unwilling to let a minor injury delay their journey, and the fervent desire to press on and grow stronger surged within him. "If your wounds become infected, it could be fatal. You wouldn't want to perish from an infection, would you?" William cautioned. Although he too was eager to set off, he did not wish to see Zoro suffer due to his obstinacy. "Then let us rest for a few more days. However, even while resting, I shall not cease my training," Zoro contemplated, acknowledging William's reasoning and conceding. Yet, he would not squander this time idly. He intended to continue honing his swordsmanship. "Since I'm feeling rather bored, allow me to be your sparring partner," William said with a smile, eager to witness Zoro's progress over the next few days while also getting some exercise himself. 3 days later, the sun continued to shine brightly, its warm rays enveloping the two men. William observed the faint scars on Zoro's body, marveling, "Such a monstrous constitution. Even though I was mentally prepared, witnessing it firsthand is still impressive." Those scars resembled medals, bearing witness to Zoro's resilience and tenacity, eliciting admiration. "Let us set forth. Our destination is the floating restaurant, Bartai." Excitement sparkled in William's eyes, brimming with anticipation for the place they were about to reach. With a splash, the two plunged into the water, swimming towards the horizon. Their figures appeared resolute upon the sunlit surface of the sea, embarking on a new journey with unwavering determination on Suyer's island. The Admiral Akiji lounged lazily on a deck chair, lowering his eye patch as he said, "Once the supplies are complete, we shall set sail. The son of the devil is not on this island." "Yes," the soldiers replied in unison. Akiji knew full well that William did not possess his own ship and was alone, making the pursuit rather troublesome. A hint of helplessness crossed his face. Out at sea, William's forehead was veined with anger as he shouted furiously, "Zoro, you directionally challenged fool. You've swum off course again." He glared at Zoro's errant direction, both exasperated and anxious. This was not the first instance, and each time Zoro's navigation errors cost them considerable time. "Quit the nagging," Zoro shot back defiantly. Though he realized he had likely strayed again, he refused to admit it, and the two continued their bickering as they pressed on. It took an entire day for them to finally reach the nearest island, with a significant portion of that time wasted due to Zoro's monumental lack of direction. William reluctantly decided to abandon their plan of swimming to Bartai and instead opted to take a boat, hoping this would facilitate a smoother arrival without further delays caused by Zoro's navigational mishaps. Upon reaching shore, William stripped off his wet clothes and wrung them out, sternly admonishing, "Under no circumstances are you to leave my sight. Understand, you've directionally challenged buffoon. Quit the nagging," Zoro retorted, his brow furrowed in annoyance. The duo, reminiscent of rivals, continued their playful banter as they strode confidently toward the town. Their demeanor conveyed a unique tension, yet also an unmistakable camaraderie. Soon, they arrived at a tavern in the town. As they pushed open the somewhat dilapidated door, a pungent mix of alcohol and sweat assaulted their senses, creating an unpleasant yet distinctive aroma. Inside, a myriad of characters mingled, some loudly challenging each other to drinking games, while others argued vehemently, their faces flushed with fervor, a lively and cacophonous spectacle. After finding a seat, William wasted no time in ordering an abundance of food that filled the table to the brim. Soon, various roasted meats, breads, and fruits piled high like a small mountain, accompanied by several crates of beer. Zorro, already famished, gazed at the spread with glimmering eyes and began to feast heartily, his cheeks bulging like a greedy hamster as he mumbled, "Do you have any money?" "Nope," William replied succinctly, not even blinking, as though it were an inconsequential matter, continuing to indulge in his meal. This. Zorro flared up like a lit firecracker, his fury ignited. He transformed into a fierce figure, eyes wide with indignation as he roared, "You dare order so much food without any money?" His furious demeanor suggested he was ready to confront William at any moment. Yet William remained unfazed, leisurely munching while responding, "Don't worry, someone will pay for us later." This nonchalant attitude only fueled Zorro's frustration further. Zorro, slightly calming down, still wore a puzzled expression as he pressed, "Do you know anyone here?" William shook his head while chewing. "No." That dismissive tone reignited Zorro's anger, and he snapped, "Then where is the money for the bill going to come from?" Just then, with a resounding crash, the tavern door was kicked open, sending splinters flying. The sight was terrifying as a towering figure, over 4 meters tall, appeared in the entrance. His massive frame blocked much of the light, resembling a mountain. His bald head gleamed under the light, almost reflecting it, making him strikingly noticeable. He wore a vertically striped shirt, though several buttons were haphazardly fastened, exposing the gruesome scars on his chest. Those scars crisscrossed one another, telling tales of bloody battles he had endured. Exuding an intimidating aura, he casually yanked a chair and sat down. The chair creaked ominously under his weight, as if it would collapse at any moment. The commotion drew the attention of everyone in the tavern, silencing the room considerably. Subsequently, a motley crew of peculiar subordinates filed in behind him. Each had their own unique quirks. Some were tall and lanky, their eyes darting about with cunning glints, while others were stout and waddled, their faces jiggling with a menacing demeanor. "Hey, boss, bring me 200 servings of food," the bald giant bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. The windows rattled, and some of the glasses on the tables shook in response. "It's this customer," the tavern owner stammered, trembling like a leaf in the wind, his face a mask of terror. He feared he was in deep trouble, as there was no way to supply such a vast amount of food. The bald giant, noticing the owner's fear, grinned menacingly and said, "What? Are you defying my orders, Captain Spike?" The air was thick with a menacing tension that sent shivers down one's spine. The proprietor stammered, The food has been taken by these 2 guests." He gestured towards the direction of William and Zorro, as if to imply that it was not his fault. They were the ones who had consumed everything. "Hey, you over there?" "Yes, I'm talking to you. Still eating?" "You're making a racket." The uproar disturbed William. Shattering the pleasant atmosphere of his meal, he furrowed his brow and shook his neck. And in that instant, an overwhelming presence akin to a tidal wave of conquerors' hockey swept through the tavern. Thud! Thud! In a heartbeat, all present felt as though their souls had been wrenched from their bodies, collapsing to the ground. The noise of their earlier clamor abruptly silenced. The tavern fell into a profound stillness, broken only by the sound of bodies hitting the floor, a scene of utter chaos. Zorro, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with astonishment. He downed his drink in one go, his eyes alight with desire and determination. Muttering to himself, "So, this is what it means to have hockey. I shall master it in due time." His clenched fists manifested his inner resolve to grow stronger and to wield the power of hockey. The proprietor, observing the sprawled patrons, turned as pale as a ghost, trembling as he stammered, Gentlemen. William let out a satisfied belch, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and flashed a radiant smile, reassuring the proprietor. "Well, boss, I see quite a few wanted criminals here. You only need to inform the Navy to collect your bounty. Considerate payment for our meal. This is far too much, the proprietor stuttered, still in shock, his tongue tangled as he gazed at the disheveled figures on the floor, worrying whether he had stirred up greater trouble. William nonchalantly added, "The excess can be considered a tip." His nonchalance suggested that he felt entirely in control, unconcerned about any potential repercussions. After departing the tavern, the two returned to the port, the sea breeze howling against them, carrying the briny scent of the ocean, causing their clothing to flutter. Zorro surveyed the vessels docked nearby, a hint of pride crossing his face as he said to William, "You call me directionally challenged, yet the merchant ships are over there. This area is filled with pirate ships." William turned back, a puzzled expression on his face, as if to say, "What nonsense are you spouting?" He then retorted, "Do you have any money? Do you really want to board a merchant ship?" Zorro was momentarily taken aback by this question, standing there in stunned silence, only to realize it a moment later, feeling somewhat amused yet disgruntled. But he stubbornly continued to argue. "Can you even steer a ship? Do you know what navigation entails?" He thought to himself that even if they were to steal a vessel, one must possess some nautical skills. One cannot simply aimlessly sail about. William flashed a roguish smile, brimming with confidence, and replied, "I am a pirate, after all. I have a sword." His implications seemed to suggest that as long as he wielded a sword, any problem could be solved, leaving navigation as a mere triviality. Upon hearing this, Zorro instantly grasped William's intentions and agreed. Indeed, they can only blame their misfortune for encountering us, resolving to embrace their current path. Zorro decided they would first seize a ship. Eyeing the diverse array of vessels before them, William eagerly inquired, "So, which one do you fancy?" His demeanor was reminiscent of a child selecting a cherished toy. Brimming with anticipation, "I could go with any," Zorro replied casually, focused solely on departing swiftly towards their objective, unconcerned with the specifics of the ship's appearance or size. William activated his observation hockey, concentrating intently as he searched for a ship with crew aboard. After all, commandeering a vessel required a suitable target. Getting a ship underway was no trivial matter. Suddenly, he appeared to have stumbled upon something exceedingly intriguing, a smirk creeping across his face as he chuckled softly, his expression laced with surprise and delight. How interesting to encounter this here, he mused, recognizing the charming figure within his hockey. Nami, the little thief cat. This one will do. As he spoke, he strode purposefully towards the ship where Nami was located, his steps light yet tinged with urgency, as if he could hardly wait to reunite with this familiar acquaintance. He could see that moment aboard the ship. Nami exclaimed, "What a bountiful haul! A splendid bounty!" She flitted about like a nimble little fox, her movements so graceful they resembled a dance, effortlessly navigating through various rooms. Her vibrant orange hair shimmered in the dimly lit cabin, akin to a flickering flame. In the somewhat dreary ambience, she stood out brilliantly, adding a splash of color to the entire cabin. With her innate, remarkable intuition, she seemed to possess a treasure-hunting radar, easily locating the hidden riches of the pirates. At this moment, she was hauling a hefty bag brimming with gold and jewels, her heart alight with joy as she prepared to leave this fruitful place. Just then, her keen ears detected footsteps approaching the deck. The sound echoed distinctly in the quiet cabin, resonating like drums upon her heart, causing her pulse to quicken. "Oh no," Nami thought, panic rising within her. Her brows knitted together as she lamented her misfortune at nearly escaping, only to have someone return. "Why did they have to come back just as I'm about to leave?" She berated herself internally, anxiety beginning to seep in her thoughts. Don't panic. Don't fret. Perhaps they merely returned to retrieve something. She endeavored to steady herself, internally bolstering her courage, try to convince herself it was merely a minor interruption. Perhaps the intruder would take what they needed and depart. Hide. Yes, hide. As she contemplated this, she quickly scanned her surroundings for a suitable hiding spot. Her eyes reflected her tension and urgency, yet the cabin offered no particularly suitable refuge. Nami silently prayed while listening to the increasingly nearer footsteps. Her heart raced, the thumping echoing loudly in the stillness of the cabin, each beat a testament to her rising anxiety. Nami inwardly called out, "Stop! Stop! Don't come any closer!" She squeezed her eyes shut, wishing for a miracle. hoping the footsteps would cease and gradually fade away. Alas, the footsteps did not comply with her wishes. They grew ever closer. The thudding sound felt like it was pressing against Nami's nerves, heightening her sense of alarm. What to do? What to do? In a moment of desperation, Nami's mind raced, and she hatched a plan. I'll take a gamble. I should be able to escape safely. Gritting her teeth, she resolved that if all else failed, she would have to abandon the treasure and leap into the sea. After all, survival was paramount. Without waiting for the footsteps to approach, Nami strained to drag the heavy bag of treasure into the corridor, taking a deep breath to feign composure. She forced a haughty expression onto her delicate face, raising her chin defiantly, and called out to the approaching figure. Hey, you over there? Yes, you. Come help me. She attempted to utilize this facade of authority to mislead the intruder into believing she was one of their own. This is Captain Spike's order. She even invoked a supposed backing, thinking it might lend her claim more credibility. William chuckled, his laughter ringing out bright and carefree, reverberating through the narrow corridor, tinged with a playful sarcasm as he replied, Captain Spike, Well, his journey has reached its end. The implication in his words was unmistakable. She could not rely on that to intimidate him. As Nami recognized the intruder, she trembled uncontrollably, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself as if seeking solace. Demon child, William, she stammered. Her voice trembled with fear, for William was a notorious pirate, and even the mere mention of his name sent shivers down one's spine. William scratched his head in confusion, his gesture imbued with a childlike innocence, reminiscent of a naive youth grappling with an unfathomable dilemma, as he inquired, Didn't I change my clothes? How could you still recognize me? He was genuinely puzzled, believing that a change of attire should render him unrecognizable. Before Nami could respond, Zoro, akin to an enraged lion, roared, Why on earth do you harbor the delusion that changing your clothes would render you unrecognizable? His eyes widened in exasperation, his expression a mixture of frustration and incredulity at such a childish notion. But I've always disguised myself like this without being discovered. William defended himself innocently. Resembling a wrong child, feeling quite aggrieved, he pondered how this tactic had worked before, wondering why it failed this time. Zoro, momentarily at a loss for words, found himself both amused and exasperated by William's absurd reasoning. Retorting in irritation, That's only because the people you encountered were fools. William then turned to Nami with a request, his countenance brightening with a hint of a smile as he said, Well, it matters little. Dear lady, could you assist us in reaching the Bartai restaurant? As compensation, all the treasures you hold will rightfully belong to you. What do you say? He hoped to sway Nami with the allure of treasure, envisioning a mutually beneficial arrangement. Nami felt a stir within her, a flash of the loathsome visage of Arlong crossing her mind. The recollection of Arlong's malevolent deeds against her hometown, Kokoyashi village, ignited a flicker of resolve in her gaze. She thought to herself, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. William has a bounty of 3.054 billion berries that Arlong's meager 20 million bounty pales in comparison. If I can leverage them to deal with Arlong, perhaps Kokoyashi village can find peace once more. Despite her trembling body betraying her fear, Nami feigned calmness as she replied, Taking you to Bartai? That is no trivial matter. Why should I assist you? She deliberately pretended to be reluctant, calculating that she should not agree so readily. Moreover, she emphasized that the treasures were hers, not theirs, attempting to secure a more advantageous position in this negotiation. William raised an eyebrow, recognizing her ploy of feigned resistance. However, he was undeterred and decided to play along, smiling as he suggested, Are there any bounties nearby? I could take care of them, and the reward would be yours. How does that sound? He aimed to further entice Nami, hoping to secure her complete agreement to help. Deal. Nami responded without hesitation, her eyes glinting with a hint of cunning. She thought to herself that this arrangement was splendid. Not only would she obtain a bounty, but she might also resolve the issue with Arlong. Such a bargain was too good to pass up. Zoro regarded William with a puzzled expression but remained silent, for he understood that in the world of pirates, daily conduct might be inconsequential. Yet the captain's orders were absolute. A crew member who could not follow the captain's command was of little use. Since William had made his decision, Zoro would comply without question. Nami stood resolutely by the helm, the wind howling as it tousled her signature orange hair, wild and vibrant like an unquenchable flame. Her slender yet powerful hands gripped the helm with the precision of a master navigator, each subtle movement reflecting her exceptional skill. At this moment, her agile eyes flickered with complex emotions, a blend of anxiety and anticipation. She was constantly devising ways to cleverly lead William and Zoro toward Arlong's crew, casting a glance at the two men enjoying the sea breeze and sipping rum. She spoke softly, her voice quivering slightly, betraying her underlying tension. The nearest bounty is that of Arlong, with a bounty of 20 million berries. Zoro, seemingly struck by a thought, set down his drink and scratched his head, saying, "I've heard of this guy's reputation since my days as a bounty hunter." He continued to inform William, "Arlong's bounty is the highest in the East Blue. Even the East Blue overlord Krieg, with his 5,000 men and 50 warships, only boasts a bounty of 17 million berries." Nami, feeling a twinge of regret, continued with a troubled expression. "It is said that Arlong once battled Admiral Kizaru for 3 days and nights, only to be narrowly defeated in the end." Upon hearing this, William burst into laughter, incredulously spitting out his drink. The rumors in the world of One Piece were indeed fearsome. Arlong had been dispatched by Kizaru with a mere finger, and it was only through Jinbei's intercession that he had emerged from Impel Down. How had this tale morphed into a 3-day battle in Nami's ears? After a moment, William finally calmed himself, a carefree smile gracing his lips as he lifted his chin slightly, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Miss Nami, do not blink, for the battle will be over in less than a minute." Zoro, upon hearing this, retrieved oil to maintain his beloved swords. Sunlight glinted off the blade, reflecting a fierce glimmer akin to the gaze of a hungry wolf, eager to rend its prey's throat. "Perfect time to test my new sword," Zoro muttered, his deep voice laced with barely contained excitement, revealing his combative nature as a swordsman. Chapter 20. Is this your final word? The ship sailed slowly into the waters surrounding Kokoyashi village, yet had not fully docked. A heavy air of decay and oppression enveloped them, akin to a tide of darkness infused with the scent of death. Suffocating and making it hard to breathe out on the shore, what were once splendid buildings adorned with intricate carvings now lay in ruins, crumbling and scattered upon the ground. In the fields, the villagers, their spirits diminished, trudged along with heavy steps, laboring in a state of numbness. Their hollow, lifeless eyes resembled two parched wells, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Nami beheld this familiar yet profoundly alien scene in her village. Her heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, pain radiating throughout her body, and her eyes began to redden. She bit her silver teeth together, an angry roar escaping her lips. This is the sin wrought by Arlong and the Navy. They run rampant here, trampling the dignity of the villagers and snuffing out innocent lives, while I can only stand by and watch. Powerless to intervene, tears welled in her eyes, yet she held them back with determination, refusing to let them fall, her resolve for vengeance growing ever stronger. William narrowed his eyes, perceptibly sensing the tumultuous waves of Nami's anger and sorrow. As if he were attuned to the undercurrents of the sea, he stepped forward, firmly patting her shoulder, the warmth of his palm transferring a sense of reassurance as he spoke in a low yet resolute voice. "With me here, all of this will come to an end." With a playful wink, he added, "Let us stretch our limbs a bit. Just don't blink, all right?" At that moment, one of the sea beasts raised by Arlong's crew, a massive creature, seemed to sense something amiss, slowly peeking its enormous head above the water. Upon realizing it was Nami accompanied by two unfamiliar faces, it prepared to dive back into the depths to relay the news. However, before it could take another action, a dazzling slash, akin to a silver lightning bolt, cleaved through the air. With a piercing sound sharp enough to rupture eardrums, it struck with blinding speed, instantly severing the beast's massive body in two. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding waters crimson. Witnessing this, Nami clamped her mouth shut, striving to stifle her cries, yet the tears flowed uncontrollably like a flood breaking through a dam. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, countless nightmares surging forth at that moment, and she silently questioned, Will all this suffering and torment finally come to an end today? The ship glided gracefully towards the shore, and William, ever the first to act, moved with the swiftness of a black lightning bolt, emanating a powerful aura as he shot forth, landing with a resounding thud. The very ground beneath him trembled slightly, as if heralding his formidable arrival to the surroundings. Zorro followed closely behind, his movements lithe and agile, resembling a shadow hidden in the darkness, silently alighting upon the earth. The palpable aura of menace radiating from him caused the temperature around to drop several degrees instantly. As William and Zorro emerged at the village entrance, they were swiftly encircled by a group of raucous thugs from the Dragon Pirates. "Who are you?" "This is the territory of the Dragon Pirates. If you know what's good for you, scram before you meet your demise," the thug bellowed, his voice raspy and brimming with bravado, veins bulging on his neck, presenting an unmistakable visage of a street bully. William, upon hearing this, allowed a faint, icy smile to grace his lips, a chilling grin that seemed to carry the essence of shattered ice. Echoing from the depths of a sinister abyss, Hati sent a shiver down the spines of those around him, as he uttered, "With scum like you, you're merely courting death." Before his words faded, he moved with a sudden swiftness, akin to a streak of black lightning slicing through the night sky, appearing like a specter among the thugs. They barely had time to register the shift before William elegantly swung his blade, named Ace, with a grace reminiscent of nobility dancing at a grand ball, yet concealing a lethal intent, a frigid sword aura. Like the grim scythe wielded by death itself, sliced through the air. The weapons in the thug's hands shattered like brittle twigs, snapping with a series of crisp cracks as they were sent flying by the sheer force, crashing to the ground amidst pained cries, raising a cloud of dust and chaos. Meanwhile, Zorro, already gripping his twin swords tightly, surged forward in a single bound, akin to a cheetah pouncing on its prey. Charging towards another group of thugs, in an instant, the gleam of his blades flickered like the scorching sun, exploding with blinding brilliance amidst the crowd. For him, dispatching this rabble was merely a warm-up. His gaze swiftly fixed upon the formidable figure of Hachi, a prominent member of the Dragon Pirates. Hachi, robust and agile, possessed the natural strength and swiftness of a fishman, wielding 6 blades with his self-created 6-sword style. Presenting a significant challenge for Zorro in a flash, Zorro initiated his assault, a black tempest sweeping towards Hachi. Hachi, undeterred, unsheathed his 6 blades in an instant, their cold glimmer resembling lethal stars. The two clashed violently. The sound of metal meeting metal ringing incessantly, sparks flying like dazzling fireworks. Zorro crossed his blades and deftly parried Hachi's fierce strike, the tremendous force numbing his arms. Yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to yield, carving deep grooves into the ground beneath him. You have some skill," Zorro grunted, a fierce flame of determination igniting in his eyes. In a swift motion, he pivoted and unleashed his technique. 2-sword style. Aye. Rashoman. His blades lashed out like dragons emerging from the sea, accompanied by a howling wind, unleashing a flurry of deadly sword auras that wove an invisible net around Hachi. Hachi swiftly sank, employing the agility honed by his aquatic nature, maneuvering close to the ground to narrowly evade the onslaught. "I don't think your skills will be enough to take me down." Hachi roared, his 6 blades spinning rapidly in the air, conjuring a black whirlwind to counterattack Zorro. Unfazed, Zorro countered with 3-sword style. Tiger Hunt. In an instant, 3 blades transformed into instruments of death, slashing with a speed too swift for the eye to perceive. Hachi's eyes widened as he desperately defended with all 6 blades. Each clash sending shockwaves through his hands, blood spilling from his palms. The battle intensified, the air around them seeming to ignite with heat. Seizing the advantage, Zorro unleashed his ultimate move. 3-sword style. Secret technique. 3,000 worlds. The 3 blades whirled at high speed, embodying cataclysmic power, crashing down upon Hachi. With no avenue for escape, Hachi braced himself, raising his blades in futile defense that a thunderous crack reverberated as 2 of his swords shattered. He was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater and stirring a cloud of dust. Hachi's chest and abdomen were ravaged by the sword aura, rendering him unable to rise despite his attempts, causing him to bleed profusely. Before long, Hachi's breath ceased. The ruckus outside drew the attention of the dragon pirates within, their expressions darkening as they stormed out, led by their furious captain. Which fool dares to provoke the dragon pirates? The captain bellowed, his voice booming. But the moment his gaze landed upon William, his heart plummeted, as if gripped by an invisible hand, halting his steps. "How can a man like you?" The captain stammered, his eyes widening in terror. William cast a scornful glance at the astonished captain, interrupting his faltering words with a cold disdain. "You are the dragon? Say, you are indeed quite hideous. I ask that your farewell." The captain, inflamed by William's words, turned crimson, though fear gnawed at his insides, urging him to flee from this hellish scene. Yet, witnessing his fallen comrades, a flicker of pride ignited within him. Drawing a deep breath, he expanded his form, his skin taking on an eerie, bluish-gray hue, revealing razor-sharp teeth as he let out a low growl. Like a demon of the deep-sea awakening, he lunged at William with a massive serrated blade, its edge glinting ominously in the sunlight, as if capable of tearing through anything in its path. William, however, remained unperturbed, his aura shifting dramatically, exuding an oppressive force that enveloped the blade, instilling dread in all who beheld it. With a glint of resolve in his eyes, he charged forward to meet the captain's onslaught. Nami stood nearby, clutching her garment tightly, her knuckles white, palms soaked in sweat, as if she might wring water from the fabric. Her eyes were glued to the battlefield, filled with worry and hope, her lips trembling silently in prayer for William. With a resounding clang, a deafening noise erupted, akin to a mighty bell tolling, followed by a sharp crack that pierced the air. The onlookers turned to witness the captain's serrated blade shatter into countless pieces. His face registered disbelief as he slowly looked down, noticing the blood gushing from a deep wound at his waist, crimson like a fountain gone awry. How could this be?" he murmured, but before he could finish, his upper body slid off, hitting the ground with a muted thud and raising a cloud of dust. Chapter 21. A beautiful tattoo before long, Zoro, drenched in blood, strode confidently to William's side. Blood stained his clothes, yet he showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration and satisfaction from the battle. This fight was somewhat entertaining, Zoro grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. William pondered silently, concealing his thoughts. Is the savior of Rayleigh really slain by Zoro's sword? Just a trifling character, after all. Just as the tumult subsided, the villagers of Cocoa Village cautiously peeked out from their dilapidated houses. Upon witnessing the death of the dragon, their fear was swiftly replaced by joy and exultation that we are saved. Thank the heavens. "Thank you, brave warriors." Cheers erupted, intertwining into a triumphant anthem of victory, resonating across this land long battered by hardship. Nami's eyes welled with tears, the glistening droplets sparkling in the sunlight like delicate crystals. She rushed to William and Zoro, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you so much, truly." William gently patted her shoulder. A man's promise must be fulfilled, even at the cost of his life. He then turned to the side. As agreed, the head of the dragon belongs to you, along with the treasures he has plundered from the villagers over the years. Nami's eyes brimmed with tears once more, her gratitude pouring forth. At that moment, Nojiko stepped forward with a smile, suggesting, "Why don't we throw a feast to celebrate?" William surveyed the villagers' faces, all filled with joy and hope, and his heart warmed as he nodded. "Indeed, we should celebrate this new beginning to the feast." The aroma of wine filled the air, laughter and cheer resounded. Holding his cup, William scanned the crowd, puzzled him. Where is Nami? She cannot miss this celebration. Noki smiled slightly, whispering, "She has gone to get a brand new tattoo." As the words fell, Nami gracefully approached the campfire, boldly displaying her new tattoo on her arm. It was the familiar design of an orange intertwined with a windmill. The orange representing her longing for her mother Belmere, who had lovingly cultivated an orange grove. The windmill symbolized her hometown of Kokoyasi Village, the softest tether of her heart. What a beautiful tattoo! William sincerely praised, The bonfire blazed brightly, radiating warmth. Noki whispered something to Nami, prompting her to raise her eyebrows in playful indignation and pretend to chase after him in mock anger. The sisters' laughter, like silver bells, echoed, adding a vibrant hue to the feast, as if all previous hardships had vanished in that fleeting moment. The revelry continued into the deep night. The villagers of Kokoyashi, filled with the joy of newfound life and dreams of stable days ahead, gradually dispersed, returning to their homes. William and Zoro, though slightly fatigued, returned to the ship to rest, content. The following morning, the warm sun rose like a gentle artist, delicately sketching shimmering reflections on the sea with golden strokes. William awoke early, standing at the bow of the ship, stretching languidly as the sea breeze caressed his face like a tender hand, bringing a refreshing coolness. He closed his eyes slightly, sensing the subtle movements around him with his observation haki. In a moment, a light smile graced his lips as he called out, "Zoro, it's time for morning practice." Responding to the call, Zoro stepped out of the cabin with steady strides, his posture upright like a sharp spear. After taking his place, he swiftly drew his sword, the blade glinting coldly in the light. Noticing William had not drawn his weapon, he raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Isn't this morning practice?" with a mysterious smile playing on his lips. William leisurely pointed toward the vast sea. "Your opponents are over there." Following the direction, Zoro peered out but saw only the endless horizon, the clear blue offering no sign of disturbance, filled with perplexity. "But there's nothing there." Yet, in an instant, he recalled William's mastery of observation haki. The dormant flame of battle within him ignited fiercely, his eyes blazing with a fervor that could almost set the sea ablaze. "Are they enemies?" William, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "It's the Navy, a bunch of lackluster underlings who fail to pique my interest, but they will serve as an excellent opportunity for you to hone your swordsmanship." Before long, a naval warship surged through the calm waters, its bow cutting through the surface and sending up waves like a rampaging steel beast. Standing at the prow was Captain Mouse, his expression dark as storm clouds before a tempest, thick enough to seem as if it could drip with fury. Captain Mouse was filled with rage and resentment over the downfall of the dragon pirates. He had initially hoped to exploit that crew to amass wealth in the area, but his plans had been utterly disrupted, compelling him to seek answers and reclaim his lost honor. Without turning back, William stepped into the cabin, leaving behind a light yet undeniable reminder: don't take too long. Zoro, brimming with confidence, responded loudly, "I'll finish this quickly." Just as he spoke, the warship docked, and with a nimble leap, Zoro ascended onto the ship like a swift swallow. Captain Mouse, seeing the uninvited Zoro, shouted hoarsely, "Who are you? If you don't want to be wanted, scram." Knowing that Captain Mouse was the dragon's protector, Zoro's disdain was evident as he retorted with a cold snort, "You, a Navy officer, colluding with pirates, are a disgrace to the Navy. Tarnishing that uniform of justice." Captain Mouse's fury boiled over, his face turning crimson like a ripe tomato as he roared, "You insolent pirate, stop your nonsense. Seize him." At his command, naval soldiers surged forth like a tide, quickly raising their weapons, spears and guns glinting coldly, surrounding Zoro in a formidable formation, attempting to ensnare him with sheer numbers. Zoro smirked derisively, his form moving like a gust of wind in an instant. He was among the soldiers, 3 swords gleaming with a deadly light under the sun, resembling cold stars of death. With swift precision, he wielded his blades, the flashes of light creating an impenetrable barrier. Like a finely tuned killing machine, the soldiers' weapons clashed with his swords. They shattered, fragments scattering across the deck, ringing out like chimes to defeat me. You might as well train for another 100 years. Zoro's voice was low yet filled with menace, resonating like a thunderclap. Witnessing this, Captain Mouse was struck with dread, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Yet he feigned composure, hastily drawing his pistol. His hands trembled violently as he attempted to aim at Zoro. However, Zoro would not grant him the opportunity to fire. With a swift step forward, he moved like lightning, 3 blades striking towards Captain Mouse with relentless ferocity. In an instant, a flash of cold light passed, and Captain Mouse's head fell with a clatter, his wide eyes still reflecting disbelief and terror, unable to comprehend until his last breath. The surrounding naval soldiers were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling. Dropping their weapons and pleading for mercy, their bodies shaking as cries and pleas intertwined. Zoro, adhering to his code as a warrior, would never strike down those without arms. He looked at the kneeling soldiers with disdain. Declaring, "Pathetic, get lost." With that, he sheathed his swords and turned to leave. Suddenly, a brilliant slash, akin to a silver lightning bolt, cut through the air, accompanied by a piercing buzz that could shatter eardrums, slicing through the warship with blinding speed. The air seemed to tear apart, producing a series of explosive sounds, reminiscent of firecrackers on New Year's. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The entire warship appeared to be split in two by an invisible force following the trajectory of that slash. The front half, propelled by inertia, tilted upwards before slowly leaning, as the sea rushed in like a monstrous beast, mercilessly engulfing everything with a gurgling sound. Panic erupted among the soldiers on board, frantic screams rising in chaos. Some soldiers, wide-eyed with despair, shrieked in terror, their voices filled with fear and helplessness, resembling lambs led to slaughter. Others scrambled desperately for the still dry areas, their hands grasping at air, seeking anything that could save them. While some collapsed onto the deck, pale as death, continuously begging for mercy as if pleading for divine compassion. William, effortlessly and fluidly sheathing his sword, turned to enter the cabin, contemplating, next, we shall head to the floating restaurant. He envisioned Sanji's extraordinary potential, rivaling Zoro's prowess point 2 years hence. Sanji would shine even brighter, his lineage awakening, impervious to Quinn's strikes. The creations of Vegapunk, the attacks of the Seraphim would feel like mere tickles to Sanji. Akin to Big Mom's steel balloons, such a talent, endowed with culinary skill and strength, was not to be overlooked. Zoro nodded in agreement. Indeed, we need someone on board who can whip up delicious meals. Chapter 22. The Floating Restaurant Bartai. The ship set sail slowly toward the floating restaurant Bartai. Out on the deck, Zoro's eyes were firmly covered by a black cloth, his hands clutching his swords. Every fiber of his being bracing for the challenge ahead. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, soaking his attire. Upon seeing William draw ace, Nami's face paled, exclaiming, "No way, you can't be thinking of—" William offered her a gentle smile, replying nonchalantly, "This is a form of training, that if Zoro perishes as a result, it merely indicates his inadequacy." Nami's expression was fraught with worry, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she stomped her feet in distress. "This is too reckless." Yet Zoro, resolute, responded, "Bring it on. As you said, a swordsman who hasn't even mastered haki isn't worthy of being called anything but third-rate. I cannot tolerate my own weakness." Zoro held his breath, concentrating intently as he endeavored to trace William's attack trajectory. His ears perked up to catch even the faintest sound of slicing air. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through him. He realized he had been struck, the blade having pierced his chest, blood seeping through his garments in an instant. He quickly steeled himself, listening intently for the sharp sound of the blade tearing through the air. From the left? No. Whoosh, once again, it was the same area. Despite having attempted to block and evade, he was still hit. Would it strike his chest again? No. I heard it. It's my left arm. Clang. Seeing Zoro deftly parry his attack, William displayed a look of admiration. Impressive, but the next challenge will be doubled. A most welcome opportunity. Zoro gritted his teeth, unwavering. Whoosh, another fierce slash, splatter. Blood once again sprayed from Zoro's chest like a gushing spring, prompting Nami to cry out in alarm. "Stop. This is too reckless." Zoro, clenching his jaw, resolutely replied, "It's fine. Keep going." Whoosh, the attacks continued unabated. Thud. Ultimately, Zoro, having lost too much blood, succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the deck. William turned to Nami, his expression grave. Zoro harbors his own ambitions, a dream he is willing to stake his life on. Days later, the distinctive sea restaurant finally came into view. Its exterior resembled a colossal ship, with the bow shaped like a fish, so vividly crafted that it appeared ready to leap into the sea at any moment. It floated serenely upon the waves, which relentlessly crashed against its outer walls, sending up sprays of white foam. After docking alongside the restaurant, The three entered this culinary paradise upon the S. They stepped over the threshold of Baratai. An intoxicating aroma of rich and savory food wafted towards them like a playful spirit, instantly awakening their appetites, their stomachs rumbling in a symphony of eagerness for a feast. The restaurant buzzed with activity. Patrons mingled, conversing boisterously while sharing tales of their maritime adventures, or dining alone, savoring their meals with focused expressions, utterly absorbed in their culinary experience. William, having prepared meticulously, sported a pair of clear glasses chosen from Old John's optic shop in Marineford, now securely perched on his nose, during his time in Cocoa Village. He had tested the disguise's efficacy, and the villagers had failed to recognize him as he passed by. His gaze swept through the crowd like a searchlight, swiftly locking onto a distinct figure, a man with striking golden hair and trademark curly eyebrows. Dressed in a sharply tailored black suit complemented by a vibrant red tie, he moved gracefully between tables, his demeanor exuding elegance as he offered attentive service with a perfectly placed smile. The trio found an empty table and had barely settled in when a figure appeared at their side with an astonishing speed, so swift that even Zorro, the keen swordsman, barely sensed his presence. Zorro marveled inwardly, his pupils constricting slightly. Is this the crew member we seek? In terms of speed, I nearly missed him. However, he resolved not to be outdone. From now on, my training must be doubled. Meanwhile, Sanji seemed to be rendered motionless, his gaze fixated on Nami, murmuring as if enchanted. Oh, my heavens! An angel of such beauty has descended before me. As he spoke, he produced a vibrant rose, dew glistening on its petals, as if conjured from thin air. Leaning forward, he politely offered it to Nami, his face adorned with a charming smile. Beautiful lady, might I inquire your name? Nami, amused, covered her mouth with a soft laugh, accepting the rose and teasingly replying, Nami. Before Sanji could respond, a rolling pin hurtled through the air with a whooshing sound, striking him squarely on the back of the head, sending him crashing to the floor. The assailant was none other than Patty. Sanji, you scoundrel, harassing the customers again. Patty then turned to William and his companions, forcing a grim smile onto his face. Welcome to the Baratai, gentlemen, and this lovely lady. What would you like to order? Abruptly, his expression shifted, his smile vanishing as he raised his voice. We do not welcome paupers here. William grinned widely, revealing a set of pristine teeth, and calmly replied, To start, we'll have 100 servings of food. Hearing this, Sanji's brow furrowed in disapproval as he stared fixedly at William. I will not forgive anyone who wastes food if you dare to waste it. Before he could finish, Patty, in a flurry, interjected, Understood, sir? Please hold on. At that moment, Patty was solely focused on business, unwilling to let a potential big client slip away due to Sanji's principles. Meanwhile, a customer discreetly rose and exited the restaurant. His expression hurried as he pulled out a transponder snail, his fingers trembling as he dialed, his voice frantic and excited. I'm certain, I saw it with my own eyes, the legendary sword. The 12 blades of the supreme great knife. However, before he could finish, he collapsed into a void of darkness, losing consciousness in an instant. His body slumped to the floor, the transponder snail clattering from his grip. The person on the other end, filled with confusion, questioned repeatedly, Hello. What happened? Hello. All that responded was an oppressive silence. Shortly thereafter, Sanji approached with 3 exquisite plates of steak, beautifully presented and sizzling with juices. An aroma wafting through the air, the visual and olfactory stimuli alone were enough to make anyone's mouth water, igniting their taste buds. William was the first to seize a fork, boldly spearing an entire steak and bringing it to his mouth. Instantly, a medley of flavors exploded on his palate like a brilliant firework, the essence of meat and spices intertwining harmoniously, but a glint of surprise flashed in William's eyes as he exclaimed in genuine admiration, Delicious. The culinary skills truly live up to their reputation. Zorro, not to be outdone, devoured his meal with gusto, his cheeks stuffed, mumbling with satisfaction. Not bad. Nami, embodying the essence of a refined lady, sat gracefully, delicately slicing her steak and savoring each small bite. Sanji, observing William finish a steak the size of a watermelon in just 3 bites, was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression grew serious, as if he had made a firm resolution. It seems we have a formidable contender. I shall not allow my culinary honor to be tarnished. After a whirlwind of consumption, Patty, whose hands trembled from the prolonged stirring, finally approached William and Zoro as they set down their utensils. Letting out a deep breath, he declared, "Gentlemen, the total comes to 3.2 million berries. Who will be settling the bill?" Nami gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Why not just rob a bank? That's exorbitant." Patty's face darkened immediately, his eyes bulging as he barked. "Do you intend to dine and dash?" Nami rolled her eyes helplessly. She simply didn't have that much money on her. Besides, as a well-known establishment in the East Blue, Verity's prices were notoriously steep, justifiably so. Sanji, however, appeared at Nami's side with supernatural speed, bowing slightly, his eyes filled with longing. "Miss Nami, your meal is, of course, complimentary." Nami, delighted, blew him a kiss. "Thank you." Sanji, as if struck by Medusa's gaze, stood frozen, muttering, Miss Nami's kiss." Suddenly, he turned to William and Zoro with a serious demeanor. "Of course, you two will be paying." He then returned to his dazed state. William, in fact, had the means. During their voyage in the East Blue, he had encountered numerous pirates. Pulling out a thick wad of 10,000 berry bills from his pocket, he smiled at Patty. The food was exquisite, and regarding Nami's portion, "We also," before he could finish, the money in William's hand suddenly materialized in Nami's grasp, who began counting while negotiating the bill with Patty. "1 steak deducted, and for the wine, you can only charge 2/3, as I had some too. Moreover, the service fee must also be reduced." Patty, drenched in sweat, stared blankly at the 1.6 million berries in his hands, momentarily frozen in place before hastily fleeing with the money. He feared that if he lingered any longer, the meal that Nami and the others enjoyed might end up costing his own restaurant dearly. William could not help but internally lament, "Now I truly believe that in the original story, Nami enjoys her purchases for free." After indulging in their meal and dessert, William observed that the number of patrons at Baratai was steadily increasing. It seemed that his intention to invite Sanji when there were fewer people had been dashed. Chapter 23. Sanji, don't catch a cold. William gently set down his wine glass. And in that instant, a powerful aura akin to the overwhelming force of a tempest surged forth, sweeping across the entire maritime restaurant without warning. Thud! Thud! The patrons present felt as if their souls had been wrenched from their bodies, collapsing limply onto the floor. Patty emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand, only to find a once bustling restaurant now eerily quiet. As if everyone had fallen into a deep slumber, sprawled on the ground in shock, exclaiming, "What just happened? Hey, are you all right, sir?" Zep, hearing the commotion, stepped out from the kitchen, arms crossed, his gaze fixed gravely on William as he explained. "This is an ability that cannot be acquired through mere practice. It appears in only one among millions. It is a power only a born king can wield. Conqueror's Haki." William removed his glasses and nodded slightly at Zep, expressing genuine regret. "I sincerely apologize. After all, if my whereabouts were to be revealed, it could lead to significant trouble." Patty rubbed his eyes in disbelief, pointing at William and stammering, My name is Joel D. William, and this is my companion, Rorinoa Zoro. This young lady is our hired navigator, Nami." William introduced himself with composed dignity, a man like you wouldn't just appear here without reason. "What is your objective?" Zep's piercing gaze struck straight to the heart of the matter. "I am in need of chef on my ship. Sanji, join us," William stated directly, cutting to the chase. Sanji, hands in pockets, scrutinized William and Zoro from head to toe, raising an eyebrow. "The son of the pirate king? Yet, I have been doing quite well here at this maritime restaurant. Why should I join you?" With a slight smirk, William continued to entice. "Sanji, the East Blue is too small. The Grand Line is home to countless peculiar ingredients you have yet to encounter." He paused, his voice growing more alluring. "As a chef, do you not yearn for that legendary land where all the world's ingredients converge, the dreamland of every chef? All blue." Sanji's eyes sparkled with interest. Instinctively retrieving his lighter to ignite a cigarette, taking a deep drag, as the smoke swirled around him, His gaze became somewhat dreamy, filled with longing. All blue. That is the dreamland I have heard about since childhood. I have traversed that wondrous sea countless times in my dreams, with every unfamiliar ingredient beckoning to me. His voice trembled slightly, betraying his yearning. Zep seized the moment to assist, clearing his throat and feigning seriousness. Sanji, you have been dismissed. There is no place for you in this maritime restaurant any longer. Zep silently sighed, knowing that remaining at Bartai would forever bar him from stepping foot in all blue. Patty fought back tears, echoing, indeed. Hurry and pack your things and leave. You lecherous scoundrel, don't linger here any longer. The other chefs aboard also reddened around the eyes, clamoring, yes, you lecherous brat, harassing customers daily has worn us thin. If you continue to stay, the restaurant might very well collapse because of you. Yet, the choking sobs and reluctance in their voices were not easily masked. Moments later, as Sanji emerged with his luggage, he gazed at William, his lips quivering slightly as he slowly spoke. Let me accompany you. I will be the chef on your ship. As Sanji stepped out of Bartai, the sea breeze gently tousled his golden hair. He turned back for a lingering glance at the restaurant that had been his home for so long, at the familiar doors and windows, at the corners rich with memories. William softly inquired, "Will you not say farewell?" "Ah, no need," Sanji replied, his voice tinged with a false bravado. However, as he turned to leave, Zep, with reddened eyes, arms crossed, struggled to suppress the tremors in his body, facing away from Sanji. Zep spoke in a voice that was barely a whisper, yet filled with heartfelt emotion. "Sanji, don't catch a cold." That simple statement pierced Sanji's heart like a sharp blade, striking at its most tender spot. Tears welled up in an instant. Uncontrollable, he turned around, his legs buckling as he knelt heavily on the ground, his forehead striking the deck. "Boss Zep, I am forever grateful for your kindness." Sanji stood, fiercely wiping away his tears with his sleeve. Taking a deep breath, and resolutely stepped onto William's ship. As the vessel slowly sailed away, Sanji watched the maritime restaurant fade into the distance until it disappeared beyond the horizon. That moment. Sanji's eyes remained moist, his heart a tumult of emotions, filled with both nostalgia for the past and anticipation for the future. A few days later, the ship anchored steadily at the port of Coco West. The sea breeze gently brushing against them, carrying a hint of parting melancholy. William and Nami stood on the dock, bidding farewell with heavy hearts, their luggage already aboard. The sails billowed loudly, as if urging everyone to set sail immediately into the unknown and perilous vast ocean. Amidst this heavy atmosphere, suddenly, several dark figures raced across the sky, slicing through the clear blue. They were messenger seagulls, soaring high, resembling precise couriers, dropping a few bounty notices. The papers fluttered down, and William swiftly reached out to catch them. Instinctively glancing at the bounty notices in that moment, even the usually composed William was momentarily taken aback. There, in bold black letters, it read, "Son of the Devil, Joel William, bounty of 3.05, 4 billion berries. William's pirate crew fighter. Roranoa Zoro, bounty of 177 million berries. William's pirate crew chef. Sanji, bounty of 143 million berries. William's pirate crew navigator. Nami, bounty of 111 million berries." Upon seeing these words, Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. "Just by being associated with you, I am suddenly carrying a bounty of over 100 million. William pondered inwardly. Is it because of the involvement with Roger? It seems Roger has indeed discovered something extraordinary. Nami, having caught sight of her own bounty notice, stood frozen as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Moments later, she let out a sharp scream, her face filled with terror. No. To her, merely serving as William's temporary navigator for a few days had inexplicably burdened her with a bounty of over 100 million berries. The days ahead would likely see her living in constant fear of capture. That moment, Nochi approached with a serious demeanor, standing tall with sincere eyes that seemed to penetrate the soul. Gazing intently at William, and gravely asked, "Captain William, may I entrust Nami's dream to you? She has always longed to chart the entire world." In his eyes lay a mixture of hope and concern, entrusting his sister's future in this brief exchange. Meanwhile, Akane, who had silently watched over Nochi and Nami for years, appeared even more somber. His brow furrowed deeper, wrinkles etched into his face as he solemnly threatened. "Listen well, boy. If you dare cause Nami a single tear of sorrow, even if it costs me my life, I will not let you off." His words were laden with fierce determination to protect. William's expression turned serious, and he responded with unwavering gravity. "As long as I'm alive, I will ensure that Nami comes to no harm." Each word resonated with undeniable resolve, as if he had made a solemn vow. Nami fought back tears, her eyes reddening as she forced a smile, moving towards the villagers to bid them farewell one by one. When she reached Akane, she gently grasped his hand. "Akane, thank you so much for taking care of me and Nochi all these years." Tears welled up in Aijian's eyes as he nodded heavily, his throat constricted as if choked by some unseen force. 1,000 words trapped within, unable to escape his lips. When bidding farewell to Noachi Gao, the two sisters embraced tightly, as if wishing to meld into one another. Noachi Gao whispered softly in her ear, "Name, pursue your dreams, and make sure to return safely." At last, Name's tears cascaded down her cheeks, and she choked out, "I will, and you must take good care of yourself." Thereafter, Name slowly walked towards William's ship. With each step, it felt as though she bore an immense weight, her movements somewhat unsteady, her figure appearing frail. Yet, her gaze was unwavering, radiating the courage of one who has committed fully to her aspirations. Stepping onto the gangplank, she cast one last glance back at the familiar homes and beloved faces of Kokuyashi village as they gradually receded from view. Silently murmuring, "Farewell, everyone. I promise to return with the world's nautical charts." Chapter 24. My dream is the transparent fruit. Sanji rummaged through the chaotic kitchen, surveying the meager and dilapidated utensils. His brow furrowed into a frown, and he grumbled, "This kitchen is utterly abysmal. The equipment is incomplete, and we can't even gather the most basic spices." Zoro also wore a disgruntled expression as he strode out of the cramped training room, clutching a training barbell, muttering, "The equipment in that training room is pitifully scarce, and the space is so constricted that I can hardly perform any substantial moves." Name promptly voiced her concerns, her brows knitted in worry. "Moreover, the ship's power system is exceedingly outdated, making our speed sluggish that in an emergency, we would struggle to react swiftly, and we don't even have a pirate flag. This simply won't do. A pirate flag is essential for our identity." Upon hearing the chorus of complaints, William scratched his head sheepishly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he explained, "After all, this is merely a pirate ship I happen to seize, but there's no need for everyone to fret about the ship. Bucky's parting gift to me should have been reported in the newspapers." Name reacted swiftly, as if competing in a quiz, and exclaimed, "It's a devil fruit worth over 100 million. William chuckled and shook his head, correcting her, "No, the world government once put a bounty of 50 million berries on a surgical fruit. In my eyes, it's not even comparable to the float fruit. Sanji, being of noble lineage and possessing the blood of a scientist, quickly began to think that he recalled how the float fruit could grant near invincible aerial superiority on the battlefield, and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if we can master this fruit, we would secure air supremacy and gain a significant advantage in combat. Oh, I forgot to tell you both, we have another member, the ship's vice captain, a user of the float fruit, Baldwin Van Cleef," William said with a gentle smile. "Thus, we primarily navigate using floating islands." Upon hearing this, Name's heart sank as if doused in cold water. She immediately thought of her proud navigational skills. Would her compass even work on a floating island? Would her abilities be rendered ineffective, possibly hindering the crew? Worry surged within her, washing away the excitement she had just felt. William, perceptive as ever, seemed to sense Name's unease and quickly reassured her. "Surely, you've all heard of the naval battle that altered the course of history?" He glanced at everyone as he spoke. Sanji lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke, stating steadily, "The Ether War, right? Precisely. The float fruit's abilities do have limitations, with storms being its nemesis." William looked at Name, his gaze filled with trust and encouragement. "Name, no one in the East Blue understands meteorology better than you. Your innate sensitivity to weather will ensure our safe arrival at our destination. On the Grand Line, storms can strike at any moment. With your early warnings and adept maneuvering, we can navigate through danger time and again. Name felt a warmth spread through her heart at William's faith in her, dispelling her gloom as she clenched her fist, resolutely declaring, "You can all rest easy. Leave it to me." Van Cleef's boarding gift was the float fruit, while Zorro received a piece of driftwood and Sakura 10. William turned to Sanji and Name, his eyes questioning, "Do you two have any gifts you desire?" The moment Name heard the word gift, her eyes sparkled, and it was as if a symbol of berries floated before her. Without hesitation, she exclaimed, "William, let my gift be converted to berries. The more, the better." Her eager demeanor resembled that of a little money grubber who had fallen into a fortune. William shot her a disapproving glance, replying helplessly, "No, you're far too weak. What you truly need is a Logia-type devil fruit to enhance your self-defense capabilities." He then placed a reassuring hand on Name's shoulder and continued earnestly, "Logia powers are on par with the highest combat capabilities of the world government's 3 admirals. To put it simply, once you consume it, you'll instantly gain powers that surpass Zorro and Sanji, enabling you to hold your own in future dangers." Name felt a swell of emotion at William's words, her eyes misting slightly as she nodded gently. Sanji, upon hearing this, seemed to connect the dots and frowned slightly, asking, "The dark fruit, perhaps? Indeed, it can steal the abilities of other fruit users. Historically, it is the most nefarious devil fruit." William replied that a hint of longing crossed Sanji's face as he solemnly stated, "Aside from finding all blue, I have another dream. The allure of the transparent fruit is just as strong as that of all blue." With that, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if envisioning himself stealthily slipping into a women's bathhouse. Zorro looked bewildered, scratching his head and muttering, "That doesn't sound like a particularly powerful ability, da. You fool will never understand. With that power, I could brazenly enter the women's bathhouse," Sanji quipped, a mischievous smile on his face. Zorro initially froze, then quickly transformed into a fierce expression, shouting, "You lecherous pervert! How can you say such things so casually?" Name clasped her hands tightly to her chest, her face a mask of horror. Internally, she vowed to seal every crevice of the bathhouse to prevent any prying eyes. William chuckled, "Since it's a dream of a comrade, allow me to lend you a hand. Long live the captain." The others cheered. Marineford Kane grimaced as he communicated with the system. "System, teleport the float fruit to my side," watching his points rapidly dwindle. Kane took a deep breath, picked up the float fruit from the table, and handed it to the new white clone, Baldwin Van Cleef. "System, teleport the clone designated Van Cleef to Kobayashi Village." William pulled out a transponder snail. "We are located about 100 nautical miles southwest of Kobayashi Village with my new companions." "Understood, I'll be there shortly," the calm voice of Van Cleef responded from the other end. Before long, a colossal floating island, astonishing in its size, approached like a moving beast, racing through the air with the sound of rushing winds. The silhouette of the floating island gradually became clear under the sunlight, emanating a mysterious glow as if it were a divine miracle descending from the realm of myths. Name's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, her mind racing with thoughts. Could navigation truly take such an unimaginable form? This utterly overturned her previous understanding of seafaring, and she feared the journey ahead would be replete with surprises and challenges. Sanji and Zorro, witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems we've indeed boarded an extraordinary ship." As the floating island descended slowly, its massive form drew nearer to the surface of the sea. Culminating in a thunderous crash, with a resounding crash, the floating island collided violently with the sea's surface, sending a magnificent spray of water soaring into the air. The tumultuous waves radiated outward, triggering a minor tsunami that showcased its formidable power amidst the raging waters. "Let us proceed, everyone," William declared, a confident smile gracing his lips as he effortlessly lifted Nami into a princess carry. His movements were as swift as lightning, and with a few graceful leaps, he ascended to the floating island like a soaring swallow. Sanji cast a challenging glance at Zorro, a hint of provocation flickering in his eyes, and teased, "Don't lose your way. Mosshead. With that, he leaped into the sea, the churning waters parting before him, offering no hindrance to his remarkable speed. I won't save you if you get swept away. Color Kappa, Zoro retorted defiantly, plunging into the waves in pursuit. His athletic form hinted at a determination to catch up to Sanji, sensing the competition. Sanji felt a surge of competitiveness and propelled himself forward, quickening his pace. Thus, the two raced through the sea like playful dragons, swiftly reaching shore. Frankie had already built a bonfire, its flames dancing fervently as if welcoming the arrival of the group. Beside the fire, an abundance of ingredients and beverages lay piled high, emitting an irresistible aroma. William surveyed the crowd, his face radiating joy and grandeur, and proclaimed loudly, "To celebrate our gathering, let the feast begin." The crowd erupted in cheers, their laughter and merriment resonating through the air, intertwining with the crashing waves, composing a jubilant symphony. The banquet, everyone indulged in exquisite food and fine wine. Chapter 25. I shall become the Pirate King. William carefully unfurled the meticulously crafted pirate flag from the system. Its deep, night-like background is solemn black. At its center, a white skull grinned widely, adorned with a pink captain's hat, a bold and unique touch that drew the eye. The onlookers gathered around, their gazes lingering on the flag. Filled with wonder and admiration, with shared smiles, a few of them deftly took the flag and hoisted it high upon the flagpole. As the sea breeze swept by, the flag fluttered vigorously, eagerly announcing the arrival of William's pirate crew. In high spirits, William fetched a sturdy barrel and placed it among the group, stepping atop it with poise. Standing tall, his chest out, he embodied the essence of a king ready to conquer the world. With a grand gesture, he raised his cup, the liquid sparkling in the sunlight, and bellowed, to turning the world upside down. His words brimmed with determination to shatter conventions and overturn the old order. Resonating with an electrifying fervor, Frankie followed suit, his posture erect, his gaze unwavering like a blazing flame, and declared loudly, "The captain's dream is my dream." In his simple words lay an unreserved loyalty and trust in Captain William. Zoro too rose, his three blades clinking lightly at his waist, his expression resolute as he declared, to becoming the world's greatest swordsman. His unwavering dedication suggested that nothing could hinder his pursuit of this dream. Sanji elegantly retrieved a lighter, igniting a cigarette with a snap, inhaling deeply before exhaling swirling clouds of smoke. With a confident smile, he remarked, "To finding all blue." His eyes sparkled with longing as he envisioned the wondrous sea brimming with diverse ingredients. Nami's eyes glimmered with fervor, her fists clenched as she asserted, to charting the entire world. Her gaze reflected an unshakable determination, powered by years of aspiration. "All right, I declare the William pirate crew is setting sail." William downed his drink in one gulp, and with a triumphant shout, raised his arm, the veins on his biceps standing out, exuding vigor. "Oh!" The crew echoed in unison, their voices soaring into the sky, breaking through the clouds, and drifting toward the boundless horizon. The following morning, the gentle warmth of the sun bathed the floating island, draping it in a delicate veil. Nami, still drowsy, rubbed her eyes and yawned as she lazily made her way to the kitchen. "Good morning, everyone," she said softly, her voice still laced with sleepiness. Sanji, embodying the grace of a gentleman, had risen early, holding a meticulously prepared breakfast in one hand. In a flash, he appeared beside Nami, a charming smile on his face as he slightly bowed and offered her the meal. "Good morning, Nami-san, please enjoy. This is my special beauty dish for you." "Thank you, Sanji-kun," Nami replied, a faint smile gracing her lips as she accepted the breakfast. Meanwhile, William sat before a mountain of food, indulging with abandon, his hands moving expertly as he devoured the feast at an astonishing pace, his cheeks stuffed and clearly relishing every bite. Frankie, not to be outdone, picked up a large piece of meat with the bone, sinking his teeth into it without hesitation, effortlessly chewing it down to the bone. His hearty appetite was nothing short of astonishing, reflecting a rugged demeanor. Zoro, too, was engaged in a fierce battle with his meal, his cheeks bulging, his focus intense as his plate rapidly emptied. The Bartai restaurant. Garp sat at the table, gluttonously devouring his food without a care for appearances, his mouth stuffed to the brim. He mumbled, "Ah, after all, I've acquired Shiki's power. It's understandable that I can't keep up with him." Akiji, seated beside him, rubbed his forehead in exasperation, his face a picture of resignation. "Admiral Sengoku has been calling several times a day to hurry us along." Garp swallowed his food nonchalantly and waved his hand dismissively. "Let Sengoku worry about it." Days later, William stood at the edge of the floating island, gazing down at Road Town with a spark of excitement and rebellion in his eyes. Raising an eyebrow, he eagerly proposed, "How about we go skydiving?" Upon hearing this, Nami's face turned pale, her lips trembling as she stammered, "You can't be thinking of jumping from here." William burst into hearty laughter, scooping Nami up in his arms and exclaiming, "Correct!" With that, he leaped from the floating island, his clothes billowing dramatically. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, steeling themselves before following suit. In the air, the two attempted the moonwalk for the first time. Their movements awkward as they struggled to adjust their direction, their expressions tense. Observing Zoro and Sanji teetering precariously due to their anxiety, Frankie reacted swiftly, catching them on a wooden board just in time. William glanced back and shouted, "Frankie will catch you. Don't worry. From now on, you'll be training like this every day." Nami clung tightly to William, her heart racing as she screamed, "William, I want to ride the board with Frankie." "Not with you." William teased her, a mischievous grin on his face. "What? Too slow. All right, I'm going to speed up." "No, don't." Nami shrieked in terror. The board gradually settled in the waters near Road Town. William observed the trembling group and laughed heartily. "It seems future training will be even more rigorous." Nami was simply frightened, while Zoro and Sanji, exhausted, collapsed onto the board, gasping for breath. Nami formed and with her hands, her expression serious as she declared, "I refuse such training." William shrugged and patiently explained, "Nami, you need to get used to the heights, as the devil fruit I chose for you is meant for aerial combat." Once everyone had regained their composure and strength, Frankie skillfully maneuvered the board to safely reach the shores of Road Town. The moment they set foot on the sand, excitement and defiance flickered in William's eyes, as if he could sense the thrill of adventure and challenge in the air. He grinned widely, his expression brimming with authority. "Let us greet the world." Boom! The dark crimson hue of Conqueror's haki surged forth like a tempest, sweeping through the entire town with an overwhelming force. The bricks and stones of the buildings near William crumbled and fell, raising clouds of dust. The tiles on the rooftops were tossed about as if manipulated by an invisible hand, swirling in the air with a piercing whistle. A nearby high-rise building subtly hinted at a potential collapse, its walls fissured and teetering precariously. This was the first time Nami had witnessed such a spectacle, and she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The once bustling town, filled with noise and activity, now seemed as if someone had pressed the pause button. An eerie silence enveloped the place. The once crowded streets were devoid of any living creature capable of standing. All beings had been stunned into submission by William's formidable Conqueror's haki, collapsing onto the ground. Zoro stood to the side, observing the scene with a quiet voice. "No matter how many times I see it, it remains astonishing." Sanji elegantly produced a lighter, igniting a cigarette with a crisp snap, inhaling deeply before exhaling swirling clouds of smoke. The smoke gracefully ascended into the still air as Sanji remarked, "Only a man like this is worthy of being our captain. Wouldn't you agree?" Within the naval base, Smoker witnessed soldiers around him continuously falling, and a sudden realization struck him, causing his expression to change drastically. Just as he reached for his den mushi, before he could take further action, his consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness, rendering him unconscious in an instant. The den mushi slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. William gazed at the execution platform before him, as if traversing the river of time, the echoes of the man who once conquered the seas resonating in his ears. GOLD. Roger's resounding voice rang out to the world. "Do you seek my treasure? Then search for it. I've left everything in this place." Thud! 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 Each step William took on the dilapidated steps resonated with a heavy, thunderous sound, akin to war drums beating at the heart of the world. He slowly approached the site of Roger's execution, sitting cross-legged, his posture that of a king on the brink of ushering in a new era. Raising his gaze, his eyes blazed with intensity as he looked into the distance, seemingly capable of piercing through the endless sea of clouds to glimpse the world's end. He proclaimed loudly, "My name is Joel D. William, I hereby declare to the world." His voice soared, akin to a rumbling thunderclap, reverberating painfully against the eardrums of those who heard it. "I shall become the pirate king." This declaration echoed like thunder across the heavens and the earth, stirring the distant sea into tumultuous waves. Chapter 26. Whitebeard. Teach, from this moment on, you shall be the captain of the 2nd Division. Morgans, upon receiving a call from this enigmatic individual, felt a flicker of excitement in his mischievous eyes. He activated 3 high-powered din Mushi and connected the call. Moshi, it's me, I've missed you dearly, Morgan said with a teasing tone down on the other end. Kane couldn't help but retort, "Are you wishing for my demise? You bird-brained fool, just let me frolic for a few more days." Yet he eagerly added, "Ah, Morgans, I've missed you too. Any big news?" Morgan's voice carried a note of curiosity and caution. "Joel, William has gathered a terrifying group of individuals." Kane on the other end seemed to envision the headlines of the following day's newspaper. "Gaga, big news, big news." Morgans exclaimed with excitement, "That's so, what is the price? A devil fruit of any ability that's hardly sufficient. Moreover, they made an extraordinary speech in Lowtown that I have first-hand information." Kane dropped a bombshell. Could it be? Morgan's thought, his mind racing with countless possibilities. Kane provided the answer directly. "Just as you imagined. Gaga, big news." "Big news, I agree." Morgan shrieked with exhilaration, envisioning the scene of his newspaper flying off the shelves. "How do we trade? There's a black snail at your room's door. Just feed the devil fruit to it." After hanging up, Morgans fixed his gaze upon the working din Mushi, as if trying to see through it to discern the appearance of the mysterious figure. He mused inwardly, "It seems I must reduce the use of din Mushi in the future. This feeling of being constantly monitored is quite unsettling." Morgans bent down to extract a finely crafted box, opening it to reveal a devil fruit adorned with peculiar patterns of Sowing type, fish fruit, koi form, which he had initially intended to sell to a fool for a handsome profit, would now serve as a reward for Kane. After feeding the black snail at the entrance the devil fruit and watching it gradually sink into the ground, Morgans marveled internally. It can even burrow underground? Hiss, it seems I'll need to lay down 3 meters of concrete in the office. Subsequently, the din Mushi beside Morgan sprang to life. Photographs began to emerge, depicting William's various exploits alongside his companions. These images seemed poised to ignite a worldwide upheaval. Morgans began to write an article that would shake the world. The son of the pirate king set to conquer the Grand Line. In a small tavern by the street, people gathered together, gazing at the headline on the newspaper, engaging in animated discussions. An elderly man voiced his concern. "Regardless of the circumstances, it feels as though a tempest is brewing upon the seas once more. I dread to think what the future holds." Meanwhile, some spirited youths sparkled with excitement in their eyes. "That unprecedented One Piece is calling to me. It's decided. Tomorrow we set sail aboard a pirate ship." The bounty hunter Vero, with a bounty of 97 million berries, clutched the newspaper. His gaze fell upon the eye-catching headline, and he burst into hearty laughter. His laughter rang out like a resounding bell, echoing across the sea. "Roger's son? Ha! What an intriguing adversary. Yet One Piece is destined to be mine." The crew members aboard cheered in unison. "Captain, we believe in you. You will surely lead us to dominate these seas." At Marine headquarters, Marine Ford, Admiral Sengoku sat behind his desk, gripping the freshly arrived newspaper tightly. His brow furrowed in a knot of gravity and concern. Sengoku's eyes bore into the paper, as if they could scorch it. His voice low and filled with indignation. "This son of a demon is determined to disrupt the peace of the seas." Vice Admiral Tsuru, standing tall beside him, meticulously perused the newspaper, and after a moment, her brow furrowed, her expression grave, she murmured, "We must remain vigilant." Sengoku turned to the panic-stricken intelligence officer. Toronto, his eyes wide with fury, resembling an enraged lion as he bellowed. "Toronto, what on earth is your intelligence department doing? We allocate so much funding each year. and yet it all seems wasted. The Navy has poured immense resources into tracking him. And what have we achieved? Have you truly not been able to uncover his whereabouts all this time?" As he spoke, he slammed the newspaper onto the desk with a resounding crack. "Furthermore, we still have no leads on the whereabouts of the clown buggy. This demon's son has quietly gathered such a band of rogues. And we remain utterly in the dark. Where has your intelligence network been? Do you mean to say your intelligence information has merely been copied from Morgan's newspaper? Toronto, berated and humiliated, turned crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. Beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, dampening his collar. Trembling, he quickly bowed deeply, bending at a 90-degree angle, and fearfully apologized. "I'm sorry, Admiral Sengoku. It was my negligence. I deeply reflect on this, and I will surely pay double attention in the future to avoid such errors. I implore you, Admiral, grant me another chance." Sengoku initially contemplated dismissing Toronto with a mere wave of his hand, wishing to rid the Navy of him entirely, out of sight and out of mind. Yet, in an instant, the image of Toronto's father, holding a prominent position within the government, flashed through his mind, and his simmering rage was forcibly quelled. He could only rub his forehead wearily and gesture dismissively, saying, "Begone indeed." Toronto, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly retreated, his footsteps quickening, eager to vanish from the gaze of the assembly. Beside him, Akainu clenched his fists, his jaw set tight, his cheeks bulging, eyes ablaze with an inferno of wrath. As if he could erupt at any moment, he scoffed, "Such pirates, who dare to disrupt the order of the world, must be utterly eradicated. We cannot allow them to continue their reckless rampage upon these seas." Sengoku slowly retrieved a den mushi, inhaling deeply to regain some composure, before dialing Akiji's number. "Kazan, return at once. The opponent's mobility renders the demon-slaying order a failure. Continuing this pursuit is futile. Return to headquarters, and we shall deliberate further." After hanging up, Sengoku again rubbed his forehead, his expression one of resignation, pondering for a moment before proclaiming, "Let Borisolino take charge of the pursuit. His Pika no Mi grants him a speed advantage. Perhaps he can counterbalance the adversary that on an island in the New World, Big Mom, a formidable figure, sat solidly at a massive dining table, resembling a mountain in stature. The table was laden with delicacies. Yet she was entirely disinterested in dining, her gaze fixed intently on a newspaper, her eyes betraying a hint of vigilance as she spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Have the little brats made their voices heard to the world? What do you think, you little rascals? Her words were steeped in scrutiny towards her juniors. Across from her, Kaido tilted his head back, gulping down a generous sip of alcohol, a stream trickling down his chin, before erupting into raucous laughter, his voice booming like thunder. "This world is growing increasingly interesting. A bunch of Na'vi youngsters daring to make such grandiose claims. I shall see just how capable they truly are. They better not be all talk." On the Red Force, Shanks perched at the bow, welcoming the sea breeze, his hair dancing freely. He surveyed the newspaper, initially taken aback, as though reminiscing about past amusements. Then a profound smile graced his lips as he rose and raised his arms in exultation. "Lads, to celebrate William and his comrades, let us hold a feast. Ho!" The crew cheered in unison, their enthusiasm ignited, bustling about to prepare drinks and roast meat, the ship alive with jubilance, aboard the Moby Dick. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, loomed like a colossal mountain in his grand chair, erupting into a hearty laugh that sent vibrations through the ship's deck. "Gwaha! Is this the voice of the new generation of pirates proclaiming to the world?" His gaze pierced through the ship's railing, surveying the vast, boundless sea, revealing a complex mix of nostalgia for bygone days and contemplation of the rising pirate factions of this new era in this ocean. New pirate forces surged forth like mushrooms after rain, each harboring their own dreams and ambitions, navigating the waters in pursuit of carving out their own domains. Whitebeard understood well that the wheel of time was rolling forward, heralding the dawn of a new chapter. Observing the emerging young talents across the sea, Whitebeard finally resolved upon a significant decision, a determination ignited within him like a roaring flame, dispelling all hesitation and doubt. "Sons, the captain commands. His powerful voice resonated through the Moby Dick. Imbued with undeniable authority and strength, the crew, upon hearing this call, promptly set aside their tasks, gathering swiftly on the spacious deck like a tidal wave. Their eyes alight with anticipation and reverence, silently awaiting the command of their beloved father. They knew that whenever he spoke in such a grave tone, it signified a momentous announcement was at hand. And as members of the Whitebeard pirates, they would unhesitatingly carry out their father's orders. In a corner of the deck, Marshal D.Teach, known as Blackbeard, stood quietly with an enigmatic smile playing on his lips, which appeared particularly sinister under the sunlight. That moment, Blackbeard's ambitions had quietly transformed. Ever since Buggy inadvertently acquired the Yami Yami no Mi, he had been consumed by a mix of resentment and fury. Yet it had also solidified another goal within him. He gazed at the aging Whitebeard, his eyes glinting with greed and calculation. To him, the immense power and resources of the Whitebeard pirates were akin to a colossal cake emitting an irresistible aroma. Leaving him salivating, inherit Whitebeard's legacy would be nothing short of magnificent. Commanding hundreds of nations, the tributes they paid annually could render any individual fabulously wealthy, along with the affiliated pirate crews. Boasting a staggering force of 50,000, once under his control, he would possess the substantial capital needed to dominate these seas. In Blackbeard's mind, acquiring all of this would bring him a significant step closer to his coveted One Piece. Whitebeard's voice disrupted his reverie, and he momentarily froze, quickly adjusting his expression to feign innocence as he sauntered toward the crowd, secretly contemplating what command his father would issue. His eyes revealed a flicker of tension and anticipation. Although he had formulated some ideas, he needed to be exceedingly cautious in concealing his true intentions, ensuring that no one discerned the ambition lurking deep within him. Whitebeard's gaze swept over the assembly before settling on Blackbeard, his expression imbued with an ineffable significance. Teach stepped forward. Whitebeard's voice was low and powerful, an irresistible summons. Yes, father, Blackbeard replied, feigning calmness, though a tempest roared within him. As he advanced, he pondered, could father have sensed my thoughts? Yet he appears to harbor no malice. No, my schemes have succeeded. Blackbeard's mind raced, attempting to unravel the true intent behind Whitebeard's actions. Whitebeard's gaze bore into Blackbeard, as if he could penetrate the depths of his soul. Then, after glancing at his loyal sons nearby, he spoke slowly. Teach, from this moment forth, you shall be the captain of the 2nd Division. Whitebeard's voice was resolute and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. This decision had been made after careful consideration. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard's heart soared with elation, secretly thinking, indeed, father has noticed my performance and actions these days. Though my behavior was somewhat contrived, it seems to have worked well. As long as I proceed with caution, I shall surely realize my plans. Yet outwardly, Blackbeard feigned surprise and trepidation, quickly exclaiming, Oh, father, you know me well. I harbor no such ambitions. I merely wish to serve you faithfully aboard the ship and contribute to the crew. Blackbeard's acting was nothing short of masterful. His voice quivered slightly, his eyes reflecting sincerity and unease, making it challenging to discern his fade. Whitebeard erupted into laughter once more, his mirth causing the ship's deck to vibrate. Teach, your qualifications and abilities are more than suitable, and this is a captain's order. Whitebeard had faith in his judgment and believed that Blackbeard would excel in the pivotal role of 2nd Division captain. Father, Blackbeard attempted to feign further resistance, striving to enhance the authenticity of his performance. But at that moment, Sachi from the 4th Division approached, seizing his hand and raising it high, proclaiming loudly, Everyone, let us cheer for our 2nd Division captain. Teach. Sachi's face radiated genuine joy at Blackbeard's elevation, blissfully unaware of the hidden schemes lurking within him. The crew responded in unison, their cheers echoing throughout the Moby Dick. Teach, teach, teach. The crew's exuberant shouts surged like tumultuous waves, one after another, expressing their blessings and support for Blackbeard in their eyes. He was their brother, a member of the Whitebeard pirates, and they felt pride and honor in his promotion. Whitebeard, too, chuckled heartily. Sons, let us commence the feast. The visage of the white-bearded man radiated happiness and contentment as he gazed upon his sons, his heart brimming with warmth and solace. To him, every crew member was akin to family, and he aspired to foster greater unity through this feast, binding them closer together to collectively confront the challenges that lay ahead. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, too, melded into the joyous atmosphere, a smile adorning his face, yet his eyes betrayed a subtle, almost imperceptible coldness and greed. Chapter 27. The Veil of Heaven Unveiled in Mariehua. The sanctum symbolizing supreme authority. The 5 elders convened, their expressions tense as the newspaper sprawled before them like a tempest warning, shattering the usual tranquility. The first to speak was the scientific defense god, Jiguru-sen, who cleared his throat, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. The proposal from Sengoku is to withdraw Kazan and Garp, assigning Pelorusarino to the pursuit that Kazan's casual demeanor and Garp's unpredictability suggested that deploying Pelorusarino, with his light fruit agility, might indeed allow them to latch onto the William pirates. The financial war god, Izambalinbi, followed suit, his gaze sharp and resolute. The float fruit is undeniably a troublesome ability. Let us deploy the white dove. The white dove, possessing the Zoan-type bird fruit in the form of soaring eagle, was perfectly suited to counterbalance the float fruit's maneuverability. The environmental war god, Marcus Maz, nodded slightly, adding, such mobility is sufficient that Pelorusarino's light fruit also boasts excellent aerial combat capabilities. I deem this operational strategy viable. The others chimed in agreement, voices rising in unison. Agreed. The decision was thus solidified amidst the chorus of affirmation. In the wake of this consensus, the financial war god, Izambalinbi, further remarked, the bounty on the William pirates also requires recalibration. Here is the preliminary proposal that he paused, methodically articulating each figure. The Demon Child, GOLD. William, bounty set at 3.678 billion berries. The Red Scarf, Baldwin Van Cleef, bounty set at 1.032 billion berries. The Pirate Hunter, Nohoroya Zoro, bounty set at 357 million berries. Blackleg, Sanji, bounty set at 251 million berries. The Little Thief Cat, Nami, bounty set at 192 million berries. The scientific defense god, Jiguru-sen, waved his hand dismissively, stating nonchalantly, bounties are but trivial matters. Let us finalize it as such. Agreed. In Marineford, Kane sat at the counter, his fingertips tracing the mysterious devil fruit acquired from Morgans. Its appearance was plump and intricate, yet Kane harbored doubts, suspecting it might be of little value. Perhaps I should assess it. Morgans could very well be mistaken. He muttered to himself. Upon receiving feedback from the system, Kane was taken aback. Zoan type, fish fruit, carp form. The revelation washed over him with disappointment. It was even more worthless than the human fruit that Chopper had consumed. He shook his head with a sigh, detected a Fantasia polymer. Would you like to absorb it? The system's notification chimed unexpectedly. Kane pondered silently. According to Oda's lore, this devil fruit was a manifestation of humanity's deepest desires. His extraordinary system thrived on absorbing the belief nestled within people's hearts. Resolute, he murmured, absorb. Before his eyes, the once plump and mysterious fruit began to wither and shrink visibly. Kane understood that the fruit's powers had dissipated, and whether it would regenerate remained a question for further experimentation. Observing the newfound functionality in his system, Kane gasped in astonishment, exclaiming internally, "Isn't this akin to the Veil of Heaven from my previous life's web novels?" Although it could only last a fleeting 3 minutes, its potential to influence the entire world was undeniably significant. While it merely provided illusory images, there was no stipulation against using it to convey authentic information. Though it could only be utilized once a month, perhaps absorbing the devil fruit would reduce the cooldown. Contemplating this, Kane resolved to collect more devil fruits in the future, considering the brief duration. He needed to strategize effectively to maximize his gains. After a moment's reflection, a spark ignited in his eyes, and he formulated a plan to tee the Marine headquarters. The voice of the reporting soldier trembled slightly, struggling to swallow his disbelief as he relayed. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Reports have emerged from both the Grand Line and the Four Seas, indicating that the obscuring shroud in the sky encompasses the entire world. Sengoku's brow, already furrowed, deepened further, the lines on his forehead seemingly etched with permanence. He sighed heavily. Alas, it truly is a tumultuous time. The chief of staff, Tsu, narrowed her eyes slightly, calmly proposing an alternative possibility. We cannot dismiss the influence of technology. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku was naturally aware of the technological marvels that had survived in the historical gaps of the enormous kingdom. Such formidable technology, even after 8 centuries, possessed the terrifying potential to alter the world. Pellerusrino hurried back to the conference room, shedding his usual nonchalance, his demeanor now grave. No matter the form of attack, it seems ineffective against that black shroud. Perhaps I lack the means to inflict any substantial impact. The light fruit was not merely a simple light attack. It encompassed searing heat capable of melting steel and explosive power that could rival the mightiest of foes. Even titans like Kaido and Big Mom would not dare claim they could withstand Kazuru's onslaught unscathed. Marine Vice Admiral Chabwa, chewing on a cigar, squinted and inquired, "What does the government say?" The chief of staff, Tsuru, replied calmly. The government is equally baffled, with no leads to pursue in Mariehua, within the Panga city that embodied the highest authority of the world government. The 5 elders knelt, their knees trembling as they bowed before an unseen power. The supreme commander of the Celestial Knights, composed solely of celestial dragons, also knelt in solemnity, their foreheads pressed against the ground. They dared not meet the piercing gaze that bore down upon them, their eyes fixated on the floor. The room was suffocatingly silent, broken only by the barely audible breaths of the assembled. In the shadowy depths, a figure sat upon the void throne, enveloped in an abyss of darkness, save for eyes that glimmered with an eerie light. Last, a voice, cold and sharp as an arrow, sliced through the oppressive silence. No matter. That fruit is of paramount importance. Yes, Lord M, we shall exhaust all efforts to locate its whereabouts. The assembly responded in unison. Im's gaze swept over the Supreme Commander, a measure of disdain apparent. Ultimately, it was Shank's doing. Cold sweat trickled down the Supreme Commander's brow as he, determined, vowed, "The flame of Joy Boy shall extinguish from this world once more." Hearing this, the other elders, relieved that the misfortune primarily befell the Supreme Commander, exhaled quietly. The scientific defense god, Jurisedan, seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Lord M, that fruit has been absent from this world for 17 years. We shall spare no expense in our search for its trace. Seated regally upon the throne, M reflected upon the fact that it had been 17 years since the fruit had been obtained by Shanks. What, he pondered, were these inept individuals truly accomplishing? With this thought, an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, suffocatingly potent, as if a relentless tide bore down upon the others, pinning them firmly to the ground. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, at last, M rose slowly, his icy voice resonating once more. "Do not let me down again, or else." The 5 elders in Figureland Green Bowl understood the unspoken implications of M's words, promptly bowing in fervent supplication, repeatedly murmuring, "We shall certainly find it." Chapter 28. Forgive me. Ace on an island within the New World, Kaido lay inebriated, sprawled upon the ground, soundly asleep. Suddenly, as if roused by some unseen force, he jerked awake. Squinting at the peculiar sky above, his bleary eyes questioning, "Old hag, is this some sort of post-meal entertainment?" Charlotte Linlin, also known as Big Mom, stood up, gazing at the celestial canvas with a grave expression, and replied, "No, it appears to be an unknown ability user." Upon hearing this, Kaido instantly regained his vigor, transforming into a colossal azure dragon, unleashing a thunderous roar as flames erupted from his maw. Fire Dragon Torch. The azure dragon was engulfed in flames capable of melting steel instantaneously, and with a fierce determination, a massive fire dragon surged forth, akin to an arrow released from a bow, aimed at the sky. However, astonishingly, the fire dragon pierced through the sky only to find the celestial canvas and scathe. Kaido turned to behold the intact sky, momentarily stunned, and resolved to unleash his most formidable technique, Rising Dragon. Flame, 8 trigrams. Kaido entwined the head of the fire dragon torch with his conqueror's haki, a titanic force crashing against the sky once more. Yet upon witnessing the unyielding sky, the remnants of Kaido's inebriation dissipated entirely. He stood, frozen in place, his mind racing with tumultuous thoughts. Big Mom, observing the futility of Kaido's assault, glided over on Zeus, her tone shifting from familiar jest to stern seriousness as she addressed him. Kaido, use that technique. Very well, Lin Lin, Kaido acquiesced, reverting to human form and retrieving his spike club, known as the Bajrang gun. Dark crimson lightning crackled around the weapon as Kaido's aura surged like a rocket. Big Mom, equally relentless, infused her sword Napoleon with Conqueror's Hakai. As their energies reached a crescendo, they synchronized to unleash a devastating assault capable of obliterating an entire island. Sea dominance. A circular shockwave enveloped in dark crimson, lightning burst forth like a meteor out of control. Soaring towards the heavens, with a thunderous explosion, the previously oppressive sky transformed, now a dazzling expanse devoid of clouds. The unique narrators of the pirate world, unable to contain their excitement, eagerly began to unveil the revelation. The sky has split apart. With a gulp, one narrator continued, and yet the celestial canvas remains unscathed. What kind of power could withstand such an assault? The 7 warlords, the emperors of the underground world, and the revolutionaries commenced their respective endeavors, employing various means to uncover the secrets of the sky. Yet, the ultimate conclusion shocked all. That omnipresent sky seemed akin to a mirage. No attack, regardless of its magnitude, could inflict even the slightest damage upon it. Initially, the sky's enigmatic canvas appeared without warning, as if a mystical veil from another world had descended. Panic surged like a tidal wave, engulfing every corner of the pirate world. People gazed upwards, their expressions a mix of awe and trepidation, discussing this extraordinary phenomenon in taverns, docks, and streets. Yet, as time flowed quietly onward, they gradually acclimated to its presence. This colossal light screen merely hung in the sky, a silent observer, neither bringing calamity nor exhibiting any unusual behavior. It appeared punctually each day, becoming an unusual sight within the heavens, imposing no disturbance or influence upon the world below. In the distant East Blue, a mysterious and eerie island known as Tease Island was perpetually shrouded in a mystical fog. An atmosphere so chilling it felt tangible. This moment, an exceedingly grueling training regimen was underway. Ace, a young man burdened by an extraordinary lineage, found his hands shackled tightly in heavy sea prism stone handcuffs. The stones sapped his strength, leaving him weary and trembling, his once formidable physique now shivering under the relentless cascade of water. With every ounce of his strength, he struggled to hoist a boulder resembling a small mountain. Beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks, mingling with the splashing water, soaking his garments. Buggy relentlessly hurled stones at him, his aim precise, striking Ace's body with practiced skill. In an instant, Ace's robust frame became a canvas of bruises, the blue and red welts intertwining, leaving little unscathed. Too soft, too soft, Buggy bellowed, his voice laced with reproach, before launching a sharp throwing knife. The knife glimmered ominously in the sunlight, akin to a deadly comet, slicing through Ace's calf and leaving a gaping wound. Caught off guard, Ace stumbled, nearly collapsing. In that moment, a resolute thought flashed through his mind. He understood that should he falter, the heavy boulder would undoubtedly crash down upon him, potentially shattering every bone in his body. Stop underestimating me, Ace roared, akin to an enraged lion, his veins bulging like serpents. Clenching his teeth, he summoned every ounce of his strength, miraculously stabilizing his faltering form. He stood firm, akin to a pine rooted upon a sheer cliff, impervious to the howling winds or torrential rains that sought to unmoor him. Buggy smirked knowingly, producing 2 throwing knives as if conjuring a trick, and remarked, "If you can't hold on any longer, just give up." Pausing, he added ominously, "You really might die, you know." With a fierce shout, Ace responded, "Bring it on." This brutal training persisted from dawn until dusk, as the sun cast its golden rays upon the island, illuminating everything in a warm glow. A magnificent floating island gradually approached from the distant sky. It resembled a mythical castle suspended in the air, emanating a mysterious radiance, and finally settled gracefully above Bonnet Island. William and his companions descended upon a platform made of earth, stirring up a cloud of dust as they landed. As the platform touched down, their figures became discernible. Upon witnessing this, Buggy exclaimed loudly, "Ace, today's training is over." I could see the sound of those words. Ace hurled the boulder aside with a thunderous crash, causing the ground to tremble. He emerged from the rushing waters, his gaze fixed intently on his half-brother. Ace's heart swirled with a medley of emotions, a tumult of jealousy ignited by William's recognition from Roger and the monumental responsibilities entrusted to him. A faint ember of resentment flickered within him, contemplating how, had it not been for William's presence, perhaps his mother could have also received protection from the Pirate King's crew, thus evading the harrowing manhunt. Yet, deep within his heart, a voice echoed. This individual before him was his own flesh and blood, and the grievances of the previous generation need not taint their own. Ace's gaze remained locked on William, his lips trembling slightly as he murmured, "I am Portgasty Ace." His voice carried a complex blend of emotions, defiance, trepidation, and an unspoken sense of kinship. Buggy, witnessing this exchange, couldn't resist mocking Ace. "Are you being a coward?" In an instant, Ace's pride flared, igniting his spirit as he bellowed, "My name is Portgasty Ace." As the volume surged, it felt as though it might pierce the very heavens. "One Piece is my ultimate aspiration." With this declaration, I took a step forward, radiating an intense spirit of determination. "William, you too are one whom I must vanquish." William slightly narrowed his eyes, and a subtle smile gracing his lips as he calmly approached Ace, coming to a halt before him. Towering like a pine tree, William's figure was accentuated by the gentle breeze that caressed the edges of his garments, exuding an aura of formidable strength that commanded respect. In that moment, Ace hesitated no longer. Instantly entering a state of combat readiness, he resembled a bomb ignited, the power of the flame fruit erupting forth from him in a torrent. As blazing flames surged from his being like a tumultuous tide, the temperature of those flames was so searing that it distorted the very air around him, as if he were ensconced within an ethereal mirage. William merely extended a single finger, lightly tapping Ace's forehead as if delicately touching the surface of water. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, sending Ace hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. His body soared through the air like a cannonball, crashing through countless towering ancient trees along his path, producing a cacophony of deafening roars. Just before succumbing to unconsciousness, Ace faintly heard William's voice whispering gently in his ear, "Forgive me." Ace, that tone carried a hint of indulgence and helplessness, akin to an elder brother's tolerance for a wayward sibling. Chapter 29. Those with wealth take what they can. Nami, witnessing this heart-stopping spectacle, was left pale with fear, unable to suppress a scream. "They die. This is utterly chaotic." Instinctively, she covered her eyes with her hands, her body trembling slightly, seeing Nami in such a state of panic. Frankie hastened to reassure her. "Fear not, Nami. Both Ace and William are born rulers, inheritors of the bloodline of the Pirate King." Roger. "For them, such injuries are but trifles so they are akin to William." Nami momentarily froze. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, she turned sharply to Frankie, her expression one of disbelief. "What?" William, observing Nami's astonishment, chuckled and remarked, "Well, Ace and I are half-brothers apart from a select few who were already aware. The rest gasped in shock at this revelation. How could such a thing be possible? One person's eyes widened in bewilderment. Indeed, it is almost inconceivable. The world government had launched an unprecedented manhunt, capturing any pregnant woman who might be Roger's wife. Another chimed in, their tone filled with nostalgia. "I have heard that during that time in the South Blue, only 5 children were born in an entire year." Illustrating how rigorous the manhunt was, the crowd buzzed with discussion, their faces etched with astonishment and confusion. After all, William's survival hinged entirely on the protection of the clown Buggy, who then had raised Ace. The members of the Spade Pirates, privy to the truth, exchanged glances, each refraining from exposing Ace's secret. After all, it was an event that would send shockwaves throughout the world. standing aside. William wore a mysterious smile as he slowly remarked, "Well, my old man was quite the roguish scoundrel." As he spoke, he tilted his head slightly, perhaps reminiscing about the past. Perhaps in some corner of the world, I still have other brothers and sisters living in obscurity. As he pondered, the image of Roger entrusting the orphan child to Garp flashed through his mind. The boy was named Ace, and the girl shall be called. And William silently mused that an S role might soon take precedence and warrant careful planning. Buggy, his face flushed with excitement and the effects of alcohol, abruptly interrupted the conversation, raising his arm high in a call to action. "Crew, to celebrate the arrival of the William pirates, let us commence a banquet." His voice rang out, instantly igniting the fervor of the crowd. Oh, the assembly cheered in unison, their voices intertwining to form a powerful chorus that resonated throughout the island, echoing in the valleys. William, shedding his usual composure, lunged forward with the ferocity of a famished tiger, tearing into a large chunk of meat, his cheeks bulging as he mumbled, "Buggy, I want you to help me seize the powers of 2 devil fruits." At that moment, Buggy, utterly captivated by Kane's persuasive words, was convinced of his own status as a dual devil fruit user. With a grand gesture, he replied without hesitation, "No problem." His face beamed with confidence, as if this task were mere childish play. The surrounding crew members, upon hearing this, widened their eyes in astonishment, their gazes sparkling with fervent desire, fixated on Buggy. It was as though they silently conveyed their yearning. "We want in too." Their eyes brimmed with expectation, resembling a brood of eager chicks awaiting nourishment. Buggy, feeling the heat of their intense stares, stood tall beneath the banner of the Buggy Pirates, calling out once more, "Crew, you shall all partake in this." His voice resonated with passion, exuding a sense of ambition as if leading them into an inevitable treasure hunt. "Whoa, Captain Buggy, we will follow you to the ends of the earth. Captain Buggy, you are my lifelong benefactor." The crew erupted in cheers, pledging their unwavering loyalty, their eyes glistening with emotion, thumping their chests with fervor. Their loyalty and gratitude were palpable, as if they would willingly plunge into fire and water for Buggy at that very moment. William casually tossed aside the bone in his hand, sending a small cloud of dust into the air, and responded nonchalantly, "Very well. We shall set sail tomorrow." Buggy's eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation as he leaned slightly forward, inquiring, "What is our destination?" William raised his cup, taking a delicate sip, the liquid cascading down his throat with a fiery sensation, and grinned, teasingly adding, "That will depend on which unfortunate soul our navigator has set her sights upon." With that, he winked at Nami. The atmosphere of the banquet intensified, the bonfire crackling brightly, casting a warm glow on the faces of the revelers. The pirates clinked their cups, feasting heartily and indulging in laughter, singing and dancing, as their boisterous songs and carefree laughter wove together, casting aside all worries and sorrows into the night. The following day, as dawn broke and the gentle sea breeze caressed the air, William and his crew bid a solemn farewell to Buggy and Ace, their camaraderie palpable in their exchanged glances and waves. They then boarded the floating island, ascending slowly into the sky, resolutely heading toward the Grand Line. The island resembling a colossal beast awakening as it sliced through the clouds. Within the headquarters, Nami furrowed her brow, poring over navigational charts, and offered her insight. "William, we still require a proper ship. The data indicates that the weather on the Grand Line is notoriously unpredictable." She paused, her expression serious, adding that should we encounter a storm, we would be at a significant disadvantage. Moreover, this small vessel on the island is far from reliable. Sanji perked up at Nami's words, his body curving in an exaggerated S shape, a blush adorning his cheeks as he softly declared, "If it is for you, Nami-san, I would brave any tempest to protect you." His adoration and loyalty were nearly spilling from his eyes, as if he longed to lay down his life for her at that moment. Zoro, witnessing this, felt a vain throb on his forehead, glaring furiously as he retorted, "You lecherous fool! Shut your mouth!" Sanjit, upon hearing this, straightened up immediately, his posture rigid as he glared at Zoro like an enraged bull, gritting his teeth. "You lost cause. Mosshead, do you want to fight? Who is afraid of whom?" Zoro, unwilling to back down, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. William quickly interjected to diffuse the tension. Then our next destination shall be to procure a ship. Frankie suggested. I could easily seize a warship if needed. His words exuded confidence, as if a warship were merely a toy within his grasp. The newspaper had dubbed Frankie the most fearsome of the fearsome. And when Nami first met him, she had felt a tinge of fear. However, as they spent time together, she discovered that Frankie was a kind-hearted individual with a gentle disposition. Hearing his suggestion, Nami couldn't help but retort loudly, "You fool. How can we possibly operate a warship with just 5 of us?" Van Cleef, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, resembling a child who had erred, and spoke softly, "Miss Nami, I retract my previous statement." Nami, contemplating William's shipbuilding endeavor, silently calculated the economic implications. Indeed, William had amassed a considerable fortune in the East China Sea, yet all of it was earmarked for the reconstruction and restoration of Kokoyashi Village. She sighed softly and reminded, "William, our savings stand at a mere zero. Furthermore, as you mentioned, traversing the Grand Line necessitates a tool for recording our course, which constitutes yet another expense." Her voice was laden with helplessness, reflecting her concerns for their financial future. Sanji interjected, "Although the island boasts an abundance of ingredients that spare us from food procurement costs, I still require the purchase of kitchenware and seasonings. This is essential in order to prepare more delectable dishes for everyone." Zoro chimed in as well. "I need some fitness equipment for better training." William nodded repeatedly, arriving at a conclusion. It was indeed imperative to generate income. Raising an eyebrow with a smirk, he jested, "After all, we are pirates. A little plunder, and we will have everything we need. Who do you think is the wealthiest in this world?" Without waiting for a response, he revealed the answer: the celestial dragons, who have dominated the world for 800 years, are incredibly affluent. Just the thought of it makes my mouth water. As Nami considered the prospect of declaring war on the world government. Fear gripped her, causing her body to tremble slightly. Yet, she remembered that William was considered a prime enemy by the world government. Even inaction would not spare him from their wrath. Sanji, having heard whispers of the celestial dragons, wore a grave expression and stated solemnly, "What if they threaten our homeland?" He cared little for the German kingdom, but should Bartai suffer due to his actions, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Upon hearing this, Van Cleef patted his chest confidently and declared, "If the world government dares to involve innocent people, I shall seize all activities in my life. I will hurl 10 or 8 islands at Mary Geos each day. I refuse to believe they can remain unscathed every time." His words radiated authority and determination, as if issuing a stern warning to the world government. William then asserted with seriousness, "Rest assured, the self-important celestial dragons would not dare sacrifice their own lives for those so-called commoners." Turning to Zoro, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "Zoro, where's your hometown?" Zoro's thoughts drifted back to the dojo of his youth, conjuring memories of his dear friend Kana's resting place, as he slowly uttered, "Seymour Village, just in case, Van Cleef. Ensure that coordinates for Bartai, Kokoyashi Village, and Seymour Village are prepared, along with a transponder snailed. In the event of a crisis, we must ascend immediately." William organized the arrangements methodically. "Understood," replied Van Cleef succinctly. Chapter 30. Revealing identities in Marineford. Kane reclined languidly in a deck chair, reminiscent of a contented cat, his eyes half closed as he basked in the sunlight, yet his gaze remained fixated upon the vast sky above. At that moment, he mused to himself, "Let this splendid spectacle of a movie commence." This thought flickered through his mind. The previously tranquil sky appeared to ignite, radiating brilliance. Gradually, indistinct images began to materialize upon the long-dormant screen, akin to a mysterious scroll unfurling before the eyes of the world. This extraordinary phenomenon instantly captivated the attention of all, whether they were pirates battling the tumultuous seas or soldiers stationed at naval bases. Ever vigilant, whether ordinary citizens hustling through bustling cities or indigenous peoples living in seclusion on remote islands, all paused their endeavors, as if ensnared by a spell, gazing skyward with expressions of curiosity and anticipation. As the images sharpened, a distinctive figure emerged, the first thing to catch the eye being his striking red nose. The man grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and boomed, "Greetings to everyone from 20 years ago. First, allow me to introduce myself." After a brief pause, he raised his voice. "My name is Buggy." Upon hearing this name, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, akin to the sound of a bombshell dropping, and they erupted in exclamations. "What? The clown Buggy? The clown Buggy with a bounty of 4.539 billion berries? What does he mean by 20 years ago?" Confusion and disbelief filled the air as everyone clamored to comprehend the unfolding revelation. Just as the astonishment reached its peak, a man with an eerie black and white complexion stepped forward to address Buggy. Calmly, he stated, "I am Jet. The fruit I consumed is known as the Zoan-type bug fruit, in the form of a snail." Upon hearing this, images of the countless transponder snails scattered across the globe flashed in the minds of the onlookers. Curiosity intensified as they wondered what connection existed between the two. "I owe my second ability to Lord Buggy," Jet said, lifting his head slightly, a hint of pride illuminating his expression. "The Paramecia-type time fruit." Jet continued his explanation. "The time fruit possesses remarkable powers, allowing its user or designated individuals to traverse through time and space." The crowd erupted with disbelief, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a boulder, as they voiced their astonishment. "This must be a trick. How could such a thing even be possible?" Some skeptics stared wide-eyed, dismissing the notion as mere fantasy. Yet, others who believed in the extraordinary potential of devil fruits whispered among themselves, "No, the powers of devil fruits are indeed beyond imagination. Could it be that Buggy the Clown truly commands the ability to bestow multiple powers?" However, Jet added, "I have developed a new application, as you can see. This temporal dialogue is my creation. Hee." His smile grew more radiant, reminiscent of a child proudly showcasing a prized possession. "Finally, 20 years ago. I believe your journey was just beginning. So allow me to lend you a hand." That a sly glimmer appeared in Jet's eyes as he mysteriously proclaimed, "Nothing that has occurred in this world escapes my notice. Remember my phone number, 9527, and I can provide any information you seek." He paused, elongating his tone, "even regarding One Piece." With that, Jet stepped aside, and Buggy returned to the center of the screen. Buggy, now holding several newspapers that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, raised the topmost one high for all to see. The crowd focused intently, recognizing it as the World Economic News published by Morgans, dated 1 month hence. This peculiar timestamp only heightened their intrigue. The bold, capitalized headline was especially striking: "The Disrupted World Order. The Unstoppable Spade Pirates." Buggy cleared his throat and loudly recited the contents. The former warlord of the sea, king of lizards and Afsa, suffered a crushing defeat against the Spade Pirates. Missing at sea, his fate unknown. Gasps of astonishment filled the crowd as they absorbed the shocking news, exchanging incredulous glances, unable to fathom the implications of such a sudden upheaval. Yet Buggy was undeterred. He seized another newspaper and continued to recite, "In the Devil's Triangle, a great battle looms. Terrifying 3-masted pirate ship crew versus Spade Pirates." Skipping the details, he directly announced the outcome. Former warlord of the sea, captain of the terrifying 3-masted pirate ship, Moonlight Moria, has perished. The crew members Absalom and Hogback have also been slain. As for Perona, she is missing. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonished cries, each wave of disbelief crashing upon the next. They could scarcely believe their ears. Could the world truly be on the brink of monumental change due to the battles among these pirates? What manner of divine being is the Spade Pirates? Questions burgeon in the hearts of many, growing like a snowball. Buggy shows no signs of halting. He seizes the last newspaper and proclaims, "Is there still a necessity to uphold the system of the 7 warlords?" He then recites the contents aloud. "The warlords of the sea, Maluoketou.jpg has lost everything. The William pirates engaged in a fierce battle with the Don Quixote family in Dressrosa." Buggy bluntly states the outcome, except for the officer Baby 5, who has been captured and imprisoned. The remaining 13 members of the Don Quixote family, including Don Quixote da Flamingo, were all slain in battle. Buggy affixes the newspaper to a board behind him adorned with photographs of William and Ace, and then grins widely. These two have quite remarkable backgrounds. Now let me announce their lineage to the world. Joel D. William, born in the East Blue, the first son of pirate king Joel D. Roger, Port Gasti Ace, born in the South Blue, the second son of pirate king Joel D. Roger. An elderly man swallows hard, gazing at the two brothers on the celestial screen, murmuring, "Are they still alive under such a manhunt?" In Buggy's eyes a glimmer sparkles, as if infused with the power to pierce the barriers of time and space. He cheerily remarks, "As for William, there's no need for elaboration. His name will undoubtedly resonate throughout the seas." Buggy's tone shifts, growing solemn and respectful. Ace's mother, Port Gasti Rouge, was truly an admirable and noble woman. At this juncture, Buggy's expression turns grave, as if recounting a sacred tale to conceal the secret of Ace being the son of the pirate king Roger. She, with her frail body, relentlessly endeavored to postpone Ace's birth. What resilience and determination she exhibited! In her desperate struggle against fate, she expended all her energy in life. Ultimately, after Ace's birth, she flickered out like a lamp deprived of oil. Succumbing to exhaustion, Buggy removes his captain's hat and bows deeply, paying the highest respect to this great mother. The atmosphere falls silent, as if time itself pauses in reverence to this greatness. After a lengthy moment, Buggy straightens, dons the captain's hat once more, and resumes his mischievous grin, continuing, "Now, the question arises, how did the infant Ace, while still in swaddling clothes, traverse the perilous seas from the distant South Blue to the East Blue's Goa Kingdom, where he would later grow up?" Buggy deliberately teases, his gaze cunning as he scans the crowd, his eyes seemingly capable of seeing through the celestial veil to the hearts of the people, inciting a swell of curiosity and speculation among them. Chapter 31. Reactions from all sides. Sabidi Archipelago. In the bar of Shaki's ripoff, Shaki gazes at the elderly man before her expression rife with questions. As if asking, "Did you do this?" Rayleigh takes a sip of his drink, his demeanor calm, and slowly replies, "No, neither Jabba, nor Kurokas, nor even Shanks were privy to this matter." He furrows his brow slightly, shaking his head, listening to Buggy. "This is indeed intriguing." "Ha! This brat Buggy certainly knows how to keep everyone on edge," Rayleigh chuckles, reflecting on his old friend, the Navy headquarters. Sengoku furrows his brow, turning to glare at Garp with piercing eyes, as if seeking to penetrate his very soul for clues. Garp feigns calmness, pretending indifference, and says, "Sengoku, why do you look at me like that?" "Humph, Garp, I hope this isn't one of your schemes." Sengoku retorts with skepticism and warning. Buggy reveals the shocking truth. Indeed, in the final moments of his life, pirate King Joel D. Roger made an astonishing decision that he pauses for effect. Heightening the tension, he entrusted Ace to his lifelong rival, the Vice Admiral of the Navy, revered as a hero. Garp did not betray Roger's trust. He took the infant Ace back to his homeland, Goa Kingdom, and raised him to adulthood at Shaki's ripoff bar in the Sabidi Archipelago. Rayleigh downs his drink and laughs heartily. "Just as expected of you, Roger, always capable of pulling off the unimaginable." His words brim with admiration and nostalgia for his old friend, just as Buggy is about to continue his tale. A figure named Zetsu swiftly approaches, interrupting him. "Lord Buggy, time is running short." Buggy, unfazed, wears that sly grin and shouts, "Hey, to my past self, 20 years ago, I firmly believe that in this ever-changing world, you too will, like me, overcome countless obstacles and ultimately be crowned king." Buggy seems reluctant to end, but time is pressing, and he waves his hand in resignation, saying, "Well, let us pause here for today. Until we meet again, goodbye." As Buggy and Zetsu conclude their astonishing revelations, the entire world feels as though a heavy bomb has been dropped, and the reactions of various figures surge like a tidal wave, instantly sweeping through every corner. The Revolutionary Army headquarters in Baldy, Sabo is engrossed with his comrades, fixated on the world-shattering news displayed on the celestial screen. The moment Buggy unveils Ace's lineage, a jolt of electricity courses through Sabo's mind, flooding him with memories of the past. He stands frozen, confusion giving way to shock, and pain as memories of childhood spent with Ace and Luffy flood back. Their playful antics in the woods, the shared dreams of becoming pirates, each image cuts like a blade, piercing his heart. Ace, How could I have forgotten our bond all these years? Sabo murmurs, tears welling in his eyes. His body trembling slightly, overwhelmed with guilt and regret. His comrades look at him with concern, unsure how to comfort him, silently accompanying him as the heavy atmosphere envelopes them in East Blue, Goa Kingdom, in Windmill Village. Luffy lies on the grass, gazing up at the celestial screen. As the images fade to darkness, he rises, fists clenched tightly. His eyes radiate determination and resolve, as if he has made an unbreakable vow. Shouting loudly, "Ace, I will not lose to you, Pirate King. I am destined to become one." His voice echoes across the village, filled with undeniable conviction and courage. I end the Grand Line, on the ship of the Lizard King. Hanazawa finds himself within the spacious bridge of his pirate ship, which now feels constricted and oppressive due to the panic of his crew. The once boisterous crew, who typically flaunt their bravado alongside their captain, now wear expressions of sheer terror, hardly daring to breathe. As Hanazawa watches the celestial screen clearly displaying his humiliating defeat against the Spade Pirates, plunging into the sea and facing an uncertain fate. The arrogance and confidence on his face contorts into a grotesque mask of disbelief. His eyes widen, as if they might pop from their sockets, filled with shock and incredulity, veins bulging on his forehead as if ready to burst through his skin. His body trembles uncontrollably, first his fingers twitching, then spreading throughout his entire form. As if he were a sieve, the torrent of uncontainable rage and resentment surges within him, like a volcano ready to erupt. How can this be? How could I have suffered such a crushing defeat? This must be a conspiracy, a slander. He roared, his voice detonating within the bridge like thunder, leaving the crew with aching eardrums. His hand struck the ship's side with a tremendous force, creating an immense sound. With a resounding bang, the bulwarks even dented slightly, a testament to the sheer strength behind it. His crew exchanged glances, rendered mute and fearful, hesitant to utter a sound. They had never witnessed the captain lose his composure to such an extent. The once formidable and imperious image he upheld had vanished, leaving only a figure engulfed in anger and terror. Hanafusa paced back and forth on the ship, his steps frantic and disordered, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. He scratched his head and pounded his chest, trying to discern the reasons behind his failure amidst the chaos of his thoughts. Yet the more he pondered, the more his mind spiraled into disarray, as dreadful notions proliferated like weeds, and the once unassailable authority he possessed faded into oblivion. Now, only endless anxiety and trepidation remained. Akin to a drowning person desperately struggling, yet unable to grasp a lifeline. The ominous and terrifying Devil's Triangle, perpetually shrouded in eerie fog, resembled a mysterious, forbidden zone, isolated from the world. Moonlight Moria reclined languidly upon the throne of his colossal and fearsome three-masted sailing ship. The surrounding mist flowed as if alive, occasionally coalescing into bizarre shapes. Upon hearing the news of Buggy's death in battle, he momentarily froze, as if ensnared by a spell, lost in a stupor. Then, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in existence, he erupted into laughter, the sound echoing harshly within the empty cabin. "Ha ha, I will die. This is simply preposterous. I am Moonlight Moria, a formidable entity with a powerful army of zombies." He laughed heartily, striking the armrests of his throne, his body shaking with mirth. Although Moria appeared to revel in laughter, beneath the madness lay an imperceptible hint of fear. This dread slithered up his spine like a cold serpent, infusing his laughter with a subtle tremor. Within the opulent yet sinister palace of Dressrosa, adorned in gold and splendor, the Desoarch shimmered under the lights, failing to conceal the darkness and decay lurking within. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, the heavenly Yiksha, lounged on his luxurious throne, crafted from gold and precious gems, exuding an air of nobility. With his legs crossed casually, he swirled a glass of red wine in his hand, the liquid swirling gracefully, releasing a rich aroma. Upon hearing the announcement of his devastating losses, almost his entire family slain, his movements froze. The wine glass nearly slipped from his grasp, but he reacted swiftly, tightening his fingers to stabilize it. A few drops, however, splattered onto the expensive carpet, resembling drops of blood. His countenance darkened ominously, akin to storm clouds gathering before a tempest. Veins bulging on his forehead. Damn it! How could this happen? Everything I meticulously orchestrated. How could it be so easily destroyed? He abruptly stood, the motion creating a gust that toppled various items from the nearby table. Producing a cacophony of sound, he hurled the wine glass to the floor with a crash. It shattered instantly, red wine splattering, the sound echoing in the silent palace. He began to pace frantically within the palace, his hurried footsteps creating a rhythmic clatter against the floor, reverberating chaotically through the vast hall. His heart brimmed with resentment and bitterness towards fate, memories of past glories flashing through his mind like a slideshow. All the efforts he had invested for power, the schemes, the intrigues, now they were to dissolve into nothingness. This overwhelming disparity nearly drove him to madness, his eyes reflecting a mixture of insanity and despair. In the East Sea, upon a solitary island, the wind howled fiercely, waves crashing against the rocky shores, sending sprays of white foam into the air. Hawkeye Mihawk stood there silently, his posture as upright as a pine tree. His garments billowing in the wind, he gazed intently at the astonishing news displayed in the sky, his cold demeanor remaining unperturbed. Resembling an iceberg indifferent to the world, he gently raised the massive black sword. Night in his hand, the obsidian blade glimmered with a chilling light under the sun. As if responding to the images in the sky, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, a fleeting expression that hinted at anticipation. For him, William undoubtedly presented a worthy opponent, one who could provide the exhilarating clash he yearned for. It was the desire of the strong to engage with the strong, an aspiration for the pinnacle of swordsmanship. In the windless zone, Amazon Lily, a paradise seemingly untouched by time, the island bloomed with vibrant flowers, its architecture uniquely captivating. Empress Boa Hancock sat regally within her palace, adorned with opulence that echoed femininity and grace. Upon witnessing the catastrophic defeats of the other Shichibukai in the sky, a trace of concern crossed her exquisite features, her brows furrowing slightly, eyes filled with worry. She understood that the shifting dynamics of the world could bring unforeseen dangers to Amazon Lily. Though possessing unparalleled beauty and formidable strength, she dared not underestimate the tumultuous tides of change. Internally, she contemplated how best to safeguard her people and this cherished land. Deep beneath the ocean, in Fishman Island, surrounded by tranquil yet mysterious waters, Jinbei furrowed his brow, the deep creases on his forehead reflecting his gravity and contemplation. He pondered strategies to navigate the impending storm, arms crossed over his chest. Weighing the pros and cons, he was unwilling to thrust Fishman Island into the chaos of war, yet he recognized that amidst this powerful wave of change, the island could scarcely remain untouched. Chapter 32 enough? I am the commander. In the East Sea, on the ancient island of Ty's Island, all eyes turned to Buggy, who, unabashed, stood with hands on his hips, laughing boisterously. This is my ability, and I shall splendidly claim one piece. Long live Captain Buggy. We shall follow you to the ends of the world. The cheers of his subordinates erupted in a chorus, and Buggy, with his chin held high, basked in his triumph. In the magnificent yet oppressive holy land Mary Geos, within the Pangea Castle, the Gorosei convened in a lavish yet stifling meeting room. As the astonishing display of Buggy and the mysterious figure concluded in the sky, their expressions darkened considerably. The scientific defense god, Vegapunk, was the first to shatter the silence, slamming his palm onto the table with a resounding thud, exclaiming angrily, "This is an outright provocation. What do the clown Buggy and that mysterious individual intend to achieve? To so audaciously unveil the identity of Roger's son and attempt to undermine the Shichibukai system." The financial god, Izambaron V. furrowed his brow with concern. If that fruit's abilities are indeed as they claim, it will have a monumental impact on our world government's intelligence control and dominance over the world. The order we constructed may face unprecedented upheaval under this undercurrent. The environmental god, Marcus Mass, spoke with a grim countenance. That name, Absolute, has never crossed my ears before. Where did he come from, and why has he allied with Buggy? We must swiftly investigate this so-called ability to traverse time and space. We cannot allow such instability to proliferate in the world. The agricultural god, Shepherd 10 Pedo, shook his head with a resigned sigh. The revelation of William and Ace's backgrounds will undoubtedly amplify Roger's influence in the world once more. Those with nefarious intentions may view them as new leaders, leading to an even more rampant pirate force, thus exponentially increasing our pressure. The legal god, Topman Vacheli, maintained a serious expression, his tone icy. This matter cannot be tolerated. We must wield every resource to erase Buggy, Absolute, and the William pirates, as well as the Spade pirates, from existence. Have the Doves and Polysolino still not located the William pirates? With countless sky islands. The chance of success in such a vast search is already slim, someone murmured. Then let us ensnare them in a net of our own making, Topman Vacheli declared fiercely. What do you mean? Someone inquired, puzzled. Precisely. If they do not surrender to the government by the deadline, anyone associated with them will have their hometown obliterated by the government. What is Ace? What is William? Topman Vacheli's voice gradually diminished. Evidently realizing he had lost his composure, to destroy Ace's homeland, the kingdom of Goa, would be tantamount to pushing Carp to the opposing side. Alone, Carp is not particularly fearsome, yet he has spent many years entrenched in the Navy. Cultivating a vast network of disciples and associates. Pull one thread and the whole tapestry unravels. If conflict truly arises, the Navy's strength could be severely compromised. Furthermore, the origins and residence of William and Buggy remain unknown, making any talk of destruction utterly unfounded. The agricultural warlord Shepherd X de Pitt proposed, "How about we consult Lord Emu?" Lord Emu had just fallen into slumber, and the mere thought of waking her, due to such dire news. As the terrifying visage of Emu crossed their minds, a consensus swiftly formed. They must handle this matter themselves and keep Lord Emu in the dark. Isn't that fellow Absolute claiming to be in the information business? Are you suggesting? The financial warlord Izambalin V. Najru made a gesture as if to behead. Yes, lure him out under the pretext of a transaction. Then agreed. Agreed. The five elders exchanged words, all aware that this turmoil instigated by the celestial curtain could very well mark the inception of a colossal crisis engulfing the entire world. If not handled with care, the foundation of the world government's centuries-long rule would face grave jeopardy. Within the Marine headquarters of Marineford, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could crush a man. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was seething with rage, veins bulging on his forehead like serpents. He slammed his fist, brimming with uncontainable fury, onto the table, producing a thunderous sound that sent papers flying. Buggy, Absolute, how dare these two act so recklessly? Brazenly disrupting the world order. This is a flagrant provocation against the authority of the Navy. Sengoku's roar echoed through the conference room, each word seemingly imbued with the weight of 1,000 pounds. Beside him, Akanu's expression contorted, his teeth clenched so tightly it seemed they might shatter. His eyes blazed with intense and violent anger, fixated on the ashen-faced and silent Carp. Carp, how dare you protect the illegitimate offspring of that scoundrel Roger? What has become of the justice you claim to uphold? Akainu's voice was laden with wrath and accusation, his gaze piercing as if to bore holes into Carp's very being. Hearing Akainu's words, Akiji felt an eruption of fury akin to a volcano. He sprang to his feet, eyes fixed on Akainu like a famished wolf, coldly stating, "The infant in swaddling is innocent. How can you so callously treat a defenseless life? Kazan, have you forgotten your duty as a soldier? Our mission is to uphold justice and order in the world, and we shall not allow any blemishes." Akainu did not back down. Instead, he retorted with fervor, his chest heaving as if he were a bull ready to charge. Akiji, upon hearing this, grew increasingly agitated, stepping forward with fierce intent. "You are too extreme, Sakazuki. How many innocent lives perished in the sea during the O'Haran incident? Do those lives merely represent sacrifices for your so-called justice?" Akiji's eyes brimmed with disappointment and reproach towards Akainu, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. Akainu, undeterred, shot back, "Kazan, you are far too weak. Necessary sacrifices are justified. Only through stringent measures can we truly safeguard justice. Your sentimentality will only plunge the world into greater chaos. At that moment, the conference room was thick with tension, the other officers exchanging glances, not daring to breathe. Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably taut, Sengoku rose abruptly once more. His heavy fist, imbued with boundless authority and wrath, crashed down upon the table. Enough? I'm the fleet admiral. All of you. Be silent. Sengoku's voice resonated like thunder, instantly suppressing the fury of Akainu and Akiji. Though Akainu felt dissatisfaction at Sengoku's outburst, he could only snort in response, reluctantly returning to his seat. The chief of staff, Tsu, witnessing the scene, understood that if this tense atmosphere persisted, the Navy's internal cohesion would surely fracture. She cleared her throat slightly, striving to ease the strained ambience within the room. Our immediate priority is to ensure that the troublesome powers of the Time Fruit do not fall into the hands of Buggy the Clown. Otherwise, the world's order will collapse. Tsuru's voice was calm and steady, like cold water attempting to extinguish a raging fire. Sengoku, known for his wisdom, immediately recalled Buggy's declaration of crowning as king from the celestial curtain. His brow furrowed, a headache threatening to split his skull as he envisioned the horrifying prospect of the world descending into chaos. Order Toronto to activate the intelligence department at once, and spare no effort to prevent Buggy the Clown from obtaining that fruit. Sengoku wearily waved his hand. Dismissed. Chapter 33. The Intent of Don Quixote, Doflamingo New World. The Red Force red-haired Shanks stood at the prow of his ship, gazing at the celestial curtain, his eyes narrowing slightly as a profound smile graced his lips. That rascal Buggy always manages to conjure the unexpected. However, there's likely a deeper scheme lurking behind this. The revelation of William and Ace's identities is destined to bring about monumental changes in the world's landscape. The crew members beside him exchanged glances, some displaying shock, while others harbored concerns. "Captain, is this a blessing or a curse for us?" someone whispered. Shanks chuckled softly. "Regardless of what may unfold, let us revel in a feast today." "Ooh!" The crew erupted in cheers, the ship instantly buzzing with excitement. Sabeti Archipelago. The Shacky's Rip-Off Bar, an elderly man with graying hair and an unkempt appearance swayed his drink. Had people from the previous era seen him, they would surely gasp in astonishment, for this man was none other than the first mate of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger, known as the Pirate King's right hand. The Dark King, Rayleigh, isn't Buggy being rather mischievous by not communicating with Shanks and the others? Spoke Shacky, the former captain of the Kuja Pirates and the last empress of Amazon Lily, who had been living in seclusion on Sabeti Archipelago alongside Rayleigh. Rayleigh heartily downed a gulp of his drink, laughing. "No, our adventures have come to an end. Now it is the era of Shanks and Buggy and their generation of youngsters." Moby Dick Whitebeard Edward Newgate laughed heartily. "Roger's sons are all so promising. It seems the world is bound to become even more lively." The captains under him engaged in fervent discussions. Marco, deep in thought, remarked, "The emergence of William and Ace may alter the existing balance of power. We must prepare in advance to face potential changes." Blackbeard Teach's eyes glimmered with greed and ambition as he muttered, "Roger's treasure seems closer than ever. I just need to seize the opportunity amidst this chaos." Cake Island Big Mom Charlotte Linlin roared with fury. "That rascal Buggy dares to spout nonsense under this celestial curtain. Does he think he can easily change the world? I shall annihilate him and all his cohorts." Katakuri analyzed calmly. Regardless of the veracity of Buggy's claims, the rise of William and Ace already poses a potential threat to us. We cannot afford to be complacent. On Onigashima, Kaido downed a large gulp of alcohol, snorting disdainfully. "What Roger's offspring? To me, they are all but ants. However, should they dare to cause trouble in the New World, I will make them understand true despair." The Calamities nodded in agreement. After all, their boss was hailed as the strongest creature in the world that on some ordinary pirate ships. Pirates gazed at the celestial curtain, some cheering with exuberance, as if they envisioned new hope and idols. William and Ace. "They are the true pirates. We shall follow them." Others, however, were filled with trepidation. The world is about to descend into chaos. How shall we survive in this tumultuous era? A profound uproar has erupted among the ordinary populace across the globe. Some express outrage at the actions of Buggy and Akainu, deeming them as architects of panic. Others are filled with curiosity and sympathy for the backgrounds of William and Ace, while still others begin to fret over their future lives, fearing that the specter of war may encroach upon their existence. Even the residents of Sky Island are left dumbfounded by the revelations displayed in the heavens. They start to grasp that the world beneath this sky is far more intricate and perilous than they had ever envisioned. In the various underground trading hubs, shrewd black market merchants have keenly sensed an opportunity. They begin to stockpile supplies, preparing to amass wealth amidst the impending chaos. Concurrently, some information brokers are scouring for more intel on William and Ace, hoping to reap enormous profit from their findings. In the vast, unpredictable seas of the pirate world, the question of who is truly the busiest in the world becomes an unsolvable riddle, sparking endless debate. Some maintain a steadfast belief that it must be the five elders. Others rally behind the admiral. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the wheels of fate are turning quietly. Under the machinations of Cain, a figure once shrouded in obscurity emerges as a dark horse, swiftly becoming the most genuinely occupied entity in the current world. Information broker, Akainu. The specially crafted phone of Akainu rings incessantly, as if possessed by a demon, emitting a sharp sound day and night without respite. At this moment, Akainu has just acquired a devil fruit from the world government and is brimming with delight, eager to examine this newfound treasure. However, before he can draw closer, the phone bug at his side begins to scream again. Raising his eyes, he is met with the sight of a phone bug adorned in ostentatious, blindingly pink sunglasses, draped in a matching feather coat. A faint smile involuntarily graces his lips, and he immediately deduces the caller's identity, none other than the formidable Joker. Don Quixote Doflamingo, who wields power in the underground world. Fufufu Akainu, you truly are a busy one, comes Doflamingo's signature deep voice laced with amusement. Joker, you know well that in this tempestuous climate, I am undoubtedly the busiest person around. Akainu lets out a resigned sigh, yet the pride in his tone is unmistakable, as if it is ready to overflow. Fufufu, this is quite understandable. After all, in 20 years, Buggy and you have truly manipulated the entire world. Doflamingo's words convey both a lament for the current state of affairs and a deep-seated concern for the unpredictable future. Well, who can say for certain what lies ahead? Nevertheless, Buggy's display was indeed quite fascinating. He chuckles. Akainu responds with a light laugh, as if countless secrets are swirling beneath the surface. Enough of this idle chatter. Joker, let us dispense with pleasantries and get to the crux of the matter. Akainu's demeanor shifts abruptly to one of seriousness, as if he has transitioned into the role of a negotiation expert. I wish to know about the One Piece. Doflamingo cuts straight to the chase, his profound gaze radiating an intense desire that seems capable of scorching the receiver. It appears that the One Piece is highly coveted, with people around the world eagerly anticipating it. Akainu pauses briefly, gently shaking his head, before continuing at a leisurely pace. Joker, whether it be you or those self-proclaimed underground monarchs before you, this price is one you cannot afford. Fufufu, how can you presume? I lack the means. Do you not wish to hear my offer? Doflamingo replies confidently, with a tone that rises slightly, exuding an undeniable dominance. As a member of the Shichibukai and the king of Dressrosa, he controls two lucrative pillars of the underground world, slave and arms trade. In his understanding, there are few situations in which he cannot provide the necessary funds. For this transaction, he has even gone so far as to procure several devil fruits, including a rare natural type. Joker, do not overestimate your own importance on these seas. Those truly formidable characters can easily uproot your amassed wealth with a mere flick of their fingers. In comparison to them, your strength is negligible. Akainu spares no mercy in his words, each one a dagger aimed at Doflamingo's pride. Chapter 34. Bloodline factors on the other end of the line. Doflamingo feels the veins on his forehead bulge. Resembling furious little serpents twisting in agitation, an explosive anger surges within him, cursing Akainu's audacity to belittle him so brazenly. However, Doflamingo is not one to act recklessly. His mind is a labyrinth of calculations. He is acutely aware of the vast chasm that separates him from the top-tier powerhouses, and no matter how he struggles, he cannot bridge that divide, especially after the dramatic confrontation revealed to the world his utter helplessness against William. Since that moment, he has been devising strategies to turn the tables. The Ito no Mi has been honed day and night, now reaching the stage of awakening. But even so, he sadly discovers that an invisible wall has risen before him, blocking his path to further advancement. Countless nights, Doflamingo sits alone in a dimly lit room, replaying the battle scenes against William in his mind. Yet each simulation results in a cold splash of reality, extinguishing any flicker of hope he might have harbored. He knows full well that against William, he stands no chance of victory. The cadre within his family pales in comparison to those monstrous-level fighters. Mere pawns in the grand scheme of things. Occasionally, in moments of leisure, Doflamingo finds himself pondering. If only he had consumed a natural-type devil fruit, or one of those extraordinary paramecia types, or even the mysterious Zoan types. Would the present situation be drastically different? Perhaps he would be the one reigning supreme over the seas. If Cain were present at this moment, he would undoubtedly scoff and pat Doflamingo on the shoulder, imparting a solemn piece of wisdom. As per Cain's teachings, only hockey reigns supreme. Joy Boy's Conqueror's hockey, having withstood the test of 800 years, remains as formidable as ever. Merely a glimpse of its power can send the lofty trembling in fear. Do you not grasp its might? Furthermore, the development of devil fruits relies on that enigmatic force known as the power of thought. Take Luffy, for instance. He only awakened his Nika form after enduring a thunderous strike from Kaido. Conversely, Bonnie can effortlessly transform into Nika thanks to her boundless imagination. Who can argue against that? Doflamingo swiftly regains his composure, organizing his thoughts, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. Let me pose a different question. Has Buggy now mastered the technique to grant multiple abilities to others? Upon hearing this, Akainu immediately sharpens his focus, his voice rising a pitch. One devil fruit, no limit on abilities, and the intel belongs to you. Very well, it's a deal. How shall we transact? Doflamingo responds without hesitation. You need only step out of the room. A black snail will await you at the door. Feed it the devil fruit, and the transaction will be complete. Akainu speaks nonchalantly, as if this were a trivial matter. Doflamingo complies, stepping out of the room, his gaze instantly drawn to the black snail that has inexplicably appeared. Internally astonished, he becomes increasingly convinced of Akainu's profound capabilities in the realm of information. Though it may not be true that he can uncover every secret of the world as proclaimed by the heavens, with such a silent and all-seeing surveillance method, acquiring any clandestine knowledge in the future would surely be at his fingertips. Doflamingo feeds the devil fruit to the snail, watching as it slowly sinks into the ground, vanishing in the blink of an eye, as if it had melded into the depths of the earth. Unwilling to relent, Doflamingo immediately activates his observation hockey, attempting to capture even a trace of the snail's presence. However, despite his wide-eyed search through every nook and cranny, he finds nothing, as if the snail had never existed in this world. The indomitable spirit within Doflamingo ignites instantly. With a flick of his hands, threads burst forth like a swarm of agile serpents, slicing the ground into countless fragments, mud and water splattering, yet still no sign of the snail. Is it buried too deep? Or has it fled too far? Again, Doflamingo gritted his teeth, his movements growing more ruthless by the moment. After a brief pause, he gazed down into the abyssal pit beneath him, from which water began to seep, and he murmured to himself. Could it be that he has mastered abilities related to teleportation or spatial manipulation, as he listened to the diminishing sounds from the other end of the line? He finally spoke calmly. Buggy has only just begun to grasp this technology. The human experiments have been less than successful, resulting in numerous complications. Perhaps it will take another 20 years before one can safely acquire multiple abilities. If you're not afraid of risking your life, I could act as an intermediary for you. However, the service fee cannot be trifled with. Doflamingo, not one to gamble recklessly with his life, shook his head in resignation. Let's forget it. Yet he remained undeterred and inquired immediately. Is there a safe and rapid method to enhance one's strength? Joker, you truly are insatiably greedy. mocked the other, his tone light and playful, not a natural fruit combined with any one devil fruit. Or a phantom beast type. Information provided. Deal. Doflamingo did not even blink as he swiftly retrieved a prepared devil fruit and fed it to the black snail that had mysteriously reappeared. The snail, as per usual, slowly sank into the ground. This time, Doflamingo refrained from probing further. Speaking of which, you know someone who has mastered this technology, the other teased, his voice low and imbued with mystery. Doflamingo furrowed his brow, mentally sifting through his acquaintances but came up empty, feeling a flicker of irritation. Fufufu, stop toying with me, as a king of a nation allied with the world government. You must have heard of the Vinsmoke family, who once unified the North Sea by force. The other paused dramatically, then slowly revealed the name, Germa Kingdom's king, known as the Weird Bird. Vinsmoke Judge is indeed the one who has mastered this technology. That Doflamingo's heart skipped a beat, and memories of past tales flooded his mind. Vegapunk, Vinsmoke Judge, and the Beast Pirate's prominent figure, Queen, had once collaborated on a research project financed by the notorious loan shark of the underworld, Dufeld at the time. This stirred significant excitement within the underworld, as many anticipated groundbreaking results, but ultimately, it fizzled out that in Doflamingo's recollection, Judge and his children were merely average fighters, hardly noteworthy in the competitive new world. Could Judge truly have developed such formidable technology? Hey, Absol, are you certain you're not pulling my leg? Doflamingo questioned, skepticism etched on his face. Absolutely, came the firm reply. Knowing Absol would not waste his time with frivolities, Doflamingo patiently awaited further elaboration. The chef of the William Pirates. Sanji, full name Vinsmoke Sanji, Absol enunciated clearly, each word deliberate. Are you suggesting? Doflamingo seemed to grasp something, his heartbeat quickening. Upon seeing the news from the sky curtain, Doflamingo had immediately scoured the bounty notices for William's crew. Sanji's distinctive curly brows had already led him to suspect a connection to the Germa family. Indeed, Sanji is the pinnacle of the Vinsmoke Judge's genetic engineering through the bloodline factor technology. Before the age of 8, he was indistinguishable from ordinary children, showing no signs of super abilities. Judge, convinced of a failed experiment, cast him away to the East Blue. Who would have thought that just by being left to his own devices? Without specialized training, the current Sanji possesses strength sufficient to contend with Navy commanders and commodores. The sheer magnitude of the bloodline factor within Sanji had prevented his awakening during childhood. Trust me, Joker, give Sanji 2 more years, and he will undoubtedly rank among the top-tier fighters, brushing against the fringes of those monsters. This is the terrifying power of the bloodline factor. Fufufu, quite intriguing indeed. How exciting. Doflamingo hung up the phone, immediately summoning his secretary, Monet, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he commanded. Gather all intelligence on Vinsmoke Judge immediately. Keep a close watch on his every move, and report at the slightest hint of activity. The bloodline factor is a treasure I must possess. In that moment, Doflamingo envisioned himself bursting with newfound power, dominating the seas with splendor. A smile of self-satisfaction involuntarily crept across his lips. Chapter 35. Animal-type phantom beast form lascivious state, just as Absol concluded a call with another. He was preparing to take a brief respite when he was astonished to see the telephone bug transform into a creature adorned with horns and cloaked in black fur. Absol paused momentarily. Then a curious smile crept onto his face as he elegantly lifted his slender fingers to connect the call. Kaido, hello, it's Absol. His voice dripped with a languid nonchalance. Absol, care to join my ship? Kaido's deep, resonant voice boomed like thunder, carrying an undeniable invitation. Absol chuckled lightly, unhurried in his response. Well, I appreciate the offer, but I'm more accustomed to flying solo. Humph, you're ungrateful. Kaido huffed angrily, but then, as if suppressing his ire, he spoke in a low, serious tone. I can provide you with the whereabouts of that fruit. That should be a significant bargaining chip, no? Absol raised an eyebrow, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes, as he replied with conviction. There's nothing in this ocean that can escape my notice. Kaido, put away your petty schemes. With that, he lightly pressed his tongue against his teeth and slowly uttered a name. Kazuki Oden. The other end of the line, Kaido's body jolted, his grip on the telephone bug tightening involuntarily as he mused. This Absol truly has some connections. The tales from Sky Curtain seemed far from mere fabrication. He tempered his agitation, responding gravely. You should know that I have formed an alliance with Charlotte Linlin. Your previous encounter with her was public knowledge. It would be hard not to know. Absol quipped, his words laced with mockery. Less chit-chat, Kaido barked, his voice deepening, exuding an air of danger. You know our goal. One Piece, without a moment's hesitation. Absol retorted, the three words falling like stones into a deep pool, stirring hidden currents. All right, now that you're aware, quickly reveal how to reach Laugh Tale. Kaido urged, his domineering presence palpable. Absol chuckled softly, his laughter reminiscent of a specter. Kaido, the price for that is beyond your means. A single, casual remark doused Kaido's fervor like a bucket of cold water. Humph. It seems the Sky Curtain has inflated your reputation. In reality, you are merely average. Kaido's frustration boiled over, and he roared. I don't have time to waste with you. With that, he made to hang up the phone. Wait, don't be so hasty. Absol's voice floated back just in time. Consider this a complimentary piece of information. There are two ways to reach Laugh Tale. First, gather the 4 red road sign historical texts that record its location. Second, well, you can't afford the price, so no further details. Initially taken aback, Kaido soon erupted into a hearty laugh. Absol, name your price. Or perhaps, how about we share One Piece together? Kaido's voice brimmed with dominance and determination, as if he had made a monumental decision. Absol, however, remained unperturbed, stating slowly, while my own strength prevents me from acquiring the coordinates to Laugh Tale. You must have heard that the locations of the 3 ancient weapons capable of destroying the world are recorded there to put it plainly, the one who claims One Piece could immediately contend with the world government for dominion over the entire world. Also, Kaido, I do not subscribe to promises. Oaths are mere illusions to me. Cash on delivery is my life's motto. After a long silence, Kaido finally spoke. I want the whereabouts of the Red Road sign historical texts. Upon hearing this, Absol's smile widened, his eyes glimmering with the thrill of an impending windfall. 2 natural-type fruits, plus 1 phantom beast type, in exchange for the location of 1 historical text. Fair and square. Upon hearing these words, Kaido furrowed his brows tightly. It is well known that the devil fruits are revered as rare treasures of the seas, often deemed unattainable. The majority of individuals, upon acquiring one, would hastily consume it, oblivious to its potential abilities. Only a select few would consider trading it for monetary gain. Even for someone like Kaido, a formidable emperor of the seas, he had only managed to collect 1 mythical Zoan type. Specifically the animal-type mythical Zoan form consumed by Yamato, known as the Great God of the Mouth. The mythical Zoan form of the Azure Dragon that Kaido possesses was obtained only after incurring a significant favor from Charlotte Linlin. At last, Kaido seemed to have made a decisive resolution, gritting his teeth and declaring, I will handle the devil fruit. Moreover, if you dare to play tricks on me, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. After ending the call, he swiftly began communicating with Ju. Just moments ago, he had managed to negotiate with the world government, who had invited him for a face-to-face transaction, and he had agreed that a sly smile crept on a Ju's face. Upon hearing this, Kane couldn't help but chuckle. A free fruit, splendid indeed. How could they possibly know that my ability is not the animal-type bug fruit in the form of a snail, but rather the animal-type mythical Zoan that allows me to perceive the hearts of men? The mythical creature known as Weruwa in ancient Japanese mythology is a beast lurking in the mountains, capable of human speech, revealing the names and origins of those it encounters. Although Weruwa cannot grant its host abilities akin to Yamato's cold air or Marco's blue flame, it can indeed provide insights akin to the aloof red Baloric Lade field. Grasping the devil fruit that Ju had transmitted, Kane seized it without hesitation, allowing the system to absorb it. The world government would never engage in a losing deal. They need not squander valuable points to ascertain that it was undoubtedly a worthless fruit. The recently filled wallet was now emptied by Ju's actions. Henceforth, he resolved to blacklist the calls of those impoverished souls. Only the likes of Don Quixote Doflamingo would be worthy clients for him. Observing the 2 fruits gifted to him by Doflamingo, Kane decided to evaluate them, as even within the natural types, there exist hierarchies. One was the animal-type alpaca fruit. The other, the natural type, resembled a melon in size, adorned with cloud-like patterns. Kane recited the system's identification results. Natural type, cloud fruit. He pondered deeply, considering that the ability most compatible with Nami would pertain to manipulating meteorological phenomena. Thunder. Clouds, rain, and wind. In Kane's perspective, the value of the cloud fruit surpassed that of the thunder fruit, as clouds are essentially composed of small droplets of water and ice crystals floating in the air. Formed through convection, intrinsically linked to water. The waters of the pirate world are rich in a component known as pyrobrine. This keratinous particle is propelled into the atmosphere during volcanic eruptions and, upon condensing with water vapor, generates two distinct densities of sky island clouds. Sparse clouds known as sea clouds and dense clouds referred to as island clouds. For Nami, with her innate talents, developing an ability akin to sea clouds would be effortless. However, it would still be prudent to consult Nami's opinion. Chapter 36. Golden above the heavens, high above the sea of clouds, on a floating island named Alexandria, sunlight poured down unreservedly, enveloping the courtyard in warmth. Taking advantage of this splendid weather, William and his companions leisurely gathered in the courtyard, relishing their afternoon tea. Zoro had just concluded an intense physical training session, throwing the impossibly heavy barbell onto the ground with a resounding crash that made the earth tremble. He accepted the towel handed to him by Van Cleef and gruffly muttered, "Thanks." With a casual wave of his hand, he wiped the sweat from his face, exuding a nonchalant yet bold demeanor. Striding over to the table, he pulled out a chair and plopped down, reaching for the drinks on the table. Green algae head. Sanji erupted in anger, his eyes filled with disdain and fury as he swiftly kicked Zoro, sending him crashing into the pool, all while berating him, "You fool. Do you have nothing but muscle in that head of yours? Can't you manage something as basic as washing your hands before eating?" Just as Nami emerged from the pool, her hands still dripping wet, she froze mid-motion, startled by the sudden commotion. Sanji, witnessing this, transformed his expression in an instant, going from fearsome to overly amiable, rushing forward to present Nami with a drink, exclaiming, "Nami-san, please don't let this fool ruin your mood. If it were you, not washing your hands wouldn't matter." Nami, observing Sanji's comically uncontrollable nosebleed, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She playfully parted her lips and teasingly asked, "Am I beautiful?" With that, she spun gracefully, showcasing her perfectly sculpted figure accentuated by her swimsuit. Thump, thump, thump. Sanji's heart raced uncontrollably, morphing bizarrely into a pink love heart, pounding within his chest as if it would burst forth at any moment. Van Cleef, eyes wide in astonishment, called out, "Hey, Sanji, are you all right?" Ignoring everyone around him, Sanji fixated on Nami, murmuring, "Such indescribable beauty. Could this be heaven?" Upon witnessing Sanji's foolish infatuation, Nami's face flushed with anger, her fists clenched as she delivered a powerful blow that sent him flying. Crying out, "Die, you perverted lecher!" Sanji, still lost in his fantasies mid-air, murmured, "Nami-san's fist feels surprisingly smooth." Fresh from the pool, Zoro shook the water droplet from his hair, striding towards the sword rack, drawing out Wad Ikemanji, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. "Perverted Kappa, how about I assist you with a little procedure to cure your disgraceful habits?" Van Cleef, driven by curiosity, leaned in and blinked, asking, "What kind of procedure?" Zoro grinned, letting out a chilling laugh, "A procedure to turn him into a woman, so he won't embarrass himself all the time." Van Cleef gasped in shock, his eyes nearly popping out, as he inhaled sharply. "You mean, before he could finish?" Zoro unsheathed his sword, the blade glinting ominously, as if affirming Van Cleef's unspoken question. Sanji, hearing this, suddenly snapped back to reality, flames of fury igniting around him, a manifestation of his extreme anger. Grinding his teeth, he retorted, "Why not let me improve your hopeless sense of direction first? Just 1,000 kicks to your green algae head, and I assure you it will be effective." William rubbed his eyes in disbelief, murmuring to himself, "This isn't an illusion, it's truly flames." Poor Ace. Ignoring the typical banter between Zoro and Sanji, William turned to Nami, his gaze probing, "Nami, if the wind fruit, rain fruit, thunder fruit, and cloud fruit were laid before you for selection, which one would you choose?" As he spoke, William meticulously outlined the characteristics, advantages, and disadvantages of each fruit. Nami blinked her lively, expressive eyes, pondered briefly, and then, with a sweet smile, replied, "I choose the cloud fruit." William raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Why? The thunder fruit possesses such formidable power and broader applications, does it not?" Nami, hands clasped behind her back, tilted her head slightly, explaining matter-of-factly, "Because if danger arises, I can transform into a cloud and unobtrusively lead everyone to safety." Upon hearing this, Sanji, as if invigorated by a shot of adrenaline, dashed to Nami's side. Miraculously producing a bouquet of vibrant roses, he knelt on one knee, his face brimming with heartfelt emotion as he proclaimed, "Nami-san, you must be an angel sent to save me. Please marry me. This is my unwavering request for this lifetime." "No," Nami responded without hesitation, her tone resolute, not even furrowing her brow. Zoro, brandishing his sword, pursued relentlessly. Bellowing, "Hey, perverted Kappa, don't run. Come here for your procedure." William shook his head helplessly, pulling out the din mushi and dialing a number, the voice on the other end responding promptly. Moshi, this is Ju. "I am Joel D. William, that I feel like I've heard your name so many times that I could recite it in my sleep," he replied. With a playful tone, Ju remarked, "Well, it seems I have quite the presence." William jested at himself. Indeed, your popularity far surpasses your imagination," Ju responded with a smile. "Ju, I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of a yun fruit." William shifted to the main topic. "That fruit is one of my treasured possessions." Ju replied, "Oh, how might I acquire it from you?" A month from now, the Tianshang Jin from the kingdom of Wairwaixi will be loaded onto ships, guarded by the Navy's Squirrel General. Within the Tianshang Jin lies a book. "We can exchange it for that," Ju explained. "Very well," William replied succinctly, his gaze revealing a hint of determination. The month passed like a shooting star across the night sky, and the appointed time quietly approached. At this moment, the port of the kingdom of Wairwaixi resembled a colossal beehive, a cacophony of noise and bustling activity intertwining to create a chaotic symphony. The Navy's transport ship loomed like a sea monster forged of steel. Firmly docking at the edge of the pier, its deep draft signifying the weight of its cargo, the Navy soldiers, akin to a cadre of trained worker ants, scurried tirelessly between the ship and the dock. Beads of sweat dotting their foreheads, they diligently loaded box after box of the immensely valuable Tianshang Jin, a symbol of the world government as authority, onto the vessel. Atop the ship's mast, the banner emblazoned with the world government's emblem billowed in the wind, proclaiming its unassailable power to all. Squirrel General, clad in a crisp Navy uniform, stood tall at the bow of the ship, his presence akin to that of an ancient pine tree. His gaze was sharp as a hawk, missing not the slightest movement around him, that he understood better than anyone the weight of this escort mission. The Tianshang Jin was no ordinary treasure, but the lifeblood of the world government's economy, a testament to its dominion. Thus, he remained on high alert, unwilling to yield even a fraction of his vigilance. Just as calm seemed to reign, calamity struck. "What is that?" a Navy soldier cried, his eyes widening in terror, as if he had seen a demon rising from the abyss. The others instinctively looked up, gasps echoing around them that a floating island loomed above, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun, its massive form reminiscent of an ancient beast, swallowing the brilliant daylight and plunging the port into darkness. The shadow spreading like thick ink. Chapter 37. The Tianshang Jin in hand on the floating island. William stood with an air of arrogance, his posture that of a ruler commanding the universe, surveying the transport ship below with an overwhelming aura. Beside him, his companions were equally poised for action, each displaying their unique demeanor. Zoro resembled a stoic harbinger of death, his black attire flowing in the wind. Wielding a long sword that gleamed ominously, Sanji, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuded an effortless elegance tinged with rebellion, his eyes sparking with uncontainable battle fervor, as if ready to revel in a grand feast of combat. Frankie stood like an unyielding boulder, silently assuming the role of protector, shielding Nami behind him. "Prepare for battle," Squirrel General bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. The Navy soldiers, well-trained, instantly raised their weapons in unison. The dark muzzles of their guns pointed menacingly at the floating island. Their movements swift and decisive that a smirk curled at the corner of William's lips, a fleeting expression of defiance, before he vanished in a blur. He descended from the floating island like a meteor crashing to earth, his momentum akin to a tidal wave surging toward the transport ship. Zoro and Sanji followed closely behind, their figures slicing through the air like sharp blades. Witnessing this, Squirrel General wasted no time. Gesturing for the Navy soldiers to open fire, in an instant, a torrential downpour of bullets erupted, raining down upon William and his companions like a storm. Yet, to the three of them, this barrage felt as feeble as stones tossed by children. William moved with uncanny agility, evading the bullets like a specter, landing smoothly on the transport ship. Boom! Within William surged a tempest of wrath, the Conqueror's haki enveloping the entire port. This invisible force struck like a hammer, crashing down upon everyone present. Thud! Thud! The Navy soldiers crumpled to the ground as if caught in an invisible grip, their faces pale, consciousness fading. Clang! A box of Tianshang dropped from the hands of a fallen soldier. Exquisite golden ornaments spilling onto the ground, shimmering in the sunlight and dazzling the eyes. Aware of the practical needs of combat, William refrained from unleashing his full haki, leaving some soldiers struggling to remain conscious. In his view, these soldiers possessed just enough strength to serve as a training ground for Zoro and Sanji. Zoro and Sanji surged into the fray like tigers unleashed, cutting through the enemy ranks, effortlessly toppling the Navy soldiers as if they were mere blades of grass. Their swordsmanship and kicks were fierce, pushing the enemy back with relentless force. Squirrel General's brow furrowed deeply, his face etched with concern. He was acutely aware of William's terrifying might, yet as a Navy officer, he bore the weight of justice and duty, leaving no room for retreat. Son of a devil, how dare you covet the Tianshang? This is an open provocation against the world government, Squirrel General exclaimed, his eyes blazing with fury. William, however, seemed to find the statement ludicrous. Breaking into laughter, Squirrel General, you appear to be oblivious to the situation. From the moment I revealed myself, I have been challenging the world government. His laughter ceased abruptly, his voice turning frigid as ice. Spare me your grandiloquent platitudes. Have you prepared your last words? Squirrel General slowly drew his sword, its blade glinting ominously, reflecting his resolute expression, and shouted, "Justice will prevail." He then lunged at William like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. William, with a calm smile, replied a serious strike. As consciousness ebbed, Squirrel General vaguely heard William's taunt. "Do you think you're Galen, proclaiming justice will prevail?" Sanji's kicks were sublime, each strike infused with tremendous power. The enemies struck by his blows flew away like kites severed from their strings. As his assault intensified, the number of standing Navy soldiers dwindled. Zoro faced off against Squirrel General's aide, Brigadier General Gakizan. Gakizan was also a master swordsman, wielding dual-colored haki, a formidable opponent for Zoro at this moment. Just as Sanji dispatched the last soldier attacking him and prepared to assist Zoro, William interjected, "Sanji, that is Zoro's battle. I believe he longs for a fierce, all-out duel." Clang! The metallic clash echoed sharply as Zoro blocked Gakizan's fierce onslaught. His hands trembling slightly, yet he gritted his teeth, determination etched on his face. "Yes, stay out of this, colorless Kappa." Seizing the moment Zoro was distracted, Gakizan abruptly shifted his attack, the blade striking like a venomous serpent. Thud! The blade pierced Zoro's abdomen, protruding from his back. Zoro momentarily halted, yet as if oblivious to the pain, he continued to swing his sword furiously, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit. Gakizan, seeing his strike land, aimed to press his advantage and cleave Zoro in two, only to look down in shock to find a blade thrusting through his own heart, blood gushing forth, with his last flicker of strength. Gakizan hissed, "Let us perish together." Swish! With a swift motion of Wad Ikamanji, Gakizan's head fell. In his final moments, he beheld the success of his attack, contently closing his eyes. Thud! Zoro's knee hit the ground heavily, and as adrenaline faded, excruciating pain surged through him, leaving him no choice but to lean on his sword, half kneeling. Though Sanji and Zoro often bickered and refused to yield to one another, deep down he had long accepted this companion. As the battle concluded, he rushed forward, supporting Zoro with urgency in his voice. "Hey, Green Algae Head, are you all right?" William's observation haki had swiftly manifested as an invisible net, precisely ensnaring Zoro's grievous injuries. The ghastly puncture wound in his lower abdomen was a testament to Gaki's desperate counterattack in his dying moments. The wound was grotesque, having mercilessly sliced through half of his torso, leaving his intestines and some internal organs exposed, with blood seeping out in thin streams. Such injuries would have undoubtedly claimed the life of an ordinary person. However, for Zoro, it was merely a trivial mortal wound. Nami reacted swiftly, darting into the naval quarters to rummage through supplies, and soon returned, clutching a medical box in haste. With deft skill, she extracted the miraculous healing bandage of the Pirate King world. Known as the Supreme Bandage, renowned for its pliable texture and remarkable hemostatic properties, Nami adeptly wrapped the bandage around Zoro's wound, which quickly became saturated with blood, turning crimson. Fortunately, the bleeding gradually subsided, just as Zoro was settled. Frankie began to exhibit his unique abilities. He raised his hands slowly into the air. Boxes filled with celestial gold seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, ascending steadily and methodically arranged within the courtyard of Alexander. Nami and Sanji stood vigil by Zoro's side, their eyes fixed intently upon him. It was only when they observed Zoro's breathing becoming more regulated, and his previously pallid complexion regaining a hint of color, that they both exhaled in relief and ventured into the courtyard to examine their hard-won spoils. As Nami stepped into the courtyard, her eyes widened in astonishment, the symbol of belly flickering wildly in her gaze. Her excitement bubbling over as she exclaimed, "These are all mine." She resembled a little treasure enthusiast upon discovering a trove of riches. William was the first to approach a chest, and with a resounding clatter, gold, silver, and jewels cascaded forth, his eyes unblinking as he allowed the treasures to scatter across the ground. He then proceeded to open another chest, for which a cat sprang forth. William paused momentarily, then quickly realized that among the treasures of celestial gold, there were also peculiar objects for the enjoyment of the celestial dragons. Upon closer inspection, he noted the cat's striking azure coat, with its belly, paws, and the base of its tail a pristine white, as if it were adorned with white gloves. This was the quintessential British shorthair with blue and white markings, yet it seemed increasingly familiar. "Isn't this Tom?" William exclaimed. Nami, quick as a flash, stepped forward, scooping the cat into her arms, her face nuzzling against the soft fur of its head, her delight palpable. "So adorable. Let's keep it as long as it makes you happy," William replied with a warm smile. Nami lifted the little cat high, and after inspecting it with glee, she exclaimed, "It's a boy, William. Let's give him a name. How about Tom?" Chapter 38. The Don Quixote family versus the Vinsmoke family. Nami took a deep breath, inhaling the cat's fur, playfully murmuring, "Tom, Tom, from this moment forth, you are our new member." Yet Tom, seemingly overwhelmed by such exuberance, flailed his paws wildly, desperately attempting to escape Nami's embrace. Sanji, observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of jealousy, blood trickling from his nose as he gritted his teeth. How dare that wretched cat even think of fleeing from Nami-san's arms? Truly, it is unforgivable. Seizing the moment while others were distracted, William discreetly retrieved a book titled The Legendary Eyes of the Five Villages Brawl from his cloak, deftly tossing it into the treasure chest. Soon, the celestial gold of the Vervay's kingdom was organized, and Nami, seemingly conjuring an abacus from thin air, began to deftly maneuver the beads, the sounds echoing like a melody. In an instant, she focused intently on the abacus and crisply declared, "Excluding Tom in this book, the celestial gold of the Vervay's kingdom is approximately valued at 100,000 belly." William furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Why so little?" "Well, never mind. Once we spend it all, we can simply seize more." However, Nami was not in the mood to listen to William's grumbling, her eyes fixated on the book. She examined it thoroughly, placing it in the sunlight to scrutinize for hidden compartments, and bringing it to her nose to inhale the fresh scent of ink, indicating it was newly printed. Reciting the title aloud, she read, The Legendary Eyes of the Five Villages Brawl, authored by Kane. She then flipped it over, noting, published by the World Economic News, recommended retail price, 10,000 belly. Sanji took the book, scrutinizing it before speculating. Could it possibly be some sort of coded message? William waved his hand dismissively, interrupting their conjectures. Whatever information is contained within is of no concern to us. Pausing for emphasis, he reiterated, did we not already decide? We will use it to trade for that Logia devil fruit. Sanji nodded in silent agreement, but Nami remained unconvinced, muttering, let me take another look. A book that can exchange for a Logia-type devil fruit must harbor some significant secret, if I could decipher it. We could stand to make a fortune. Days later, the warm sunlight gently bathed the courtyard of Alexander, a soft breeze rustling the flowers and grasses, creating ripples of tranquility. Nami, clad in a refreshing summer outfit, was brimming with curiosity when suddenly an extraordinary sight materialized. Her upper body retained its human form, with delicate skin and hair dancing in the wind. Yet from the waist down, it appeared as if she had been enchanted, slowly transforming into a pure white, fluffy, and airy cloud. The cloud lifted her, floating gracefully to William's side as she eagerly inquired, what is our latest bounty? William clutched a newspaper tightly, his gaze scanning the pages rapidly, only to find a serene calm, devoid of any mention of their exploits, that a smile unconsciously crept across his lips, a knowing glimmer in his eyes. Well, there's no news about us in the paper. Internally, he mused, it seems the world government isn't entirely inept. Despite their brazen act of seizing celestial gold, a monumental event, there was not a whisper of it in circulation. William narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of cunning flashing within, as he contemplated. Surely, the world government is wary, fearing that should this incident come to light, ambitious and restless souls upon the seas would follow suit, igniting a frenzy to seize the celestial gold. At that point, the world government's authority would be utterly diminished. However, William was not one to easily acquiesce to the desires of others. With a slight lift of his chin and an increasingly sharp gaze, he whispered, I shall not grant you your wish. With that, he lightly tapped the table, as if plotting his next move. In the North Blue, Don Quixote da Flamingo led his family like an ominous black tide, surging with intent toward the location of Germa 66. It was crucial to note that Germa 66 did not possess fixed territory. Their nation was established upon colossal, mobile snails, and Doflamingo had previously struck out multiple times. His eyes burned with a fervent madness and greed, resolute in his determination. This time, he would claim the genetic modification technology held by Vinsmoke Judge for himself. Doflamingo stood at the bow of his ship, the sea breeze howling through his signature pink feather coat. His knuckles cracked ominously as a trademark grin of cunning and malice spread across his face. The pirate ship of the Don Quixote family shot toward the territory of Germa 66 like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, within the castle of Germa 66, alarms blared like piercing arrows, shattering the tranquility of the air. Vinsmoke Judge's expression darkened. He understood Doflamingo's intentions were far from benign, yet there was no hint of fear in his gaze. Doflamingo, you dare to provoke us? Today, you shall witness the might of Germa 66. He swiftly commanded his clone soldiers to prepare for battle. Combat erupted instantaneously, akin to cannonballs detonating upon the ocean's surface. Doflamingo's crew charged toward the army of Germa 66 like famished wolves descending upon their prey. Diamante brandished his ornate rapier, each stroke summoning a chilling gust, the blade glinting ominously as it repelled all who dared approach him. Ha ha ha, the worthless scum of Germa 66. Today marks your demise. He laughed boisterously, his laughter laced with disdain. Treble, resembling a viscous swamp, rampaged across the battlefield with his massive form. Wherever he went, enemies found themselves ensnared by his repugnant slime. Rendered immobile, bowed down before me, Treble ensnared a group of Germa 66 clone soldiers, who struggled desperately, yet sank deeper into his grasp. An elderly, bald man with bulging veins on his forehead barreled through the enemy ranks like a formidable tank. Sending foes sprawling, he then formed a gesture with his hands. Meanwhile, the Germa 66 clone soldiers were equally unyielding. Clad in high-tech combat suits, they unleashed powerful laser beams, which crisscrossed the battlefield like searing flames. The incessant sizzling filled the air, the sound of lasers slicing through the atmosphere. Some Don Quixote family pirates were struck by the beams, their bodies pierced, blood spraying forth as they let out agonizing cries. The three Vince Smokes, Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji, moved through the battlefield with the agility of fierce leopards. They displayed Germa 60's success distinctive combat skills, engaging in fierce confrontations with the Don Quixote family officers, and a cold glint flickered in Ichiji's eyes as he darted behind Diamante like a wraith. "Your arrogance ends here." His voice was low and filled with murderous intent. Yet, Diamante, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, spun around sharply, parrying Ichiji's attack with his rapier. "Is that all you've got?" Sparks flew from their clash. Niji found himself locked in a bitter struggle with Treble, but he nimbly evaded Treble's slime attacks while seeking an opportunity to counter. "You repulsive creature! Watch how I deal with you!" He roared, suddenly leaping high, his legs whipping towards Treble like a whirlwind. Treble's enormous body deftly dodged, causing Niji's strike to miss and crash heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yanji, in his battle against Senior Pink, utilized his robust physique and tenacious spirit, engaging in a stalemate with his opponent. His fists fell upon Senior Pink like a torrential downpour, each strike imbued with immense power. "Fall before me," Yanji shouted. Yet, Senior Pink remained silent, enduring Yanji's onslaught, before suddenly retaliating, landing a punch that sent Yanji stumbling back several steps. Don Quixote da Flamingo stood at the rear of the battlefield, manipulating countless threads with his hands. The threads danced across the battlefield like a swarm of agile serpents, ensnaring the Germa 66 clone soldiers, compelling them to attack their own comrades involuntarily. Fufufu! A cruel smile spread across his face. Chapter 39. Vince Smoke Gaji captured perched atop the castle. Vince Smoke Gaji calmly orchestrated the battle. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, scrutinizing every detail of the fray. "Reinforce the left flank. Do not let them breach," he commanded loudly, his voice steady and authoritative. As the conflict raged on, both sides found themselves locked in a grueling struggle, the air thick with smoke and the cacophony of battle cries. The sea was stained crimson with blood, and the acrid scent of carnage permeated the atmosphere. Just as the defense was on the verge of collapse, Gaji charged into the fray like a mighty lion. Clad in specially designed battle armor that gleamed with metallic luster, he radiated an imposing aura. Wielding a massive energy sword, arcs of blue electricity flickered along the blade, each swing accompanied by a resonant hum. Gaji's gaze fixed upon Doflamingo. Fully aware that defeating this mastermind would be key to averting the crisis, he surged towards Doflamingo like a bolt of lightning, his feet leaving shallow imprints in the ground beneath him. "Doflamingo, today marks your demise." His voice boomed like a bell, brimming with fury and resolve. Doflamingo, upon noticing Gaji's approach, smirked slightly, a hint of disdain curling his lips. With a casual wave of his hand, countless threads shot towards Gaji like a dense spider's web. The threads shimmered with silver in the sunlight, resembling harbingers of death. However, Gaji remained unfazed. With a fierce swing of his energy sword, a powerful current erupted from the blade, forming a massive electric sphere that incinerated the incoming threads. "Your little tricks are futile against me," Gaji bellowed, continuing his charge towards Doflamingo. Indeed, Doflamingo decided to cease holding back, directing his threads towards Vince Smoke Gaji with lightning speed. "Got you!" His voice brimmed with triumph. Gaji sensed the impending danger, but it was too late to evade. He found himself ensnared tightly by Doflamingo's threads, rendered immobile in an instant. His eyes widened in fury as he struggled in vain. The tide of battle swiftly turned in favor of the Don Quixote family, as the Germa 66 clone soldiers began to retreat in disarray. "Save me!" Gaji shouted desperately. Seeing this, Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji rushed to rescue their father. But they were fiercely obstructed by the Don Quixote family officers. Doflamingo approached the bound Gaji step by step, a victorious smile gracing his face. "Vince Smoke Gaji, everything you possess shall now belong to me." Gaji lowered his head, a wry smile forming. "Doflamingo, do not presume your victory is assured." Gaji was unperturbed. He had long been aware of Doflamingo's interest in him. They had never clashed directly, but it was not difficult to surmise Doflamingo's intentions, namely, the scientific advancements he possessed. Thus, Gaji understood that as long as he remained vigilant, his life would be preserved until Doflamingo achieved his goals. Furthermore, at the onset of battle, Gaji had instructed Reiju to escape via a secret passage in a submarine. Should he fall into captivity, she was to find Sanji and implore him for aid, that if Sanji refused, he would perish before him. For that failure of a brother owed Reiju an immense debt of gratitude. Doflamingo, wearing a sly grin, replied, "Fufufu, your reliance on Sanji's ally, Sir William, is misplaced. Did you think I would be unprepared?" Ultimately, the Vince Smoke family, save for the missing Reiju, was entirely captured. Morgans, sensing the scent of sensational news like a shark, swiftly disseminated the shocking tidings across the seas. Meanwhile, Sanji and his companions enjoyed a rare moment of tranquility on Alexander. Nami, clutching a freshly acquired newspaper, began reading aloud. The battle between the Don Quixote family and the Vince Smoke family. A historic defeat for the Vince Smoke family. "May I see that, Nami-san?" Sanji's voice was slightly hoarse. Observing Sanji's demeanor, Nami compared it to the distinctive curled eyebrows of the Vince Smoke family depicted in the newspaper, suddenly connecting the dots, her face paling. Sanji, expressionless, took the paper, and as he read the news of the Vince Smoke family's devastating defeat and capture, disbelief flickered in his eyes, soon giving way to a tumult of complex emotions. Memories of the pain and torment brought upon him by his family surged forth, the hatred within him refusing to fade. Yet at that moment, Reiju's visage appeared like a gentle light, quietly illuminating his thoughts in that frigid, unfeeling family. Only his sister had ever offered him precious warmth and solace. "How could this be, sister?" Sanji's body trembled slightly, as if buffeted by a chilling wind, his voice laced with an imperceptible tremor. Laden with boundless concern, he inhaled deeply, attempting to forcibly quell the turmoil within and regain his composure. "I only worry for my sister. As for the others, they reap what they sow. But Reiju is different. I cannot abandon her." Zoro gazed intently at Sanji, his eyes filled with sincerity and resolve. "Sanjino, we are comrades. Your concerns are our concerns. We shall seek out your sister together." Sanji slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the faces of William and the others, gratitude gleaming in his eyes. "Thank you all, but I cannot bear the thought of putting everyone in unnecessary danger because of me." Nami stepped forward, gently grasping Sanji's arm. "Sanji, what nonsense are you speaking? We are comrades on the same ship. How can we stand by and watch your sister suffer?" But Sanji still wished to argue. William interjected earnestly. "What danger do you believe we could face? Doflamingo, the Marines, or perhaps the world government?" As he spoke, he adjusted his distinctive, flamboyant captain's hat. "Hey, Sanji, you underestimate your captain far too much." After a long silence, Sanji finally nodded. "All right, I entrust this to you all." In that moment, Sanji gradually regained his composure, his brow furrowed in deep thought. After a moment, he raised the most pressing issue. "The newspaper states that my sister is missing, not captured. Either Morgans has not revealed the truth, or my sister has successfully escaped and is currently hiding somewhere." Zoro slightly nodded and then posed a crucial question. "Where is your sister most likely to appear?" Upon hearing this, Sanji's brow tightened even further, and why sister's life has always been manipulated by that scoundrel. Although she retains her emotions, she cannot defy his orders, the last command that scoundrel is likely to issue. Sanji, not yet bewitched by the charms of beautiful women, was indeed sharp-minded. The sudden flash of insight struck him as he quickly connected various pieces of information in his mind, and in an instant, all the doubts were laid bare before him. Vince Smoke Judge, that man, while outwardly venerating power, is fundamentally a cowardly and incompetent wretch. Once he finds himself in peril, he will surely wail for rescue like a lost dog. At that moment, Sanji's anxieties began to ease, and he retrieved a lighter from his pocket, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke. The order received by Reiju must be a plea for my assistance. After all, William's extraordinary combat prowess has already been widely circulated by Morgans and the world, Sanji's thoughts then drifted to the most dreadful scenario: if Reiju were unfortunately captured by the world government. His brow immediately furrowed into a knot. A look of distress etched across his face as he said anxiously, "If Reiju is truly seized by the world government, they will certainly lay an intricate trap, waiting for us to walk into it. However, William is not Whitebeard. He wouldn't foolishly charge into a trap." William flashed a dangerous smile. "If such a situation arises, let us attempt to strike a deal with the world government, demanding their release of Reiju, or else." Van Cleef seamlessly took over, his tone exuding undeniable authority. All member nations of the world government, including the lofty Mariewa, should brace themselves for the cleansing of a tsunami. Van Cleef then elaborated on the principle behind it. After a violent tremor, shock waves will propagate across the sea like expanding concentric circles, much like the ripples created by a pebble thrown into shallow water. Although I cannot trigger a tsunami as effortlessly as Whitebeard, with proper preparation, I can easily incite a breathtaking tsunami. While Akiji's abilities can indeed neutralize a tsunami, how could he possibly arrive in time every single time? Van Cleef stated confidently. William's lips curved into a slight smile, his eyes brimming with fearlessness and grandeur. "I am curious to see if the world government can remain composed then." Nami, upon hearing the destruction of an entire nation, felt a pang of reluctance, hesitating multiple times to speak. Having braved the treacherous and challenging seas alone for many years, she was no longer an innocent saint. She too had her darker side. On this ship, the only one who could truly be deemed a good person was Sanji. In past battles, Sanji had merely incapacitated his foes without ever taking a life. Sanji remained silent for a long moment, before once more retrieving his lighter, lighting another cigarette. After a deep inhale, he gradually stated, "This is merely the worst-case scenario. Our immediate priority is to locate Reiju as swiftly as possible." Yet, deep within Sanji's heart, a silent resolution had been forged. If Reiju truly fell into the hands of the government, he would venture forth alone to rescue her. Sanji was determined not to allow Reiju to face any misfortune, nor could he bear the thought of an entire nation crumbling because of him. Chapter 40. Judge, please spare me. A luxurious and imposing warship, the Flamingo, was cutting through the waves. The vessel's master was none other than the infamous warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Inside the cabin, Judge was bound tightly, glaring at Doflamingo with the fury of a caged beast. Doflamingo stood tall and imposing, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Forming a chillingly cold smile, he leaned down slightly and spoke to Judge. "Hand over the lineage factor technology. This, without a doubt, is the wisest choice for you at this moment." That he paused, then continued, "Judge, what you have always yearned for is to possess a vast territory that can firmly establish the Germa kingdom. Is it not?" As he said this, Doflamingo deliberately slowed his speech. "If you agree to cooperate with me, I can make your wish come true, allowing you to become the king of the bountiful land of Dressrosa." Doflamingo's words were laced with temptation, akin to a devil whispering in one's ear, making it hard to resist. However, despite the alluring offer, Judge felt a deep-seated wariness. He knew Doflamingo all too well. His promises were nothing more than empty, unfulfilled vows that if he foolishly surrendered the lineage factor technology, he would likely gain nothing but jeopardize his very life. With this thought, Judge's eyes widened as he glared fiercely at Doflamingo, shouting, "You will never get it. Even if it costs me my life, I will never divulge the lineage factor technology to you, you despicable scoundrel." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Doflamingo's eyes that he raised his hand, and an invisible force gathered instantaneously at his fingertips. In the next moment, a fine yet exceedingly sharp thread shot forth from his hand, piercing through one of Judge's fingers at lightning speed. In an instant, excruciating pain coursed through Judge's entire body like electricity. The agony of having his heartstrings tugged forced him to emit a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the cabin. Yet, Judge clenched his lips tightly, refusing to succumb to Doflamingo's tyranny. Witnessing Judge's continued defiance, Doflamingo's smile grew even colder. He slowly extended his index finger, the sharp tip pointing directly at Judge's remaining fingers. His voice, low and chilling, swept through the air like a biting wind. "This time, it won't be just one, but two." Almost instantly, Two fine yet incredibly sharp threads shot out from his palm, accurately piercing through Judge's other two fingers with blinding speed. The intense pain surged forth like a tidal wave. Judge felt as though his entire body was being torn apart. The suffering was beyond description. He writhed in agony, his face as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He instinctively wished to roll on the ground to alleviate the torment, but the heavy chains binding him kept him firmly in place, rendering him unable to move even an inch. Judge's breathing became slightly steadier, and he trembled as he lifted his head, his gaze filled with terror as he looked at Doflamingo. Doflamingo's expression was as cold as ice, yet a chilling smile lingered on his lips. He slowly extended his right hand, his 5 fingers bending at an eerie angle, resembling claws from the depths of hell. The nearly invisible threads were now distinctly visible, shimmering with a cold light, poised like venomous snakes ready to strike. Doflamingo lowered his head slightly, his tone filled with mockery as he chuckled. Fufufu, Judge, prepare to bid farewell to your legs. However, do not be overly concerned, for I am inherently benevolent. I shall summon the finest artisans to meticulously craft the most exquisite prosthetic for you. Doflamingo deliberately slowed his movements, gently draping a fine thread over Kaji's leg. As Kaji felt the thread slowly constricting around his leg, the last bastion of his resolve crumbled instantaneously, and he cried out hoarsely, I will cooperate. I agree to cooperate. Please spare me. His voice was laden with despair and terror. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo threw back his head and laughed heartily, his laughter sharp and piercing like that of a night owl. Fufufu, Kaji, I must say, you have made quite the astute choice. Ha ha. After a brief pause, Doflamingo feigned an apology. I beg your pardon for my earlier impolite behavior. If you would be so kind, that moment. Despite the seething rage and indignation within him, Kaji dared not reveal a hint of it. He clenched his teeth tightly, striving to conjure a smile more grotesque than tears, and managed to utter, It's all right, Joker. After speaking those words, Kaji felt as though his heart were about to burst from rage. Yet he was powerless, forced to silently curse the wretched man before him. Doflamingo gracefully approached the bound Kaji and gently released the chains that held his limbs captive. Then, turning toward the door, he called out loudly, quickly summoned the ship's doctor to tend to this esteemed guest's injuries. Shortly thereafter, an experienced ship's doctor hurried in and began to meticulously treat Kaji's wounds. With deft hands, the doctor swiftly attended to Kaji's injuries and skillfully bandaged them. Following this, Doflamingo, with a smiling countenance, warmly draped his arm around Kaji's shoulders and led him toward the study. Upon entering the study, Doflamingo unceremoniously demanded that Kaji immediately write down the technical details regarding the bloodline factors. However, at that moment, Kaji fully understood that he was entirely at the mercy of the other party, secretly calculating how to fabricate some content to appease the situation. Just as he was about to put pen to paper, Doflamingo suddenly interjected, This is one of my family members, Violet, who possesses the ability of the stare fruit. With that, a sly smile crept onto Doflamingo's lips. The woman named Violet approached gracefully, her tall and lithe figure accentuated by slightly darkened skin and lips that were fuller than most that moment. Violet formed a shape with her hands resembling glasses, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon Kaji. Doflamingo continued, Violet can effortlessly see through the thoughts of others, so, Mr. Kaji, I hope that no unpleasantness will ensue. As long as you obediently hand over the technical information regarding the bloodline factors, once I acquire it, you shall be free to leave here unscathed. Upon hearing this, Kaji's heart sank. His initial intent to feign ignorance vanished without a trace. Faced with such a predicament, he sighed in resignation, slowly seated himself, and picked up the pen to begin writing fervently. Chapter 41. The hero Sora will shatter the conspiracy of Germa 66. That Nami rested her chin on one hand, her delicate brows furrowing, and suddenly inquired, Sanji, do you and Reiju share any secret codes or matters of profound significance known only to the two of you? Given the urgency of the situation, such knowledge could prove invaluable. Sanji was momentarily taken aback by the question, then fell into deep contemplation, his mind flashing through a series of vivid memories, whispering secrets with Reiju in dimly lit corridors. sharing snacks hidden in corners. After a moment, his eyes brightened with determination as he confidently replied, "Let me think. Yes, if it's that, Reiju will definitely know." Van Cleef had been closely observing the two, and upon seeing Sanji's revelation, he rubbed his hands together, eager to act. Let's swiftly convey this message to Reiju. Time is of the essence. We must act immediately. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Kaba in the North Sea, the afternoon bustled with life. Vendors calling out their wares and children laughing as they chased one another. An atmosphere of lively harmony enveloped the streets. But in the blink of an eye, calamity struck. The actions of the people seemed to freeze as if a pause button had been pressed. They looked up in astonishment, mouths agape, at the sky above that a fleet of floating islands loomed ominously, blocking out the sun like a horde of prehistoric beasts charging forth. This can't be real, can it? An elderly man gasped, his cloudy eyes wide with disbelief, nearly losing his grip on his cane. Is this the end of the world? A young woman clutched her child tightly, her face a mask of terror. Her voice tinged with sobs, desperate cries for salvation rose from the crowd. Amidst the chaos, Sanji's voice echoed through the transponder snail, booming like thunder across the kingdom of Kaba. The hero Sora will shatter the conspiracy of Germa 66. His voice was resolute, resonating across every inch of the kingdom as the floating islands drifted away. The crowd seemed to awaken from a nightmare, exchanging bewildered glances and murmuring amongst themselves, "Isn't the hero Sora a character from the serialized comic in the World Economic Journal?" One young man scratched his head, puzzled to know. Germa 66 is very much real. An older man gravely shook his head, his expression serious. Some astute individuals, accustomed to gathering intelligence, began to ponder Sanji's announcement, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and contemplation. Sanji, the chef from the William Pirates, hails from Germa 66, that a voice whispered, illuminating the crowd. So, it is some sort of code? Enlightenment dawned upon them, and in an instant, the informants of the Northern Sea, akin to sharks sensing blood, sprang into action. They mobilized their resources, racking their brains to decipher the hidden key information. Once the stronghold of Germa 66, only ruins remained, the sea breeze carrying the briny scent as it whistled through, stirring up the dust and dry grass, creating an aura of desolation. Yet in Sanji's eyes, every stone and corner held cherished childhood memories shared with Reiju. The hero Sora was not a fictional character, but rather the beloved mother of him and Reiju. Vin smoked tea that time. Reiju, as the eldest daughter of Germa 66, was ensnared in the family's strict rules and heavy burdens, yet she always harbored a gentle and kind heart, striving with all her might to protect the warmth within her, quietly offering Sanji solace and hope to endure countless dark nights. Sanji stood still, gazing into the distance, as if transcending mountains and seas to catch a glimpse of Reiju. He pressed his hands together over his heart, silently praying, "Sister, you must hear me." That whispered plea was swept away by the sea breeze, drifting toward the unknown. Shortly after Sanji's signal was sent, in a concealed cove of the North Sea, a uniquely designed vessel, understated yet exuding a sense of technology, slowly emerged. At the bow stood Reiju, clad in her signature battle attire, her posture upright, her expression grave. She had just concluded a perilous escape, her hair slightly disheveled, a few strands damp with sweat clinging to her cheek, yet it did not diminish her cool and resilient demeanor. The hero Sora will shatter the conspiracy of Germa 66. Sanji's voice resonated persistently in her mind, causing Reiju's eyes to glisten with unshed tears, warmth flooding her heart. She swiftly adjusted her course, racing toward the former stronghold of Germa. Days later, the fates of Reiju and the William Pirates quietly intertwined, leading to a successful reunion. Sanji, overjoyed to see Reiju safe, was about to express his elation when he witnessed her draw a handgun, aiming it at her own temple, as if compelled by an invisible force. She spoke deliberately, "Sanji, if you do not set out immediately to rescue father, I shall end my life here." Sanji, struck as if by a bolt from the blue, stood frozen, memories surging forth like a tidal wave. Though he understood the gravity of the situation, William still inquired, "Sanji, What on earth is happening? Sanji, resembling an ignited powder keg, was incensed, his face flushed crimson and his eyes wide with fury as he bellowed. That bastard! When we were still in our mother's womb, he frantically resorted to surgery to alter us. As he witnessed Reiju's fingers stealthily tighten around the trigger. The stakes of life and death hung in the balance. William, quick-witted and agile, snatched the pistol from her grasp. Turning to Reiju, he stated emphatically, "As Sanji's captain, I shall speak on his behalf. We have consented to your demands." Upon hearing this, Reiju's gaze towards Sanji was intertwined with guilt, helplessness, and complex emotions as she murmured, "I am sorry." Sanji in a fierce retort. Sanji replied, "There is no need for your apologies, Reiju. I will ensure that scoundrel pays for his deeds. A father who ruthlessly manipulates his children's lives and robs them of their emotions is a wretch I shall never forgive." Zoro furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "Is it possible to free Reiju from your father's control through another surgery?" Sanji shook his head in resignation. "I am uncertain of that." Meanwhile, William contemplated, "Once we rescue Judge, I shall coerce him into lifting Reiju's constraints. Judge, being a coward at heart, will undoubtedly capitulate if his life is at stake." With this resolution, William nonchalantly adjusted his flamboyant pink captain's hat, his gaze resolute as he scanned the group, proclaiming, "Then let us confront this infamous night demon." Chapter 42. Doflamingo in action. While Judge, filled with despair, diligently penned his thoughts, Doflamingo stood by, exuding an air of leisure. The self-satisfied expression plastered on Doflamingo's face was far from concealed. Thus, the unfortunate Judge remained confined by Doflamingo in this study, his quill never resting throughout the night. It was not until the break of dawn, when the sky began to blush with the faintest hint of light, that Judge finally ceased his writing. Gently massaging his sore hands, which bore the strain of prolonged labor, he gradually rose to his feet. He meticulously organized the documents that cluttered the desk before turning to Doflamingo and declaring, "Joker, here is all the information concerning the lineage factor." Violet, standing nearby, nodded slightly, affirming that Judge had not played any tricks. Doflamingo leafed through the thick stack of documents with a practiced hand. While the words on each page were familiar to him, their collective assembly posed a puzzling conundrum, leaving even the astute warlord somewhat vexed and bewildered. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the elation in Doflamingo's heart, for he was acutely aware that his objective had been successfully achieved. Although technical documentation and mastery of the technology were distinct matters, Doflamingo would never place his trust in Judge to perform modifications on him. After all, human intentions are inscrutable, and who could predict whether Judge might secretly sabotage him? At this moment, the only challenge before him was to find a sufficiently brilliant scientist capable of fully comprehending and mastering this information. With this thought in mind, Doflamingo's lips curled into a sly yet confident smile. He then delicately placed the precious documents into a specially designed safe. After completing this task, Doflamingo raised his head and fixed his gaze upon Judge, who stood anxiously before him. Noticing Judge's nervous demeanor, Doflamingo let out a low, rumbling chuckle. "Fufufu. Rest assured, Judge, as I previously stated, as long as you obediently hand over the lineage factor technology, I shall allow you to depart unharmed. I'm a man of my word." Upon hearing Doflamingo's assurances, Judge's anxieties began to dissipate somewhat. "Thank you, Joker." Doflamingo waved his hand, indicating, "You may disembark at the island ahead. Now, go and rest well." After receiving permission, Judge felt a weight lift from his shoulders, and under Violet's guidance, he entered a beautifully appointed guest room. Before long, the exhausted Judge succumbed to a deep slumber, entering a realm of sweet dreams. Alone on the deck, Violet stood, the sea breeze caressing her face as she gleaned from Judge's heart that his eldest daughter, Reiju, had set out to seek the assistance of the William pirates to rescue him. At this moment, Violet was engulfed in inner turmoil. She was torn between continuing her allegiance to Doflamingo or seizing the chaos to escape his devilish grasp. After all, her feelings towards this once beloved yet now loathed man were fraught with conflict and struggle. She felt akin to a butterfly ensnared in a web, yearning for liberation yet fearful of the unknown dangers that lay ahead. Doflamingo, sensing Violet's solitary contemplation in the sea breeze through his observation hockey. Swiftly devised a plan that he knew Violet intimately. Well aware of her softness and hesitation, compounded by the matter of Reiju's disappearance, it was not difficult to deduce that Judge's reliance lay solely on Sanji and the William pirates behind him. Thus, Doflamingo extracted a listening devil insect from his drawer, skillfully dialing a number in the Holy Land Marioa. Within the mysterious and awe-inspiring office of the Five Elders, a high-ranking government official approached with a solemn expression. Moving cautiously as he knocked on the door, the Science Defense Warlord, Jagaroja Satan, fixed a piercing gaze upon the document in his hands, not even turning his head as he coldly uttered a single word. Enter. The visitor, trembling, pushed the door open and immediately prostrated himself before the Five Elders, performing the customary bowing and kneeling. Once the formalities were complete, he spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Honorable Elders, Doflamingo wishes to speak with you. The Science Defense Warlord, Jagaroja Satan, slowly set down the document, his eyes narrowing as he directed his gaze at the visitor, inquiring, that kid from the Don Quixote family? Did he mention what it was about? Satan, Doflamingo merely indicated that he has devised a plan capable of annihilating the William pirates, the visitor replied. The finance warlord, Izangbron Najuro, raised his head, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Oh, are there further details? He claimed that he would only divulge additional information in a conversation with the esteemed Five Elders. Jagaroja Satan interjected with a steely voice. Bring it forth that the listening devil insect was placed before him. Jagaroja Satan stated, that little brat from the Don Quixote family. Because of you, we have carved out precious time to converse. I hope you do not disappoint us on the other end of the line. Doflamingo cryptically remarked, Vinsmoke Judge is in my possession. The agriculture warlord, Shepherd 10 Peter, impatiently interrupted, we have been aware of this matter for quite some time. Jagaroja Satan's eyes lit up with realization as he connected the dots to Sanji. Exclaiming, so the William pirates are on their way. Doflamingo continued, through interrogating Vinsmoke Judge, I learned that his third son, Vinsmoke Sanji, has already led the William crew in a rescue attempt. Izangbron V. Najuro's tone grew more intense. Is that true? Absolutely certain. Very well. I shall dispatch Kizaru and CP0 to rendezvous with you post-haste. Furthermore, this is a compulsory summons. As a warlord, you are to cooperate with Kizaru and CP0, and at all costs. Ensure the total eradication of the William pirates. Understood. After terminating the call, Doflamingo reclined with his legs crossed, wearing his signature cunning smile, but he was well aware that this confrontation with the William pirates would be a thrilling battle. Yet, he brimmed with confidence in his plan, especially with the backing of the world government. William, this time, I shall not succumb to defeat. He chuckled softly, a cold, sardonic sound. Chapter 43. Ace, keep your spirits up. We must not lose any points. Through the system interface, Kane clearly observed every move made by the world government. Lost in contemplation, Kane's mind was flooded with images of the formidable beings who traversed the seas with unparalleled prowess. The admirals, the four emperors, these titans who stood at the pinnacle of the pirate world, had scores in the system typically ranging from 45 to 50 he murmured to himself, Akiji could freeze Don Quixote Doflamingo with a mere glance. Big Mom's punch could render Queen unconscious in an instant. Before Luffy awakened Nika's powers, he could hardly withstand a strike from Kaido, and Shanks could dispatch Kid with a single slash 2 years hence. The chasm of strength separating the 7 warlords, the vice admirals, and ordinary rear admirals was akin to an insurmountable abyss. The only apparent exception was Marco. Kane narrowed his eyes slightly as he envisioned Marco's graceful figure, who, with the extraordinary abilities of the Zoan-type mythical phoenix, could momentarily evade the onslaught of admirals and 4 emperors. Kizaru and Pigeon, these 2 opponents known for their speed, struck like lightning, making them nearly impossible to defend against. In a one-on-one confrontation, William would not fear either of them. However, if they were to attack him simultaneously, he could at most intercept one. Frankie and Nami relied heavily on their devil fruit powers. The Float fruit and the Cloud fruit indeed possessed formidable control and extensive area damage capabilities, yet against agile adversaries like Kizaru and Pigeon, their effectiveness would be severely diminished. As for Zoro, Sanji, and Reiju, they had yet to master haki. Faced with a formidable foe such as Pigeon, they would likely struggle to endure even a single encounter before finding themselves in dire straits. Just as Ace had nearly mastered his haki, it was time for Buggy to take the stage. East Blue, Ty's Island, in the sun-drenched training ground, Ace, blindfolded, stood like a steadfast mountain, quietly poised in place. Opposite him, a group of pirates armed with flintlock guns and cannons stood ready. Buggy, standing nearby, wore an expression of eager concern as he called out, "Ace, please do not lose focus. It could truly be fatal." A subtle smile crept across Ace's lips, a mark of his unwavering confidence, as he resolutely replied, "Bring it on." His voice resonated with calm authority, echoing with latent power in the air. Fire! At the pirates' unified shout, bullets erupted from their guns like rain, while cannonballs soared through the sky like meteors, hurtling toward AC in an instant. The training ground was shrouded in smoke, the acrid scent of gunpowder permeating the air. Yet Ace moved like a sprite dancing amidst a storm of bullets, his body twisting and dodging with remarkable agility. Each motion executed flawlessly. Bullets and cannonballs whizzed past him. Failing to inflict even a scratch, he became an invisible wind, weaving through the gaps of death, rendering the enemy's attacks futile, when a bullet or cannonball was truly unavoidable. A black radiance erupted around Ace, enveloping him in a layer of armament haki that clung to his body like impenetrable armor. The projectiles collided against this formidable defense, sparking wildly but unable to penetrate. Falling helplessly to the ground instead, in a blink, the pirates had exhausted their ammunition. While Ace remained unscathed, his breath steady, devoid of any trace of fatigue. Buggy gazed at Ace with admiration, exclaiming, "Splendid, Ace, you, having mastered 3 forms of haki, now possess the foundation to make your mark upon these seas. Conquering haki cannot be cultivated. It strengthens only when the wielder's spirit is elevated. Thus, you are ready to embark on your journey." Thanks to the solid foundation laid by Garp over the years, Buggy's role in Ace's awakening of haki was merely to guide the powerful force lying dormant within him. Now, Ace had emerged from his cocoon, poised to unfurl his magnificent saga upon these grand oceans. Ace slowly removed his blindfold, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much, Buggy." Buggy waved dismissively, saying casually, "No need for formalities. However, if you truly wish to express your gratitude." With a grin exposing his gleaming teeth, he chuckled, "Next time we meet, repay me with treasure maps. The more, the better." Ace nodded earnestly, responding with solemnity, "All right, I shall collect some treasure maps as gifts for you during my travels." A smile of anticipation lit up his face as if envisioning the delightful surprises ahead. He confidently declared, "By then, you better not be left speechless." Buggy, intrigued, looked at Ace, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, inquired, "So, you haven't given up on your dreams, have you?" "No, I will never give up," Ace affirmed, his voice resolute, as if announcing his determination to the world. Buggy, inspired by Ace's conviction, gave a thumbs up, boldly proclaiming, "That's the spirit of a true man. Never forsake your dreams. No matter the time or place, go forth, steadfastly pursue your aspirations." Ace's face radiated with fervor as he proclaimed, "First, I must earn the recognition of this sea for my strength. Buggy, wait for the news in the papers." A knowing smile curled at the corners of Buggy's mouth as he curiously asked, "And how do you intend to achieve that?" "By defeating the man deemed the strongest in the world." Ace's eyes blazed with fierce determination. Buggy's mind conjured the image of a towering figure that loomed like a mountain, and he instinctively murmured, "You mean to take Whitebeard's head?" He scrutinized Ace, then contrasted him against Whitebeard's cataclysmic power. Internally reflecting, though Ace had made rapid strides, the gap between them remained vast. Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained from dampening Ace's enthusiasm. Just then, a voice resonated in Buggy's mind. "Let me take part. I wish to bid farewell to Ace as well." "Piss, you're awake?" Buggy's heart stirred. He rose slowly into the air, calling out to the crowd, "Let us throw a grand feast to send off Ace and his companions on their new journey." The following morning, Kane, controlling Buggy, stood at the shore, waving vigorously as he bid farewell to Ace. shouting, "Ace, keep your spirits up. We must not lose any points." Ace led the Spade pirates on a raft, gently sailing away from the harbor. The raft, propelled by the waves, gradually receded, Ace's silhouette appearing particularly resolute under the sun's embrace. Chapter 44. The Moment of Truth. Above the floating island at 10,000 meters high, a thick plume of black smoke slowly ascended, gradually transforming into a humanoid figure. As the smoke dissipated, onlookers beheld the arrival of the notorious Buggy, with a bounty of 4.539 billion berries. Raju gasped in disbelief. The clown, Buggy.Kane's portrayal of Buggy, enacted a playful gesture in response. "Indeed, it is I." William's face lit up with joy as he hurried forward to embrace Buggy warmly. Laughing, "Buggy, what brings you here?" "I learned through the grapevine that you were in trouble, so here I am." Buggy replied earnestly. "What trouble?" William inquired. Vinsmoke Sanji is currently under the watch of Admiral Kazuru and the CP0 agent known as Pigeon, along with the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. "Thank you, Buggy," William stated confidently. Buggy continued with his playful demeanor. "Let us make a grand spectacle, William. Let the world government witness our prowess." William adjusted his captain's hat and addressed the crew with the battle plan. "Frankie and Nami, you will remain at headquarters to secure our retreat. Once we succeed, we shall retreat immediately." The two men exchanged nods, and William continued, "Zoro, Sanji, Raju, your mission is to rescue Judge, who is being guarded by the CP agency of the world government. Kizuru, CP0, and Don Quixote Doflamingo will be dealt with by me and Buggy." The group nodded in agreement, signaling their consent. William grinned widely. "Then let us create a grand tumult." In the North Sea, the uninhabited island known as Barbarossa had quietly existed amidst the vast ocean, largely unknown to the world. However, at this very moment, this seemingly tranquil isle was on the verge of becoming a focal point of global attention, and a battle of unprecedented magnitude was about to unfold here. As Judge and his three sons disembarked, they beheld two imposing figures striding towards them. The man in front wore a striking yellow-striped suit, with orange-tinted sunglasses perched on his nose, draped in a coat that symbolized the Navy's honor and authority. This man was none other than Admiral Kazuru, also known as Borsellino, one of the world government's most formidable forces. Accompanying Kazuru was another man clad in a pristine white suit, similarly adorned with a white coat. His face was concealed behind a mask decorated with a dove motif, leaving only his deep, pond-like eyes visible. Judge gazed at the unexpected duo, a wave of astonishment flooding through him as he blurted out, "Kizuru and CP0. Instinctively, he turned to look at Doflamingo behind him. Doflamingo wore a sly grin, emitting a low, sinister chuckle. "Fufufu, Judge, I did mention that I would spare your life. However, whether the world government will show mercy to you and your sons is beyond my control." The cold, chilling voice of the dove echoed, "Vinsmoke, Judge, come with us willingly." Upon hearing this, Judge forced a conciliatory smile, yet beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Stammering, he replied, "Is there some misunderstanding? I'm the king of a nation allied with the world government. You cannot treat me this way." Yet, the two remained impassive in the face of Judge's protests. Seeing the situation escalate, Judge's anxiety grew. But he was unwilling to be taken without a fight, that he widened his eyes and shouted, "I demand to speak with the Gorosei. I have served the world government." Suddenly, the dove's figure flickered, moving with lightning speed, rendering Judge unable to comprehend the action. In an instant, muffled thuds echoed as Judge and his three sons collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The dove coldly surveyed the four fallen figures and uttered an icy command. "Take them away and guard them closely. No mistakes shall be tolerated." As soon as the words left his lips, several government agents clad in black suits and sunglasses swiftly approached. They were well trained, moving in perfect unison as they bound Judge and his sons tightly with unyielding ropes. Subsequently, they lifted the unconscious quartet with ease, akin to carrying chicks, and departed without a backward glance. Doflamingo observed the retreating figures of his family members and commanded in an authoritative tone, "You must leave this place immediately." This battle is beyond your capabilities. Concern marred the faces of his family, yet they understood that defying Doflamingo's orders was not an option, so they boarded the ship and set sail. Doflamingo remained alone, casting a glance at the departing vessel, silently pondering, I cannot allow them to perish in vain. This level of conflict is not something they can handle. Meanwhile, Kizaru appeared remarkably at ease at some point. He had procured an exquisite tea set and was leisurely seated on a large rock, brewing as hot water poured into the teapot. The tea leaves unfurled and released an enticing aroma. Kizaru skillfully lifted the teacup, savoring the fragrance, a look of bliss adorning his face. Moments later, a steaming cup of fragrant tea was ready. Kizaru carefully raised the cup to his lips, taking a gentle sip, as the rich flavor cascaded across his palate. However, just as he was about to indulge further in the delightful beverage, he suddenly sensed a disturbance through his formidable observation hockey. Kizaru furrowed his brow. Setting down the teacup, and leisurely rose to his feet, he first gazed skyward, seemingly observing something, then lowered his gaze to the distant sea, a flicker of latent vigilance glimmering in his eyes. Nonchalantly, he lifted the teacup once more, draining the remaining tea, then smirked wryly. How terrifying! The William pirates. Before he finished speaking, a dazzling light erupted from Kizaru's body. In an instant, he shot skyward at an astonishing velocity, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Doflamingo, witnessing Kizaru's actions, though unaware of the specifics, could easily surmise the impending truth. William was approaching. With a swift motion, Doflamingo extended his hands, summoning countless resilient threads that spun from his fingertips. Weaving together like a spider's silk to form a massive rope, he then hurled the rope skyward, accurately ensnaring a pristine white cloud. With a gentle leap, Doflamingo ascended rapidly along the rope, reaching the clouds in an instant. Standing firmly atop the cloud, he gazed solemnly at the distant sea. The dove, too, was swift. A strange radiance enveloped his figure, and in a flash he transformed into a magnificent, formidable eagle. Its expansive wingspan shimmered with a metallic sheen. Appearing utterly indomitable, with a resounding cry, the eagle soared upward, harnessing the power of the currents to ascend into the heights. Chapter 45. Kizaru, my ability to escape is also top-notch. In the skies above, Kizaru hovered, his aura radiant and gleaming, his gaze leisurely directed towards the floating island. His trademark mocking smile graced his face. Oh dear, the William pirates are truly fearsome. Even the clown buggy has made an appearance. Kizaru quipped, his tone laced with jest and amusement. With that, he gradually spread his arms, as golden light surged from his palms like a tumultuous torrent, cascading forth in an unending stream in an instant. The radiance converged, dazzling and brilliant. Yada no Kagami, Kizaru bellowed, and countless light projectiles rained down upon the floating island like shooting stars, a veritable deluge of illumination, dense as the stars and unstoppable. Yet, moments later, Kizaru's previously nonchalant demeanor began to shift toward gravity. He furrowed his brow, murmuring softly, "It seems ineffective?" At that moment, Buggy, under Kane's control, stepped forward with unhurried composure. In an instant, a billowing black smoke enveloped him, cloaking the entire floating island. As Kizaru's light projectiles made contact with the smoke, they were swallowed into an endless void, vanishing without a trace. "Proceed as planned," William called out, his voice booming, resonating through the skies. The others sprang into action, hastily stepping onto the gangplank prepared by Frankie. Frankie activated the powers of his float fruit, and the gangplank surged to life with newfound vigor, propelling its passengers forward like arrows released from bow. The dove, transformed into an eagle, circled high above, its keen eyes acting like a precise radar, monitoring every movement below. As the group commenced their actions, the eagle abruptly folded its wings, diving down like a streak of black lightning. Its talons glinted menacingly in the sunlight as they shot toward William. Upon seeing the dove swooping towards him, William mused internally, how underestimated am I by CP0? Do they truly believe they can defeat me? The dove ranks lower than Jean in the system's evaluations. Is CP0 consistently this audacious? However, upon considering that Rob Lucci, after ascending to CP0, dared to bare his fangs at Admiral Akainu, William felt a sense of relief. Thus, he no longer hesitated and drew ace, the conqueror's haki enveloping it in a swirling embrace. God's avoidance. What? In an instant, a blinding line of blood erupted from the body of the blue eagle, transformed from the white dove. Following this, the white dove lost consciousness in an instant, plummeting towards the sea like a kite severed from its string to the edge of the battlefield. Doflamingo witnessed the white dove's fate hanging in the balance and was astonished to see Buggy present as well, which instilled in him a desire to retreat, that he moved stealthily, akin to a silent breeze, quietly distancing himself from the battlefield. William, perceiving Doflamingo's intent to flee through his observation haki, harbored no intentions of pursuing him. After all, Doflamingo was a significant client. As long as he did not act recklessly, William had no intention of taking his life at that moment. Kizuru too felt a desire to retreat, yet before he could act, Buggy's feet were firmly rooted to the floating island, his entire being launching forth like a cannonball towards Kizuru. Surrounding Buggy was a dense and heavy black smoke. He extended his arm, palm directed at Kizuru, and bellowed, "Dark water!" Kizuru was suddenly struck by an inexplicable force, staggering momentarily as he nearly lost his balance. However, being battle-hardened, he quickly regained his composure. At that moment, he distinctly felt his body uncontrollably drawn towards Buggy, as if Buggy had transformed into a powerful magnet, and he himself a piece of iron being pulled. He pondered, "Is this akin to a gravitational ability? If so, then I shall oblige." With this thought, Kizuru decided to forego resistance, and instead channeled the full power of the Pika Pika no Mi, accelerating towards Buggy like a bolt of golden lightning. Just as he was about to reach out to Buggy's palm, a mocking grin resurfaced on Kizuru's face as he jested. "Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" With that, he raised his right leg high, and in an instant, the full might of the Pika Pika no Mi unleashed, a brilliant light flashing as he kicked. The overwhelming force seemed to shatter Buggy into hundreds of fragments, scattering in all directions. However, Kizuru soon realized the situation was dire. He hastily attempted to activate his ability to retreat. His horror, Kizuru discovered he was ensnared by an invisible force. Unable to utilize his powers, deprived of his abilities, his body began to fall towards the sea like a kite with a severed string. Alarmed, Kizuru swiftly employed Jeppo to barely halt his descent. The team mused in bewilderment. Buggy's dark fruit, supposed to require physical contact to take effect. Could it be a result of that kick? At that moment, the scattered fragments around him appeared to be drawn by a mysterious force, swiftly reassembling. And in the blink of an eye, Buggy regained his original form. With a smirk, he said, "Indeed, just as you surmised." "Kizuru, how will you respond now?" Kizuru contemplated. "This deprived ability must have a time limit. As long as I can endure until it returns, I shall remain unscathed." With this thought, his signature mocking grin reappeared, murmuring, "My skill in retreating is also top-notch." With that, Kizuru vanished in a flash, soaring away into the distance. Observing this, Buggy had no intention of pursuing, for his boastful moment was hard-earned and not to be squandered lightly. The battle in the skies lasted merely a few fleeting minutes. As Zoro and Sanji landed, they were astonished to find that the white dove had already plunged into the sea, its fate uncertain. Doflamingo had remained conspicuously absent, and Kizuru had long since vanished, leaving behind only a blurred silhouette on the horizon. Zoro and Sanji, having previously resolved to risk their lives in this encounter, now realized their understanding of William and Buggy's formidable strength had been woefully superficial. Thus, they could not afford to lag behind. Exchanging glances, Zoro and Sanji recognized the unwavering determination reflected in each other's eyes. They hesitated no longer and, guided by the life card, sprinted towards the location where Sanji was imprisoned. Like two frenzied leopards, Zoro was the first to strike, unsheathing 3 glimmering blades, and with a mighty roar, he declared 3 sword style, ultimate, 3,000 worlds. In that instant, a formidable wave of sword energy surged forth, akin to a roaring tsunami, sweeping toward the agents guarding them. The agents, startled by the onslaught, scattered in panic, yet many were still injured by the relentless sword energy, cries of anguish echoing through the air. Sanji, not to be outdone, leapt high into the air, his legs igniting in brilliant flames, resembling two blazing suns. Demon Wind Foot. Finishing touch, he shouted, delivering a powerful kick that sent several agents flying, clearing a broad path for Zoro. Reiju was equally active, gracefully lifting her delicate arm, unleashing a barrage of potent venomous spikes that rained down upon the surrounding enemies, forcing them to retreat. With a cold demeanor, she stated, "Do not even think of stopping us." After landing, William probed the agent's strength with his observation haki and then turned his attention elsewhere. After all, they were merely minor players. Even the so-called most brilliant CP agent in 800 years, Rob Lucci, would stand no chance against the combined might of Zoro, Sanji, and Reiju. William darted forward like a black dragon plunging into the sea, intending to retrieve the white dove and see if he could strike a deal with the world government. Chapter 46. I Am a Reporter. Moments later, Kizaru finally sensed that his abilities had returned. He dared not let his guard down for a second and promptly activated the Pika Pika no Mi's powers. In an instant, he transformed into a dazzling flash of light, racing towards a distant island like a golden meteor. After landing, Kizaru slightly raised his wrist, where a phone bug was squirming restlessly this time. He did not make the careless mistake of dialing the wrong number. Meanwhile, in the Admiral's office at Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku had just finished reviewing a mountain of paperwork. He sighed in relief, ready to brew a steaming cup of tea to soothe his taut nerves. At that moment, the phone bug on the table suddenly emitted a shrill and urgent sound. Brew, 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 brew. Sengoku glanced up to see the phone bug's lecherous face and its signature orange sunglasses. Borsellino, I hope this brings good news, Sengoku thought with an inward sigh. Over the past few days, he had heard too many disheartening pieces of news, the weight of which threatened to crush him. Slowly, he extended his hand, picked up the receiver, and calmly said, Borsellino, what is it? Mr. Sengoku, the operation has failed, came Kizuru's languid yet resigned voice from the other end. Oh, so it was a failure, Sengoku replied instinctively. But just a moment later, he abruptly reacted, raising his voice. Wait, what did you say? Kizuru on the other end of the line slightly pouted, maintaining his playful tone as he leisurely replied, Mr. Sengoku, I said, the operation has failed. How is that possible? With such overwhelming power, there's no reason for failure, Sengoku exclaimed, his face contorted in disbelief, his brow furrowing tightly. The clown buggy also appeared on the battlefield, Mr. Sengoku, Kizuru added. Although Sengoku was taken aback by this revelation, he bore no resentment towards Kizuru. After all, he understood well that should William and Buggy join forces, the fighting power unleashed would be nothing short of terrifying. Even someone as formidable as Kizuru could find himself in peril against such opponents. Nevertheless, Sengoku clung to a glimmer of hope and, unwilling to give up, asked, did Doflamingo and CP0 manage to diminish the ranks of the William pirates? Deep within his heart, he was still secretly calculating that William and Buggy might prove to be formidable opponents. However, characters like Zoro, Sanji, and Nami, whom he perceived as relatively weaker, should surely be manageable. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Kizuru's expression instantly became complex. He slowly replied, Doflamingo has not shown himself at any point, and CP0 has been cast into the sea by William's sword. Their fates unknown at this. Sengoku's brows furrowed even tighter, and after a prolonged silence, he finally sighed in resignation, saying, I understand. You may return for now. I will report to the Gorla in the mysterious and imposing holy land of Mariewa. The office of the Gorosei, a nexus of power, the agricultural warlord, Shepherd 10, erupted in fury upon receiving Sengoku's report, like a powder keg ignited. Sengoku, what has your navy been doing? Why was there no meticulous preparation in advance? This is utterly absurd. Sengoku stood there, still silent, yet internally cursing. Isn't this mess the result of your stubbornness, you old fools? Carp, with his immense strength, was heartlessly sidelined and sent back to the East Blue. I had urged at that time to deploy Kazan from Mariewa to participate in the operation for safety's sake. Yet you old geezers insisted that the Holy Land cannot be without an admiral to guard it. Had you heeded my advice sooner and allowed Akiji to collaborate with Kizuru, along with CP0 and Doflamingo, we would likely have already subdued the William pirates. The environmental warlord, Marcus Maz, retained a flicker of conscience. Observing the situation, He attempted to exonerate Sengoku. It is too late to discuss this now. Sengoku, you should return. Sengoku silently turned and slowly departed. After his exit, Marcus Maz was the first to speak. The immediate priority is to contain this information. The others understood well that if such a devastating defeat were widely publicized, it would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the world government's rule. Thus, they all nodded in agreement. The scientific defense warlord, Jagor Lucian Satan, then stated, CP has successfully infiltrated Morgan's World Economic News, and I will issue orders for him to warn Morgan's the headquarters of the World Economic News. A peculiar structure resembling a giant hot air balloon floated gracefully through the vast sky. Tethered by numerous albatrosses, IT would only descend to the ground when resupplying. An employee hurriedly handed an envelope to Morgan's, stating, President, this is a letter from the world government. Morgan's, intrigued, opened the envelope, and his eyes first fell upon check. After a cursory glance at the staggering figure, his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. What an astonishing amount! Subsequently, he picked up the letter enclosed, reading it carefully, only to discover it was an order from the world government to suppress the news. With a keen mind, Morgans instantly connected it to the intelligence just delivered. Kizaru, along with CP0 and Doflamingo, had been soundly defeated by the William Pirates and Buggy in the North Sea. Morgans chuckled coldly, thinking to himself, how could I possibly comply with your demands? Without hesitation, he turned to the employee beside him and commanded, return this to the world government. However, to his utter astonishment, the employee suddenly tore off a human skin mask, revealing a cold and unfamiliar face that, in quick succession, he drew a pistol, aiming it directly at Morgans, growling, You must obey us, Morgans. The orders of the world government are indisputable and cannot be rejected. Morgans was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, gradually raising his hands in a feigned surrender while calmly stating, While I am indeed a miser who values wealth above all, that is unquestionable. I must first and foremost be a journalist. No sooner had he finished speaking than Morgans moved with sudden agility. His sharp claws, hidden beneath his robe, shot forth, piercing the CP agent's body with lightning speed. The agent's eyes widened in terror and disbelief before he slowly collapsed, lifeless. Witnessing this, Morgans immediately shouted, Everyone, this place is no longer safe. Let us relocate at once. A chorus of agreement erupted from the staff. The multitude of albatrosses began to flap their powerful wings, tugging at the ropes connected to the balloon, as the entire headquarters of the World Economic News began its slow migration into the depths of the unknown sky. Chapter 47. No matter the cost, it shall not be considered excessive in the North Sea. Barbarossa. William abruptly drew ace, the sharp blade pressing against Germa's neck. His gaze was icy and piercing as he declared, Release the control over Reiju, or face death. Germa speculated that William would not easily resort to killing, considering the weight of his son, whom he regarded as a failure. Thus, he bravely replied, Such a thing is impossible. Upon seeing this, Sanji's eyes widened with fury, and he admonished, William, kill him. Reiju can likewise free herself from his control. William, hearing this, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, revealing a hint of meaning. A splendid idea. Sanji, I shall proceed. With that, he slid Ace gently, and in an instant, a crimson line appeared across Germa's neck. Realizing that William's actions were not mere bluster, Germa was struck with alarm and quickly pleaded, It's not that I do not wish to. The bloodline factor is a profound genetic modification. After such a long time, it is already fused with Reiju's body, making it inseparable. William paused momentarily, contemplating. Germa is likely not lying. His scientific prowess pales in comparison to Vegapunk's. He is utterly unremarkable, perhaps only Vegapunk. No, there is one other in the North Sea who might be able to achieve this. The surgical fruit possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate even souls. Perhaps the issue at the genetic level can be resolved. Sanji's brows knitted tightly, his eyes filled with cold, murderous intent as he coldly stated, Then you shall die. Your demise would yield the same result. William, kill this bastard. Germa was now utterly terrified and hastily continued to plead. No, no, no. I can issue orders for Reiju to live freely upon this ocean. Upon seeing this, William's face broke into a smile as he lightly tapped Germa's cheek with the back of his blade. Teasing. Look at you. Had you said this sooner, everything would have been just fine. And oh, should I learn that you ever attempt to control Reiju's life again, prepare to meet your end. Absolutely not. I will certainly set her free, Germa replied, nodding fervently, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, a report titled Shocking Turn in the North Sea. The William Pirates' astonishing confrontation with the world government spread across the globe. Carried by the seagulls of the world economic news. On board the Moby Dick, Marco observed the report with a furrowed brow. Musing, the William Pirates possess such strength to contend with the Navy and CP0. However, as long as they do not infringe upon Dad's territory, there is no need for excessive worry. 2nd Division Commander Marshal D.Teach, still wearing his signature amiable demeanor, scratched his head and chuckled. Dad, should we take action? Whitebeard erupted with laughter. Girrrr. The Navy and world government have suffered setback. It serves them right. We only need to safeguard our territory. Upon hearing this, Teach quickly adopted a submissive posture, grinning foolishly as he responded. All right, Dad. I will definitely protect our territory well. On board the Red Force, Shanks gently set down the newspaper, a hint of gravity in his gaze. Buggy is becoming increasingly unpredictable. The William Pirates cannot be underestimated. This emerging force may alter many circumstances. However, the upcoming situation will undoubtedly become more intricate. Upon seeing the report, Kaido of Onigashima burst into laughter. The William Pirates possess some capability. Yet should they dare to wreak havoc in my territory, I shall ensure they have no means of return. He pondered whether to seek an opportunity to engage with the William Pirates, contemplating the possibility of incorporating them into his ranks to bolster the strength of the Beast Pirates. Jean stood silently beside him, murmuring, that Buggy, who can counter fruit abilities, must be approached with caution should we encounter him in the future. At Cake Island, Big Mom merely cast a fleeting glance at the newspaper report before promptly dismissing it. This was due to the fact that she and Kaido had far more pressing matters at hand. She slightly turned her head, directing her gaze towards Katakuri, her tone laced with urgency as she inquired. Still no news? Katakuri replied calmly. Mother, Joker has mobilized all of his connections, exerting his utmost efforts to scour the world for devil fruits. However, the quantity of natural and mythical Zoan devil fruits is exceedingly scarce. Before her hunger pangs took hold, Big Mom's mind was as sharp as a hawk's. She understood the myriad difficulties Joker faced during his search. Did they truly have to resort to the course of action Kaido had previously suggested? Her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that day, when she met with Kaido at tea that time. Kaido had proposed with a serious expression. 2 natural fruits and 1 mythical Zoan in exchange for a piece of the road poneglyph. We still lack 2 pieces, which amounts to 4 natural and 2 mythical Zoans. Such quantities can only be produced by the celestial dragons. Big Mom's demeanor had been grave, a hint of hesitation and trepidation glimmering in her eyes. Wasn't Captain Rox a figure of immense strength and awe, ultimately defeated by the world government? To proceed in such a manner is exceedingly perilous. Kaido, Lin, if we lack the resolve to risk everything, we might as well disband now. There was a tone of determination and pressure in Kaido's voice. Let me think it over, Kaido. Big Mom's voice was slightly subdued. At that moment, Big Mom decisively retrieved her Den Mushi and dialed Kaido's number. How is it, Lin? Kaido's voice resonated through the device. Big Mom threw her head back and let out a hearty laugh. The ocean is vast and boundless. It can accommodate the dreams and failures of all. In its presence, both dreams and failures appear minuscule, that if one wishes to conquer it completely, no matter the painful price to pay, it will never be too much. Therefore, Kaido, I agree to your proposal that you owe RO. Kaido's laughter contained a hint of satisfaction and excitement. This is the Lin I know. Big Mom laughed heartily again. For my ambitions, I would willingly fight to the last breath, without any regrets. Subsequently, with a booming voice, she declared her dream for which she was willing to sacrifice everything. To establish a grand nation where all races and beings coexist harmoniously, regardless of status or rank. Upon hearing this, Kaido fervently responded, Let us drag those who are born into privilege and basking in comfort into this brutal battlefield to establish an anarchic pirate empire. Lin, Kaido, the two exclaimed nearly in unison. Let us embark on a grand undertaking. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters in Baltigo, Dragon gazed intently at the newspaper report meticulously delivered by the intelligence personnel. His expression grave, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Sabo, unable to contain his excitement, was the first to speak. This may become an excellent opportunity to profoundly shake the foundations of the world government's rule. It is also a chance for us to vigorously promote the ideals of freedom and unite more oppressed individuals to rise against the world government. However, Dragon slowly shook his head, his tone somber yet resolute. No, let the winds blow a while longer. Pirates, does anyone else share the sentiment that Yamato is Big Mom's offspring? After all, in the memories revealed by Oda, Kaido and Big Mom exuded a palpable chemistry. The original text describes, at the age of 11, Kaido was already the strongest warrior of the Vodka Kingdom. Yet one day, he was sold by the Vodka King to the world government in exchange for the Vodka Kingdom's qualification to participate in the world meeting. Kaido broke free from the chains and escaped from the Navy, but at 11, he possessed no survival skills other than combat. Thus, when hunger struck, he deliberately allowed himself to be captured by the Navy to enjoy a feast before escaping once more. Which account for his 18 arrests by the Navy to T-15, Kaido wandered to Hakanosu and joined the Rock's pirates. Chapter 48. Doflamingo. I endure. Suddenly, a thought flashed through William's mind regarding Sanji's battlesuit, prompting him to add, also, have the battlesuit made for Sanji. Consider it a reward for saving your life. Understood? Without hesitation, Sanji interjected, William, I refuse to rely on such wicked scientific technology to gain power. William, with a mischievous grin, replied, if I recall correctly, the codename for the number 3 battlesuit is Invisible Black, right? Gaji quickly nodded and replied, yes, yes. Reiju cast a complex glance at Sanji and softly explained. Invisibility and exoskeletons are universal abilities for Germa-modified individuals. Niji can already achieve invisibility without wearing the battlesuit. However, this form of invisibility is achieved through light refraction, not by altering one's structure like the transparent fruit. His electric shocks, my toxins, and your flames, Sanji, these are our unique abilities, while the battlesuit merely enhances these capabilities in that moment. Sanji found himself in a tumultuous inner conflict. The women's bathhouse, that's the women's bathhouse. How should I choose? It's infuriating. No, if Niji can achieve invisibility, then I can too. With determination set, Sanji slowly produced a cigarette and lit it, taking a deep breath before stating firmly, I have resolved to sever all ties with the past. I do not need Germa's wicked technology. Seeing Sanji's unwavering stance, William turned to Gaji and said, all right, you can take your 3 sons and leave now to do not forget what I said. Yes, yes. Gaji took his sons and jumped into the sea without looking back, swiftly swimming away. William then addressed Reiju. If you have no suitable place to go, feel free to sail with us temporarily. However, if you get involved with me, you will be hunted by the world government. Reiju blinked and smiled, replying, Captain William, I look forward to working with you. After counting the spoils, Nami transformed into a white cloud and floated beside William, her face twisted in displeasure as she complained. Do the world government's agents leave without any money? These guys are utterly pathetic. It's simply outrageous. Frankie and Zoro approached, carrying an assortment of firearms and blades, and upon hearing Nami's grievances, Frankie quickly reassured her. These weapons are crafted with exceptional skill and in good condition. They should fetch a decent price. William gestured towards the dove, stating, that fellow should be worth quite a bit. As for how much exactly, let me make a call to inquire. The confidentiality of the 5 elders' phone calls is exceedingly high. However, for William, it poses no challenge. He took out the Din Mushi and began dialing in the Holy Land Marioa. The mysterious and imposing office of the 5 elders. A government official approached the door with a solemn expression, moving cautiously as he knocked. The scientific defense god, Vegapunk, focused intently on the documents in his hands, not even turning his head, but coldly uttering a single word. Enter. The individual who approached trembled as he gently pushed open the door, immediately bowing in utmost reverence before the five elders. Once the formalities were duly observed, he spoke in a voice as faint as a whisper. "Esteemed elders, the son of the devil has somehow obtained your contact information and is called with the intention of the martial god of agriculture." Shepherd 10 furrowed his brow slightly and raised his head, inquiring, "What does he desire?" "He claims to have the white dove and is attempting to extort a ransom." Upon hearing this, Jagor Lucius Satan let out a laugh, his amusement fueled by the absurdity of the situation. The martial god of finance, Izambaron Nasavero, scowled fiercely and declared, "Tell him to clean his neck and await his demise. The fate of that worthless white dove is of no concern." Yes, the reporting official hastily exited the room to convey the message. After receiving a response, William was not surprised by the world government's decision. Although CP0 was proclaimed to be the shield of the celestial dragons, their strength was rather mediocre. The loss of a few would not cause the world government any grief. What truly pained the world government were the admirals of the Navy and the formidable strength of the Knights of God. After pondering for a moment, William conceived of an excellent buyer, a wicked smile creeping across his face as he dialed Doflamingo's number. Doflamingo had just returned to the Flamingo ship a minute prior, preparing to delve once more into the study of the lineage factor technology when the telephone beetle on his desk suddenly emitted a sharp, urgent sound. Lifting his gaze, Doflamingo immediately recognized the beetle adorned with its iconic pink Captain S hat. Adhering to the principle of maintaining dignity, Doflamingo took a deep breath to compose himself before seizing the receiver and saying, "Fufufu. William, what brings you to seek my counsel?" "Doflamingo, I have no intention of holding you accountable for capturing Katakuri. Rather, I have a lucrative proposition to discuss with you." Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief at this, grateful for the opportunity to negotiate, and inquired, "What business do you propose? I have heard that you monopolize 80% of the underworld's slave trade, and I currently possess a top-tier slave that I wish to sell to you." Doflamingo immediately recalled the white dove, who had vanished after falling into the SE.ITS the white dove. "ISNT it? Clever. What price do you propose?" After contemplating for a moment, Doflamingo offered, "How about 500 million berries?" "Are you jesting? I know that even an ordinary fisherman can fetch 500 million at your auction." Doflamingo inwardly cursed, thinking only a fool like St. Charlos would propose such an absurd price. Not all celestial dragons were dim-witted. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself that it was merely money. A material possession, 0.1 billion berries. "Now, that's more like it," he began, but before William could conclude the transaction, Nami abruptly covered his mouth and seized the phone beetle, exclaiming, "No, we demand 3 billion, upon hearing the sweet voice from the phone beetle. Doflamingo felt a surge of irritation, but consoled himself. "It's just money. I can endure." "Fine, it's a deal." Nami, infuriated, began to pummel William, chastising him. "We underpriced it. This is all your fault." William, relishing Nami's playful punches, responded leisurely, "I see you lack the courage to negotiate face to face. Let us have Jew act as the intermediary to finalize the deal." All right. The thought of having to pay that unscrupulous Jew a commission made Doflamingo take several deep breaths, silently repeating, "I can endure." Chapter 49. Carp. "Ace, I will not allow you to stray further down this misguided path." After Doflamingo revealed his intentions, a glimmer of delight sparkled in Jew's narrow eyes. Following this, a hearty laugh erupted from his lips. "Joker, you've come to the right person. Haha. Rest assured, I will give you an exceptionally favorable offer, just 150 million berries." Doflamingo, having already incurred a loss of 30 billion, was unperturbed by the 150 million, promptly replying, "No problem, that I will contact you once I have the funds ready." After hanging up, Doflamingo resumed his meticulous examination of the lineage factor technology notes penned by Katakuri. In truth, he could recite the contents of the document verbatim, yet he was utterly baffled by its implications, unsure of how to proceed. In his frustration, Doflamingo abandoned his plans for self-modification and dialed his partner. "Governor Kaido, I have 2 extraordinarily valuable gifts to present to you." Doflamingo had already devised a plan in his mind, seeking to secure an escape route given the diminishing reliability of the world government. Kaido's deep, rugged voice resonated through the phone beetle, laced with curiosity and anticipation. "Oh, what gifts? The animal type, falcon form white dove, and the lineage factor technology that Vinsmoke Katakuri has diligently researched, Doflamingo replied methodically. Upon hearing this, Kaido erupted into a thunderous laugh. "Ro. Joker, I am quite fond of both gifts. Speak. What do you desire in return?" "I wish for Queen to modify me, utilizing the technology of Vinsmoke Katakuri." Doflamingo did not hesitate to articulate his request. "Very well. That request is granted," Kaido agreed without hesitation. At Team Marine headquarters, Marineford, Kane observed the 3 devil fruits before him, all of which were lackluster animal types, and decided to absorb them through the system. As the time for the sky to refresh extended from 3 minutes to 10, Kane nodded in satisfaction. The next episode was also prepared. All he needed now was to patiently await the time for refreshment. In the East Blue, in the Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village, Luffy slowly extended his hand, adjusting his iconic straw hat, his eyes shining with unwavering determination as he declared, "Grandpa, I refuse to become a Marine. I want to be a pirate like Shanks." Carp's face flushed crimson, his eyes widening in fury as he bellowed, "That despicable red-haired fellow has poisoned your mind with his twisted reasoning. Just watch how I correct you." With that, Carp raised his fist, which resembled a heavy sandbag, to his mouth and took a deep breath. Observing this, Luffy, quick on his feet, bolted away like a startled rabbit. As he ran, he glanced back, sticking out his tongue and cheekily declaring, "Hee, Grandpa, I want to be foolish enough to stand still and let you hit me." However, Carp was not enraged. Rather, a slight smile crept upon his lips. In a flash, he moved with the speed of lightning, silently appearing behind Luffy. "Iron Fist of Love!" Carp shouted, his fist, brimming with immense power, rushed towards Luffy like a cannonball. "Grandpa's punch hurts the most," Luffy screamed, his body soaring forward like a kite cut from its string. Luffy, you fool. Do you still dare to claim you want to be a pirate?" Carp asked, arms crossed and voice stern. "I will undoubtedly become the Pirate King." Luffy, gritting his teeth against the pain, shouted back, his resolute belief unshaken by Carp's punch. "Iron Fist of Love!" Kapu let out a cold grunt and swung his fist once more. Moments later, he gazed down at Luffy, who lay unconscious on the ground, and shook his head in resignation. Slowly, he crouched down and gently lifted Luffy onto his back, striding purposefully in the direction of home. I could see that moment. The soft glow of the setting sun cascaded over Kapu's broad, slightly stooped back like a golden veil. This once renowned hero of the Navy, who had cornered the Pirate King into a dire predicament on the Grand Line, now bore the subtle marks of time upon his frame. His back slightly bent, as if silently recounting tales of past glories and tribulations. As he walked, Kapu murmured to himself, "Luffy, you must detest having such a fearsome grandfather like me. Alas, the reason I am this way is that I do not wish for you to stray onto the wrong path. This, indeed, is my sole wish at present." Upon returning home, Kapu carefully placed Luffy on the bed, tenderly tucking him in with a blanket. Subsequently, he ambled outside, gazing up at the vast, starry night sky. His thoughts, as if guided by an invisible wind, inevitably drifted toward another grandson who weighed heavily on his heart. "Ace, are you doing well? I wonder if you're eating properly. What a troublesome little rascal you are." Suddenly, the abrupt ringing of a transponder snail shattered the tranquility of the night. Kapu paused for a moment, then reached into his pocket to retrieve the device. Upon recognizing the familiar visage of the transponder snail, he understood it was his aide, Bogart, calling, and promptly answered, exclaiming, "Bogart, is it time for a midnight snack?" On the other end, Bogart remained stoic, his expression as calm as still water, responding in a measured tone. "I have received news from the 72 ND Division. They have discovered traces of the Spade Pirates and just reported it to me. According to the intel, the Spade Pirates are currently aboard a rudimentary wooden raft, seemingly headed for Nova Island to construct their own vessel." Kapu, aware that Bogart had been dispatched to the intelligence department due to his own entanglements, felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Sheepishly scratching his head, he spoke with a hint of contrition. "I apologize, Bogart, for the trouble caused by my affairs." Before he could finish, Bogart interjected, "I must report to Admiral Sengoku now. Furthermore, Vice Admiral Kapu, you have done nothing wrong." The crisp sound of the phone disconnecting echoed in the stillness of the night. Kapu gazed at the myriad stars and softly mused, I too am lost. What truly is right and what is wrong? This answer has eluded me my entire life. Images of Drago and Aokiji surfaced in his mind, each having chosen divergent paths. Finally, Kapu's gaze gradually shifted back to the interior of the house, landing on Luffy's peaceful, slumbering figure. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter, declaring, "Let the younger generation seek these answers. I am merely an old man awaiting retirement." Kapu slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. His gaze resolutely fixed upon the distant, profound sea. "Ace, I will not allow you to stray further down the wrong path." With that, he took a deep breath and dashed toward the shore, leaping into the air. Like a cannonball, he plunged into the surging sea, swimming determinedly toward Nova Island. Chapter 50. Joes exclaimed, "Excellent! Well done!" Ace's eyes sparkled with a star-like brilliance as he eagerly stared at the blueprints handed to him by the designer. Unable to contain his excitement. "Wow! Incredible! It's decided. We shall build our ship according to this design." Dios, observing Ace's exuberance, let out a resigned sigh. "Ace, do not forget that our funds are rather limited," upon hearing Dios mention their lack of money. The designer's expression darkened immediately. Without a word, he snatched the blueprints from Ace's hands, muttering disdainfully, "Humph, after all that, it turns out you were just a bunch of paupers. And yet, you dare to claim you will build the finest ship. You might as well continue sailing on your rickety raft," he added. Dios, seeing this, felt a surge of anger rise within him, but Ace quickly restrained him. With an apologetic demeanor, Ace bowed deeply to the designer and spoke gently. "I sincerely apologize. Could you kindly inform us how much it would cost to construct such a vessel?" The designer scrutinized the group of masked individuals before him, feeling somewhat displeased, yet he revealed the price. 100 million berries. Very well. We will do our utmost to gather the necessary funds. I truly apologize for the inconvenience caused. Ace stated earnestly that, "Oh, it's no trouble at all," the designer replied, somewhat swayed by Ace's sincerity. Nodding slightly as they exited the shipyard, Ace was about to lift his hood for some fresh air when Dios firmly grasped his arm. "Ace, have you forgotten Buggy's repeated warnings?" Dios exclaimed, his expression tense. Ace paused, momentarily taken aback, as the stern visage of Buggy and his earnest admonition resurfaced in his mind. "Ace, you must conceal your whereabouts. Your grandfather, Kapu, is currently stationed in the East Blue. If you are exposed, it will lead to complications." Having undergone rigorous training, Ace's strength had significantly increased, and he no longer harbored any fear of Kapu. However, he did not wish to confront his grandfather in battle, so he adhered to Buggy's counsel, ensuring that he and his companions were thoroughly disguised whenever they ventured out. Feeling slightly awkward, Ace scratched his head and offered Dios an apologetic smile. "I am sorry, Dios. I am still not accustomed to this stealthy approach. By the way, Dios, where should we go to raise this money?" Dios furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before replying. "I have heard that the East Blue tyrant, Krieg, once led his fleet to conquer a small nation and plundered its riches. In my opinion, he must have amassed considerable wealth, and we should pay him a visit." Upon hearing this, Ace's eyes ignited with fervor, his right fist striking his left palm as he boldly proclaimed, "All right, it's settled. Having defeated the most wanted dragon in the East Blue, now I shall defeat the most formidable Krieg." Days later, a piece of news that would send shockwaves throughout the East Blue spread like a bombshell. A bounty of 17 million berries had been placed on the head of the East Blue tyrant, Admiral Krieg, who commanded a force of 5,000 men, as he was vanquished by a group of masked individuals. It was rumored that the leader among them wielded some mysterious power, causing the entire fleet of 5,000 to be annihilated with just a glance. Even the World Economic News reported this in a small corner of their publication. With joy and laughter, Ace and his companions returned to Nova Island. Brimming with exuberance, Ace carried a backpack that loomed like a small mountain on his back. The bag swayed slightly with his steps, emitting a delightful, jingling sound. Had Nami been there, her keen sense for treasure would have led her to assert without hesitation that the riches contained within that backpack were worth at least 400 million berries. Ace, radiating happiness, turned to Dios beside him and exclaimed, "This is fantastic! We can finally have our very own ship." Dios and everyone else, let us brainstorm a fantastic name together. Before he could finish, a deep, resonant voice interjected. How about we call it the Navy? Without a moment's thought, Ace retorted loudly without turning around. What? That name is not cool at all. Absolutely not. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Ace sensed something amiss. He thought to himself, there seemed to be no one among his companions with such a distinctive voice. Realizing this, he swiftly turned to see the face of the person who had spoken. Ace's eyes widened in shock, disbelief flooding his features as he exclaimed, "Grandpa!" Kapu slightly stirred his fist, which resembled a sandbag in size, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze radiating an undeniable authority. "Ace, your journey ends here. Come back with me and become a Marine." Without a moment's hesitation, Ace cast aside his heavy backpack. He firmly planted his feet apart, fists clenched, swiftly adopting a battle stance, responding loudly. "I will absolutely not return with you, Grandpa. And you should know, I am no longer the person I once was." "Is that so? Then today, I shall see just how much you have progressed," Kapu bellowed. Iron Fist of Love, his fist, akin to a sandbag, surged forward with the force of a cannonball, propelled by a fierce gust of wind towards Ace. Ace maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed as he enveloped his hands with armament hockey. He steadily extended his palm, perfectly intercepting Kapu's powerful punch. The moment he caught the fist, a hint of pride flickered across Ace's face as he raised his chin and declared, "I told you. Grandpa, I am not the same as before. I do not wish to fight you, so be on your way." The ship's Dr. Doze cheered for Ace. "Good job, Ace." The sniper, Mihal, chimed in with a grin. "Let us see how he handles this." The chef, Bungshi, added, "Old man, we've all transformed too." Upon witnessing this, Kapu erupted into hearty laughter, tinged with disdain. "So you've learned a mere semblance of hockey, have you?" Instantly, his expression grew serious, his eyes brimming with overwhelming pressure. "Such skill barely tickles me." Galactic impact. With a roar, Kapu unleashed a punch that carried the force of a landslide, a torrent of oppressive energy crashing forth. The sound of the impact reverberated, the force akin to a surging wave, causing the surrounding air to hum ominously. The members of the Spade Pirates watched in shock as Ace was sent sprawling, like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Rolling his eyes back in unconsciousness, a collective gasp erupted. "Ace!" Kapu turned his neck with a crackling sound, then sneered at the remaining pirates. "And you lot, today I will correct your misguided notions." With that, Kapu moved like a specter, his speed so extraordinary that he was nearly imperceptible. He weaved through the crowd, each punch accompanied by a resounding thud. In mere moments, the members of the Spade Pirates fell one by one beneath Kapu's iron fists. The Spade Pirates were utterly vanquished. Chapter 51. Buggy-S Treasure Hunt EC, Windmill Village, 8:05 a.m. The tranquil village remained shrouded in darkness when Kapu forcefully kicked open the dormitory door. The resounding crash shattering the night's silence, he then reached out with a massive hand, unceremoniously hauling Ace, Luffy, and the others out as if they were mere chicks. Naturally, during this process, they each received several painful blows from his iron fist of love, jolting them awake. Ace and Luffy stood at the forefront, with Ace's companions lined up neatly behind them, resembling well-trained soldiers arranged in formation. If one overlooked the bruises adorning their faces, they might have even appeared somewhat gallant. Kapu loosened his neck, producing a series of cracking noises, then, with a serious demeanor, stated, "From this day forth, I shall train you inept fools thoroughly, sculpting you into competent Marines. Now, everyone." However, before Kapu could finish, Luffy boldly interrupted. "No, I want to be the Pirate King." Ace, unwilling to back down, shouted, "Who wants to be a Marine? Stop assuming you can make decisions for us." Kapu's lips curled into a cold smile, and he bellowed, "Iron Fist of Love." Grandpa's punches hurt the most. Luffy clasped his hands tightly over his head, tears welling in his eyes, on the verge of crying. Meanwhile, Ace, though his head throbbed as if it would split, gritted his teeth, stifling any sound. The fighting spirit within Ace ignited as he pondered, is this the strength that has pushed that scoundrel to his limits? Even with my mastery of hockey, I stand no chance against Grandpa. However, if I can defeat him, perhaps I will gain the recognition I seek from the entire sea. Kapu bent down to pick up the sea stone handcuffs from the ground, deftly clamping them onto Ace and Luffy. He continued, "Now, everyone, run 500 laps around the village. Those who fail to finish one eat today." Having grown accustomed to wearing sea stone handcuffs during his training with Buggy, Ace immediately began to run, his companions following suit. Only Luffy, sprawled on the ground, remained behind, gazing at the retreating figures with a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. Luffy struggled to move, resembling a slowly crawling snail, inching forward by the time the sun fully rose. He was barely able to bend his body. He hunched over, taking small, determined steps forward, albeit at a sluggish pace. As the sun began to set, Luffy's pace noticeably quickened, that he could now walk briskly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Yet his gaze remained resolute. When the moon emerged, Luffy's silhouette appeared like a streak of black lightning beneath the moonlight. He was now capable of sprinting swiftly, the rushing wind whistling past his ears as if cheering him on. Upon concluding his training, Luffy's sole focus was on the food Kapu had prepared for him. Like a frenzied lion, he dashed towards the food, seizing it and shoving it into his mouth. Soon, after a hearty meal, Luffy succumbed to an overwhelming fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. The Marine headquarters in Marineford. Kane, upon learning through the system that Ace had been captured by Kapu and taken back to Windmill Village, was initially taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. "Looks like that unfortunate kid Ace won't set sail for at least a year or two." Kapu's actions were born of necessity. In his eyes, despite Ace's mastery of the 3 types of haki, his strength remained far too immature. Such prowess was akin to sending a lamb into the jaws of a tiger on these perilous seas. Furthermore, the world government would undoubtedly make every effort to eliminate Ace, for his existence posed a significant threat to them. In Kapu's view, the likes of the Ghost Spider and the Flying Squirrel were already far behind Ace. Yet, Ace's current abilities merely grazed the fringes of the strength possessed by the Marine Headquarters Candidate Admiral, Chibuta. Were Kane to hear Kapu's words, he would undoubtedly retort without hesitation. Chibuta lacks the capacity for the kind of breakthroughs Ace has achieved in battle. If it came down to a confrontation, I would place my bets on Ace. On a deserted island in the East Sea, a band of peculiar masked figures, accompanied by a similarly masked lion, stealthily landed on this island steeped in mystery. The forefront. Buggy clutched the precious treasure map tightly, his palms slick with sweat, slightly dampening the parchment. His eyes widened, fixed on the intricate and elusive markings on the map. His voice trembling with tension as he murmured, "This is the place, no doubt about it. The treasure must be on this island." The crowd cautiously trailed behind Baki, the surrounding atmosphere eerily silent, punctuated only by their faint footfalls and labored breaths. The sea breeze howled past, rustling the wild grasses on the island, reminiscent of whispered secrets from hidden phantoms lurking in the shadows, sending chills down their spines. They navigated the dense jungle with great difficulty, following the markings on the treasure map, with dry twigs and fallen leaves occasionally snagging their garments, as if the island itself sought to thwart these uninvited guests. At long last, they reached their destination. It was an area that appeared unremarkable, yet exuded an unsettling aura. The earth beneath their feet was slightly mounded, as if hinting at the concealed secrets lying below. Baki took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart, yet his trembling legs betrayed his inner turmoil. He raised his hand high, his voice dry yet commanding. "This is the spot. Lads, dig!" "Aye, Captain Baki," came the chorus of replies, albeit tinged with a hint of unease. They swiftly retrieved their tools and began to excavate with fervor. Each shovelful was accompanied by the anxious rhythm of their heartbeats as they delved deeper. The pit expanded, yet apart from some weathered stones and the foul stench of decaying earth, no treasure revealed itself. Time trickled by, the sun rose higher, its scorching rays mercilessly baking them. Sweat drenched their clothes, trickling down their cheeks to vanish into the parched soil below. Baki's brow furrowed tighter, anxiety and doubt flickering in his gaze. "Impossible. The treasure must be here. We simply haven't dug deep enough." Just as fatigue and despondency began to settle among the group, a subordinate shovel struck a hard object, producing a clear, resonant clank. The sound echoed across the silent island like a clap of thunder, instantly rejuvenating their spirits. Baki sprang forward, shoving aside the subordinate, and knelt down, carefully clearing the surrounding earth with trembling hands. As the soil was gradually peeled away, a massive metal chest began to emerge in its entirety. Its surface was adorned with strange symbols and patterns, glinting with a mysterious glow under the sun's rays. Baki's face flushed with excitement, his breath quickening. "We found it! We found it!" His voice, laced with exhilaration, turned sharp. "Keep digging. There must be more." "Aye, Captain Baki." After a day of toil, Baki gazed at the neatly arranged colossal metal chest before him, brimming with anticipation. "Let me see what treasures await." However, when Baki opened it with eager expectation, he was met with a disappointing sight. Nothing of particular value lay within, only a collection of rusted, worthless weapons, weathered by time. Undeterred, he opened another chest, only to find it filled with more of the same. Baki, still unwilling to concede, urged, "Lads, open them all." "Aye, Captain Baki." Faced with a mountain of derelict scrap iron, Baki could only console himself. "The treasure is real. Alas, I arrived too late. Cursed fate." In his heart, Kane speculated that Baki perhaps relished the thrill and anticipation of the treasure hunt more than the treasure itself, which is why he had bestowed this treasure map upon Baki as a gift. After all, Baki had been quite unfortunate due to his schemes, and a small taste of sweetness was only fair. Chapter 52. It seems, Joker, you are also a fool with no insight on the floating island high above. Basking in the bright sunlight, William and his companions were leisurely indulging in a delightful afternoon tea. Nami gently set down the newspaper in her hands, her face alight with a radiant smile as she exclaimed, "How wonderful! Our bounty has not increased." William, engrossed in a novel, replied without looking up, "The world government is not entirely inept. Aside from the uncontrollable Morgans, they are undoubtedly striving to suppress any news unfavorable to their interests." Reiju, sitting nearby, chimed in softly. "After all, you first seized the Sky Gold, then defeated a Marine Admiral and CP0. The world government has suffered repeated defeats, clearly signaling to the world that their grip on these seas is gradually waning." Zoro downed his cup of sake in one gulp, then stood up to stretch his limbs and resumed his training. As he walked, he remarked, "Such matters are of little consequence. I merely yearn for a formidable opponent who can elevate my swordsmanship." William lifted his head slightly to respond. "Our destination is Water 7, where a few government agents possess barely sufficient strength. They will make decent adversaries for you and Sanji." Zoro, swinging a massive barbell, responded with excitement. "I can hardly wait." Meanwhile, Sanji muttered incessantly, "Invisibility! Invisibility! Damn it! Why can't I become a transparent man?" Reiju, unable to contain her amusement, covered her mouth and chuckled. "Sanji, mindless repetition will not help. You need to train diligently like Zoro to awaken the bloodline factor hidden in your genes." Sanji scoffed. "I have no desire to become a muscle-bound idiot like you. Green algae head. What did you say, you idiot green algae head?" Zoro shot back angrily "I said idiot green algae head." Sanji retorted defiantly. "Do you want to fight?" Zoro tightened his grip on the barbell. "Bring it on." Sanji assumed a combat stance as well. Reiju watched the two brawling, covering her mouth with a smile. "Have they always been this close?" Frankie shook his head helplessly from the side, explaining, "I can't quite comprehend it, but it certainly seems that way." Nami then pulled out the latest fashion magazine, drifting over to Reiju with enthusiasm. "Reiju, what do you think of this new bag from Sumo Panda?" "It's beautiful, but I prefer lighter colors," Reiju replied, examining the bag and the magazine closely. "Look at this one." Nami pointed to another bag. Thus, the two women were soon immersed in the world of fashion, embarking on a delightful shopping spree on Ghost Island. Queen resembled a stern connoisseur, tightly gripping the genetic modification data penned by Vinsmoke Judge. His gaze flitted back and forth across the paper, occasionally nodding slightly in acknowledgement of certain clever aspects, and at other times shaking his head gently, as if detecting some unsatisfactory flaws. After a moment, he slowly returned the document to Don Quixote da Flamingo and spoke. "Judge is, at the end of the day, just a blockhead. The core objective of his research into genetic modification is to cultivate superhuman biological weapons. This implies that alterations must commence while the subject is still in the embryonic stage. That I must say, The concept behind this technology is indeed an intriguing idea. However, Joker, for you in your current state, it is utterly futile, but if you wish to enhance your own strength, my suggestion is to emulate my approach. With that, Queen's neck elongated like a peculiar spring, and from his ordinary mouth sprouted gleaming mechanical fangs. A grotesque sight that sent shivers down one's spine. But this astonishing transformation did not cease there. In a shocking turn of events, a precisely engineered machine gun emerged from his mouth. With a series of sharp, piercing sounds, the machine gun unleashed a barrage of dazzling laser beams, accurately striking the distant boulder. Under the powerful impact of the lasers, the boulder shattered as if it were mere tofu, exploding into countless tiny fragments that scattered everywhere. Queen beheld his handiwork, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he boasted, "I am a modified human that even Vegapunk would find hard to rival." Before his words could fully resonate, Quinn's form underwent a remarkable transformation, instantly morphing into a magnificent dinosaur. His robust tail resembled a colossal whip imbued with boundless destructive power, slicing through the air at great speed. Accompanied by crackling currents of electricity and dazzling sparks, with a tremendous force, it crashed upon the ground, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The earth, seemingly unable to withstand the impact, yielded beneath him, creating a deep pit that seemed to plunge into the abyss, while the surrounding terrain quivered violently like ripples on water. The so-called precious technology that insignificant fellow, Caesar, had painstakingly acquired with 2 devil fruits had long been surpassed by my capabilities. Be it sparks, electric shocks, winches, or invisibility, I can flawlessly replicate them all. What do you think? Does it not stir your heart with excitement? Maintaining his dinosaur form, Quinn turned to Doflamingo, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Doflamingo, taken aback by the astonishing spectacle before him, found himself momentarily dazed, his heart heavy with bitterness and resignation, that he had never anticipated that the so-called precious technology he had invested 2 devil fruits in would prove utterly useless to him. However, being a formidable figure who had dominated the seas, Doflamingo's strong mental fortitude allowed him to swiftly regain his composure, calming the tumult within him. Truth be told, it was not that Doflamingo underestimated Quinn's prowess. Rather, he perceived that the transformative techniques Quinn showcased, while seemingly formidable, were ultimately inconsequential. With his own abilities and confidence, he firmly believed his strength was on par with Quinn's. Such techniques held no necessity for someone like him, who relentlessly pursued ultimate power and a unique path. Thus, with a slight bow and a polite yet distant smile, Doflamingo graciously declined, saying, "No, Quinn, I remain more enamored with my own physique." Upon hearing this, Quinn huffed softly, a hint of dissatisfaction and disdain in his voice. "It seems, Joker, you are rather short-sighted. Nevertheless, I am magnanimous. Should you ever change your mind and wish to undergo transformation, feel free to seek me out." Foo. Thank you, Quinn. Your scientific prowess is indeed as captivating as your muscles," Doflamingo remarked, fully aware of Quinn's near-obsessive admiration for his own physique, and thus resorted to flattery. As expected, Quinn's spirits soared upon hearing these words, the gloom on his face dissipating in an instant, replaced by a beaming smile. Overcome with excitement, he began to perform an exceedingly ridiculous dance, his exaggerated movements and bizarre postures rendering the surrounding atmosphere light and joyful. Chapter 53. Gottfried Brian Kane lay languidly on a recliner, akin to a contented cat, his eyes half closed, basking in the sunlight, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the vast expanse of the sky above. At this moment, he pondered quietly, let the spectacular film commence. Just as this thought flickered through his mind, the once tranquil sky appeared to ignite, radiating brilliance on the long-dormant screen. Blurred images gradually emerged, unfurling like a mysterious scroll. This extraordinary phenomenon instantly captivated the attention of all across the globe. Whether they were pirates battling the tumultuous seas or soldiers stationed at naval bases, ever ready, whether ordinary citizens hustling in bustling metropolises or indigenous peoples living in seclusion on mysterious islands, all paused their activities as if spellbound, gazing skyward with eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Is this the beginning? I wonder what shocking, jaw-dropping news that rascal Buggy will announce this time. The suspense is truly exhilarating. As the images began to clarify, a distinctive figure materialized before the onlookers, first catching their eye with a striking red nose. The man grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, his voice booming. "Did you all miss me? Haha." This time, Buggy did not hold a newspaper. Instead, he mysteriously produced a petite video snail, before slowly declaring, "What I bring this time is earth-shattering news." Even I was taken aback when I learned of it. Well, I know you all can hardly wait. So let us begin. Buggy deftly manipulated the video snail, setting it up for playback. Soon people around the world were astonished to see a man in the footage. Tall and athletic, with flaming red hair that danced in the wind, he exuded a rebellious spirit. His handsome and resolute face was sharply defined, with determined brows and bright eyes that radiated passion, as if igniting hope in those around him. Dressed in a long black coat adorned with golden patterns and a red tie, he embodied a commanding presence that a wide belt cinched his waist, from which hung a long sword whose hilt was embedded with a blue gem. Emanating an enigmatic glow, he completed his ensemble with black trousers and boots, exuding an aura of both charisma and gravitas. Clearing his throat, Buggy formally introduced Gottfried Bryan. Born in the South Sea, he joined the Navy in 1519 in 1520 as a major. Gottfried Bryan received an opportunity to further his studies at Navy headquarters. During his tenure there, he exhibited astonishing potential and talent, surpassing even those hailed as monsters among monsters, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji, in the eyes of Zifa. Consequently, he was taken on as Zifa's prized disciple, meticulously trained and nurtured, becoming a rising star within the Navy. In 1521, Gottfried Bryan was promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral and tasked with guarding the Sabeti archipelago. There, he witnessed the despicable atrocities committed by the world nobles, the Celestial Dragons. These Celestial Dragons were far from the noble and elegant beings portrayed by the world government. Rather, they represented the greatest source of evil in the world, a malignant tumor lurking in the shadows. During his time on the Sabeti archipelago, Gottfried Bryan witnessed the daily torment and demise of innocent civilians at the hands of the Celestial Dragons. Their lifeless bodies were callously discarded into the frigid sea, scenes of unimaginable horror that deeply pierced his righteous heart. Finally, on a moonless, stormy night, Gottfried Bryan could no longer endure the agony and anger within. Resolutely, he stormed into the Celestial Dragon's residence in Maluoketou. With fearless courage and formidable strength, he liberated all the enslaved souls and mercilessly slayed every celestial dragon he encountered, although the world government exerted tremendous effort to suppress the news. The truth eventually emerged at this moment. The screen displayed a figure, smiling as he slowly revealed several photographs. The images starkly depicted a group of celestial dragons in spacesuits, their faces contorted in agony. These photos served as a silent indictment, unveiling the sins of the Celestial Dragons and the valor of Gottfried Bryan. Buggy continued, the admiral responsible for guarding Maluoketou at that time was none other than Aokiji. A fierce life-and-death battle ensued between Aokiji and Gottfried Bryan. In the end, Gottfried Bryan plunged into the vast ocean, his fate unknown, vanishing from the public eye. Buggy paused for a moment, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he stated, "However, I must reveal a little-known secret. During this battle, Aokiji deliberately allowed Gottfried Bryan to escape. When people next spotted Gottfried Bryan upon the sea, it had already been a month later. In this time, his fate underwent a monumental transformation, for he had obtained the fateful devil fruit that was destined for him." With a slow and deliberate voice, Buggy declared, "Animal type, mythical beast, tanuki form. The tanuki, a wondrous mythical creature, possesses an extraordinarily unique shape-shifting ability, enabling it to transform any pattern inscribed upon its leaves into tangible objects that exist in the world." Buggy opened his transponder snail, revealing a scene of ragged, emaciated civilians, their faces etched with exhaustion and their eyes brimming with helplessness and despair. That moment, Gottfried Bryan stepped forward with purposeful strides, gently casting 2 leaves into the eye in an instant, accompanied by an array of strange and dazzling lights. The leaves seemed to be drawn into a mysterious vortex of time and space, vanishing from sight. What followed was nothing short of miraculous. The ground became heaped with mountains of food and brand new clothing. The civilians, upon witnessing the spectacle, first stared in wide-eyed disbelief, only to soon be graced with radiant smiles, erupting into cheers of joy. In the scene, Gottfried Bryan shared hearty laughter with the civilians, reveling in this rare celebration of happiness. The warm tableau etched deeply into the hearts of all who beheld it. Chapter 54. Animal Type. Dog fruit, mythical beast, tanuki form. Buggy paused momentarily, his tone shifting to one of grave seriousness, stating, "The true power of this devil fruit extends far beyond what you see. More astonishingly, even humans can be transformed by its might." This means that Gottfried Bryan, through the abilities granted by this fruit, possesses the terrifying strength of an army all on his own. The scene shifted to reveal a desolate, rocky island, devoid of life. At the center of this island, Vice Admiral Akainu and Gottfried Bryan stood face to face, the atmosphere between them charged with palpable tension, as if the very air had solidified under the weight of their confrontation. Gottfried Bryan spoke first. "Admiral Sakazuki, I am well aware that you are a soldier of unwavering justice. Yet this world now lies shrouded in darkness, with a navy reduced to a mere tool for the celestial dragons to uphold their decaying reign. I have established the Neo Navy with the noble goal of eradicating all evil from the world. To us, whether it be the world nobles who lord over others or the pirates, bandits, and gangs who oppress the populace, all these evildoers fall within the purview of the Neo Navy. What we seek is true justice, to restore this world to a path of light and peace. Admiral Sakazuki, join me, and let us strive together for this cause." Akainu remained silent for a long moment, his resolute visage betraying no emotion, only coldly responding, "I am a soldier, and obeying orders is a soldier's duty. You are now regarded as a traitor by the Navy, and as a vice admiral, it is my responsibility to eliminate you here today, to uphold the Navy's honor and justice." Upon hearing this, Gottfried Bryan smiled wryly, saying, "If that is the case, allow me to awaken you." With a gentle flick of his hand, he cast forth a handful of leaves. In an instant, as strange lights flickered, those leaves appeared to be imbued with life, vanishing into the air. Moments later, figures familiar to Akainu emerged before him. Kazu, Akiji, Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, and even his own likeness. Seeing this, Akainu scoffed derisively, muttering, "Humph, mere tricks to deceive." He then raised his arm, bellowing, "Hellhound!" A blazing magma fist surged forth like a burning meteor, hurtling towards its target. Simultaneously, the leaf-generated doppelgangers retaliated, one of them mimicking Akainu's move, resulting in a cataclysmic clash of magma fists that astonishingly balanced each other out. The immense shockwave reverberated through the air, stirring up a whirlwind of debris that engulfed the ground. Gottfried Bryan, observing the scene, smiled as he explained, "Admiral Sakazuki, do not underestimate these doppelgangers. They are not mere illusions. They are a special construct created through the powers of the devil fruit, possessing fragments of the original's abilities and combat instincts." Akainu snorted disdainfully, retorting, "They are nothing but counterfeit creations, utterly insignificant." He then shouted once more, "Dogbite Red Lotus!" Like a fiery cannonball, he charged forward, delivering a crushing blow to one of the doppelgangers, reducing it to rubble, the sheer force creating a deep crater in the ground, sending shards flying. Gottfried Bryan's smile widened as he remarked, "Admiral Sakazuki, it seems you still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. If that is the case, I shall not hold back any longer." Before Akainu could react, Kizura suddenly zipped behind him at an almost imperceptible speed, sporting his trademark mischievous grin as he declared, "Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" With that, he propelled his leg forward, a flash of golden light following as he delivered a fierce kick to Akainu's back. The sudden impact forced Akainu to stagger back, his body wobbling, a flicker of pain crossing his features. Before he could regain his footing, Sengoku transformed into a colossal golden Buddha. Casting an immense shadow over the battlefield, he raised his hand, imbued with tremendous force, and brought it crashing down upon Akainu. The ground trembled violently at the impact, dust billowing as a massive handprint was imprinted into the earth. Akainu barely managed to roll away from the attack, only to find Akiji had appeared behind him. Aokiji unleashed his powers, encasing Akainu in a massive ice sphere. Akainu, utilizing his abilities, melted the ice just enough to free himself. But as he looked up, Garp's massive fist, larger than a cooking pot, descended upon him, slicing through the air with a deafening rush. Bang! The sudden blow sent Akainu reeling back, his body swaying unsteadily. Before he could catch his breath, Kizura zipped behind him once more, lifting his leg to deliver another fierce kick that sent Akainu flying. The scene abruptly faded to black, and Buggy's voice emerged from the transponder snail, explaining, the shockwave from this battle was so overwhelming that it caused the transponder snail to malfunction, interrupting the transmission. However, fortuitously, Morgans happened to be nearby and captured the final moments, as Buggy's words concluded. The scene illuminated once more, revealing a shocking sight. The entire barren island was blanketed in solid ice, glistening under the sunlight as if it were a grand sculpture of crystal, had it not been for this ice fortifying the island. There is no doubt it would have sunk into the depths of the sea amidst the chaos of battle, vanishing without a trace. Amidst this icy landscape, Gottfried Bryan stood undisturbed, untouched by injury, his clothing devoid of any dust, as if the fierce conflict had not involved him at all. In stark contrast, the unconscious Akainu lay bloodied upon the ground. Buggy added, Gottfried Bryan chose not to take Akainu's life. Chapter 55, A Neo-Navy. Before long, those who harbored a sense of justice and dissatisfaction with the corrupt rule of the world government rallied around Gottfried Bryan's call. Together, they toiled toward a singular goal, to overthrow the decaying regime of the world government and establish a truly equitable, just and peaceful world. One might wonder, is this not the ideology of the Revolutionary Army? No, in truth, there exists a distinction between the two. They once traversed a path of close proximity, only to ultimately part ways. I shall elucidate this matter to everyone later. It was in the year 1521 that Gottfried Bryan's Neo-Navy truly stood as an equal to the world government. That year witnessed a cataclysmic event that reverberated throughout the globe. Edward Weeble, the individual responsible for the demise of over 100 Navy cadets and the severing of Zephyr's arm, was astonishingly summoned by the world government to join the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. This signified that all his transgressions would be pardoned, allowing him to continue his life of freedom and indulgence. This incident became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, leading Zephyr and a significant portion of his former disciples to lose all faith in the Navy. They resolutely defected from the Navy and aligned themselves with the Neo-Navy, infusing it with formidable strength. As the scene shifted, a grand and imposing fortress emerged before the eyes of the onlookers. The fortress's walls towered into the heavens, adorned with various defensive structures, exuding an air of majesty and solemnity. At the pinnacle of the fortress, Gottfried Bryan stood upon a lofty platform, his stature as erect as a pine tree. His gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the horizon, as if surveying the world and contemplating the path ahead. Beneath him lay 3 opulent and imposing thrones, upon which sat 3 admirals of the Neo-Navy. Bucky pointed to the scene and introduced, "This is the Grand Marshal of the Neo-Navy, Gottfried Bryan. With his exceptional leadership and formidable prowess, he steers the Neo-Navy towards continuous growth and expansion. This individual is Admiral Kazan, formerly known as Aokiji. He wields the powers of the ice fruit, capable of freezing entire oceans with his icy might. This is Admiral Zephyr, now an ancient Zoan-type user of the salamander fruit. Codenamed Black Arm, with his exceptional physical capabilities and devil fruit powers, he is invincible on the battlefield. And here is Admiral Fujitora, a Paramecia-type user of the gravity fruit, whose ability to manipulate gravity allows him to alter the very fabric of reality with a mere gesture. Wielding cataclysmic power, the lower tier, a group of indistinct vice admirals stood tall, emanating a formidable aura, arranged in a precise formation akin to an iron wall. In the fortress's square, a staggering 100,000 soldiers were lined up, clad in uniform black attire, wielding sharp weapons, their eyes brimming with resolve and fighting spirit. Bucky retrieved a small den mushy from his pocket and handed it to Bucky. Understanding the cue, Bucky took the den mushy, deftly manipulated it, and soon, a series of breathtaking battle scenes were projected onto its lens. Within the visuals, a band of ruthless pirates was launching a ferocious assault on a tranquil town. Buildings blazed in their wake, and the terrified screams of the residents echoed incessantly. Just as disaster loomed, a chilling wave of cold swept in like a surging tide. Aokiji appeared on the scene, his presence exuding an unsettling coldness and determination. With a mere flick of his hands, an overwhelming force of ice radiated from him, swiftly enveloping the entire island in a thick layer of frost, leaving the pirates frozen in time as various ice sculptures, forever captured in their moment of wrongdoing. In stark contrast, the townsfolk miraculously remained unscathed, their eyes wide with disbelief, a mixture of relief and awe at Aokiji's formidable power. The scene abruptly shifted to a battlefield shrouded in smoke and chaos. That Zephyr's tall and imposing figure stood out amidst the turmoil. Yet he found himself engulfed in a fierce and brutal confrontation. The identities of his adversaries obscured, with relentless assaults raining down upon him. Suddenly, a lethal strike struck Zephyr's chest, creating a gaping wound, followed by a powerful force that severed his arm entirely, blood gushing forth like a fountain. A horrific sight to behold. However, astonishingly, Zephyr did not falter. A hint of resolute determination graced his weathered visage. In that fleeting moment, a miraculous event transpired. His chest wound and severed arm began to mend at an observable pace, as if the newly formed flesh and bone possessed a life of their own, rapidly healing. Were it not for the still fresh blood and tattered garments, one would find it hard to believe he had just endured such grievous injuries. This scene not only showcased Zephyr's indomitable vitality and unwavering will, but also left onlookers deeply intrigued and shocked by his mysterious abilities. The visuals transitioned once more, revealing a vast expanse of sea where a vessel adorned with the Jolly Roger the Beast pirates surged through the waves, its flag billowing in the wind, seemingly flaunting their nefarious deeds. However, their triumph was short-lived that moment. The imposing figure of Fujitora emerged upon the nearby waters. With swift precision, he drew his sword and brandished it skyward before sheathing it once more. Suddenly, the heavens were besieged by a multitude of colossal meteors, enveloped in searing heat, hurtling toward the pirate ship like burning stars. Amidst the cacophony of thunderous roars, the meteors mercilessly struck the vessel, obliterating it in an instant, while the remnants succumbed to the ocean's depths, vanishing without a trace. This scene profoundly conveyed Fujitora's cataclysmic might and the Enyo Navy's unwavering resolve to combat piracy and uphold justice. Chapter 56. The movement of the world government. Bucky flashed his mischievous grin once more and declared, "Farewell, everyone." Meanwhile, in the power center of Mariewa, the five elders convened in a dimly lit chamber, the atmosphere suffocatingly oppressive. How dare Bucky reveal such information? Immediate action must be taken to apprehend him. We cannot allow such incendiary messages to propagate. The environmental warlord Marcus Maz Saint's eyes widened in fury, his voice laced with barely contained rage as he slammed his fist onto the ancient, sturdy conference table, causing the documents atop it to tremble slightly. The agricultural warlord Shepherd 10 Peter Saint furrowed his brow, entwined his fingers, and, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, spoke slowly. Our immediate priority is to stabilize the internal dynamics between the Navy and the world government. The ideology of the Enyo Navy is akin to a dangerous seed. Once it takes root in the hearts of the people, the consequences will be dire. The environmental warlord Marcus Maz Saint snorted disdainfully, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes as he pressed. Shall we simply let Kazan and Zephyr slip away so easily? Their defection is a grave affront to the honor of the Navy. The situation is precarious. For now, we must proceed cautiously. Our ranks are already fraught with unrest. If we take extreme measures against them now, it could incite even greater division. The agricultural warlord Shepherd 10 Peter Saint shook his head helplessly, a hint of fatigue in his gaze. The other five elders exchanged glances, nodding in unison to express their agreement that at the same time, we must intensify our surveillance efforts across various regions. The budget for the CP departments must be augmented once more. We cannot afford to let any potential threats escape our scrutiny. The financial warlord, Nasher, Saint adjusted his glasses, his gaze steely as he stated, agreed that in unison, the others echoed their consent. I would like to add, we must immediately dispatch elite forces from CP0 and CP9 to covertly search for Gottfried Bryan. He is the central figure in this crisis. Upon discovering his whereabouts, we must spare no effort to eliminate him, ensuring that the roots of this threat are thoroughly eradicated. The legal warlord Topman Voculi, Saint spoke gravely. Agreed, the others responded in unison. Furthermore, we need to establish close ties with certain underground factions, leveraging their discretion and agility to gather intelligence and execute clandestine operations, such as disrupting any recruitment efforts by Gottfried Bryan and severing his supply channels, rendering him powerless from the very onset. The scientific defender, the martial god Jagor Lazias Satan, supplemented, I concur. The assembly responded in unison. The environmental martial god, Marcus Maz, slightly nodded and continued, in light of the attack on the celestial dragons by Gottfried Bryan. We must comprehensively enhance the security measures for the celestial dragons. We shall substantially increase the protective forces for their residences and travels, dispatching elite naval soldiers and the most exceptional agents to provide uninterrupted 24-hour protection. Simultaneously, we will construct more intricate defensive facilities and advanced early warning systems around Mariewa to ensure the absolute safety of the celestial dragons. Furthermore, we must impose appropriate constraints and educate the celestial dragons, guiding them to temper their daily misdeeds and avert further instability that could jeopardize the foundation of our rule. That I concur. The assembly echoed affirmatively. The financial martial god, Izambalin, then declared, for those nations potentially linked to Gottfried Bryan, we must resolutely implement diplomatic pressure. We shall make it clear that failure to cooperate closely with the world government will result in severe economic sanctions and formidable military reprisals. Concurrently, we must actively expand our diplomatic channels, contemplating the establishment of alliances with other potential powers. That we should discreetly engage with some relatively neutral kingdoms and influential maritime trading companies to explore possibilities for joint resistance against Gottfried Bryan. I concurred. I would like to add that in this complex situation, certain pirates could also become tools for our advantage. After all, the rise of the Inyo Navy poses a crisis for them as well. We might attempt to win over some of the more powerful and greedy pirates to serve our purposes, thereby bolstering our opposing strength. The legal martial god, Topman Voculi, exhibited a glint of cunning in his eyes. I concur. Within a resplendent building bordering on opulence, the celestial dragons found themselves engulfed in panic. How can this be? How dare anyone lay a hand on the noble descendants of the Creator? The world government must act swiftly and decisively to eradicate these vile rebels, leaving none behind. One celestial dragon's face flushed crimson as he shrieked hysterically, his piercing voice seemingly capable of shattering eardrums. Another celestial dragon, pale as a ghost, trembled uncontrollably, frantically exclaiming, "What about our safety? Will those lowly slaves seize this opportunity to revolt? Quickly, summon our guards." Yet the slaves, typically numb and lifeless as if they were mere automatons, now harbored an unspoken glimmer in their eyes. Perhaps it was a flicker of long-buried hope, or perhaps a whisper of anticipation for the impending change. In Wano country, Kaido and Big Mom sat before a table as vast as a small battlefield. Laden with an abundance of culinary delights, they devoured the feast with unabashed gusto while watching the unfolding scenes in the sky with keen interest. Kaido downed a hearty gulp of alcohol, allowing the liquid to cascade down his chin. Soaking his attire, he threw back his head and laughed boisterously, his laughter echoing like thunder. This world is becoming increasingly amusing. Let these so-called agents of justice and the Navy engage in a battle to the death. Once they are mutually exhausted, this world will naturally fall into our hands. Big Mom followed suit with a resounding laugh, her voice resonating like a mighty bell. Ma 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 ma. Let them shoulder the burdens imposed by the world government. In due time, we shall reap the benefits and claim this sea as our own. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat like a towering mountain in his massive chair, a serious expression etched upon his face. Humph, whatever the Inyo Navy may be, As long as they dare to infringe upon my territory and harm my family, I shall not remain idle. His voice, deep and powerful, reverberated within the ship's quarters. However, the world government's reign has indeed fostered long-standing resentment among many. This is likely just the beginning. The future situation may prove even more enigmatic. Whitebeard furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of concern illuminating his gaze. Standing beside him, Blackbeard Teach wore a sly smile, his eyes glimmering with mischief as he quietly chuckled. The more chaotic the world becomes, the greater the opportunities for me. Perhaps I can seize what I have long desired amidst the conflict between the Neo Navy and the world government. At that time, the entire world will be under my control. Yet his demeanor instantly shifted to one of feigned innocence as he asked, "Old man, is this ultimately a good or bad thing for us?" Whitebeard laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Foolish son, what could possibly go wrong? I am Whitebeard, Gulalala." His laughter brimmed with confidence and bravado, as if the world's tumultuous affairs were of no consequence. The Revolutionary Army's headquarters in Baltic. Dragon's expression was grave, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Sabo clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from exertion. "It is time to bring down those arrogant celestial dragons, Chief. Moreover, our immediate priority is to closely monitor the revealed members of the Neo Navy, seeking points of collaboration that align with our ideals to jointly oppose the world government. No, let the winds blow a while longer. The situation remains unclear. We must not act rashly. We need to wait for the right moment." Chapter 57. The disparate Navy. At the Navy headquarters in Marine Ford, the Admiral and high-ranking officers convened an urgent meeting, the atmosphere within the room heavy with tension. Sengoku cast a steely gaze over the assembly, stating, "In the future presented by the sky, Gottfried Bryan harbors immense potential and poses a significant threat. From this point onward, we shall conduct a thorough investigation into the ideological dynamics within the Navy, intensifying surveillance and education for those exhibiting unstable tendencies that we must prevent a recurrence of such incidents. We cannot allow the emergence of the so-called Neo Navy." Sengoku then glanced somberly at Zifa and Akiji, inhaling deeply before announcing the world government's decision. "Kazan and Zifa, from this day forth, you shall be responsible for guarding the Navy headquarters. Unauthorized departures are strictly forbidden. This is not a punishment, but rather a measure to maintain stability and unity within the Navy." Zifa, already stirred by the future vision depicted in the sky, yearned to immerse himself in the transformative essence of the Neo Navy. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, a smirk of disdain crept onto his lips. "What is this? House arrest?" Sengoku sighed in resignation, patiently explaining, "This is not house arrest. The current situation is grave, and we need to ensure internal stability within the Navy. Should you have a need to leave, you need only submit a request and obtain approval. That is all." Akiji stood in silence, rising without another word as he strode toward the meeting room's exit. Zifa and several moderate Navy members similarly departed, their dissatisfaction palpable. Sengoku gazed at the now partially empty meeting room, a tumult of emotions swirling within him, raising his hand to rub his forehead. "Let us continue with the meeting." Kazur gently he sipped his hot tea, the steam rising and obscuring his vision. He set down the cup, gravely stating, "Is division truly unavoidable? The Navy is the embodiment of our steadfast beliefs over the years." Vice Admiral Tsuru crossed her arms, her gaze resolute as she replied, "Once the seeds of thought take root, can they be easily confined? In this current situation, we can only do our utmost, proceeding step by step." Akainu, his face a mask of fury, sat in silence, his clenched fists trembling imperceptibly. None could fathom the turmoil within his mind. Sengoku cleared his throat, steeling himself, and began to announce the world government's orders. "We must gather comprehensive intelligence on Gottfried Bryan, including his family background, interpersonal relationships, daily activities, combat style, and potential supporters. This task shall be entrusted to you. Toronto Point 1 must attend to every detail and leave no potential clue overlooked." "Indeed, Admiral Sengoku." Toronto rose, his expression grave, and offered a salute. Furthermore, internal restructuring and ideological education are imperative, given the discontent among certain naval personnel towards the world government. Henceforth, we shall intensify ideological training, underscoring the Navy's responsibilities and mission, while promoting the just ideals of the world government to stabilize the morale of our troops. Concurrently, we must enhance the welfare of our sailors, fostering their sense of belonging and loyalty to the Navy. Ahi, can you manage this task? General Crane gazed up at the ceiling, remaining silent for a considerable time before responding slowly. I can only do my utmost in this climate of uncertainty. Turning the tide is no easy feat. Sengoku paused momentarily before continuing. We shall utilize the media channels controlled by the Navy to disseminate negative portrayals of Gottfried Bryan, depicting him as a treacherous defector and an adversary of the Navy, in an effort to sway public opinion and diminish any potential support and sympathy he may garner. Simultaneously, we must amplify the promotion of the Navy's positive image, showcasing our resolve and strength in maintaining global peace and order. That concludes all the content. I implore you to keep it firmly in mind, each fulfilling your respective roles without the slightest hint of complacency. The meeting is adjourned. In the now empty conference room, Sengoku sat alone. Gazing at the vacant seats, his heart heavy with worry and helplessness, he let out a long sigh, then slowly rose, dragging his weary steps as he exited the room. A young naval soldier named Ivan recalled the images of Gottfried Bryan projected in the sky. Remembering the truths concealed by the world government, a flicker of doubt arose within him. What, indeed, is the justice pursued by the Navy? This question plagued navies across the globe, regardless of rank, as they pondered the same dilemma. In the Grand Line, in a tranquil fishing village, fishermen had just concluded their day's toil, gathered by the dock to mend their nets. When the images appeared in the sky, their hands froze mid-motion, expressions of shock and fear etched upon their faces. What has become of this world? The Navy and those pirates have been at each other's throats, and now a neo Navy has emerged. How are we common folk to survive? An elderly fisherman, his hair laced with gray, spoke with concern, letting his net slip helplessly to the ground. For that Gottfried Bryan. Is he a hero or a demon? He has slain the celestial dragons but stands against the Navy. A young fisherman, his face a canvas of confusion, gazed with bewilderment. In a bustling town near the entrance to the Grand Line, citizens congregated in the square, discussing the celestial display. Street vendors, disheartened, neglected their stalls, now deserted. I fear this world is on the brink of chaos. From now on, venturing outside will be fraught with trepidation, for calamity could strike at any moment, a fruit vendor exclaimed, her demeanor frantic as she shook her head in despair. Perhaps this is a turning point? The celestial dragons have wielded their power for far too long. If someone can rise to resist them, perhaps our lives will improve. That a young man spoke with a glimmer of hope, though uncertainty tinged his voice. Meanwhile, on an island in the New World long plagued by pirates, residents had grown accustomed to living in fear. Yet upon witnessing the images in the sky, a flicker of hope ignited in their eyes. If this Neo Navy can indeed vanquish all malefactors as claimed, might we finally be saved? No longer would we have to live in perpetual dread that a child clutched his mother's hand tightly, his eyes sparkling with innocent yearning. The mother gently stroked the child's head, whispering, "Let us hope so, my child. These dark days must come to an end." In Dressrosa, Doflamingo lounged in his opulent palace, legs crossed, observing the images in the sky with a sardonic smile. Humph, these so-called champions of justice are merely vying for power and profit. With that, he lifted his wine glass, taking a delicate sip of the crimson liquid. On Egghead Island, Bear gazed skyward, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his visage. What changes will this Neo Navy bring to the world? Memories of former comrades and the days spent fighting for justice flooded his mind. As he quietly contemplated his own stance and mission in Alabasta, Crocodile's eyes glinted ominously. Humph, whether it's the Navy or the Neo Navy, neither shall interfere with my quest for the Pluton in the East Blue. Nestled deep within an uncharted jungle, Buggy hopped about, exuberantly exclaiming, "Wahaha, this is getting more and more exciting. The Navy is in for a world of trouble." Chapter 58. Arrival at Water 7 high above the clouds on Sky Island. Sanji meticulously crafted his seasonings while skillfully preparing an array of ingredients. Soon, The grand dining table was adorned with a sumptuous feast. Sanji removed his apron, striding to the door, poking his head out to call out with gusto. "Everyone. Dinner is served." William, engrossed in a game of chess with Reiju, brightened at the announcement, hastily tossing aside his chess piece and leaping to his feet. "Ah, dinner is ready. It's time to eat." Reiju, witnessing William's antics, couldn't help but stifle a giggle behind her hand. Her smile bloomed like a flower in spring, radiantly delightful, as she gently suggested, "Let us continue our game after dinner." William scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. "After dinner, we need to prepare for landing. Perhaps we could call this round a draw." Nami emerged from her dedicated mapping room, traversing the familiar path to the kitchen, all the while calling out loudly, "Zoro, dinner is ready." At that moment, Zoro was deep in rigorous training. His upper body bared, his muscular physique gleamed like steel in the sunlight. Beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks, splattering on the ground, only to be evaporated instantly by the scorching rays that he gripped a barbell, massive as a mountain, his arms bulging as he lifted it repeatedly. Upon hearing the call, he gently set the barbell down, the thud echoing with a deep resonance. Grabbing a towel from the ground, he hastily wiped his face and body before swiftly donning his shirt, striding towards the kitchen alongside Nami. After breakfast, the group gathered in the conference room, with William standing to address them. "We shall soon arrive at Water 7. Our primary objective this time is shipbuilding." William paused before continuing. "Does anyone have specific requests for our new ship?" Zoro scratched his head in puzzlement, questioning, "Isn't our sky island perfectly fine?" Sanji shot Zoro a disdainful glance, retorting, "If we encounter extreme weather, we could find ourselves at a disadvantage." Nami, brimming with confidence, asserted proudly, "With me around, such situations won't occur." Upon witnessing Nami's adorable self-assuredness, Sanji felt as though his very bones had melted away, his body bending like a noodle, his eyes transformed into heart-shaped orbs. A love-struck grin plastered on his face as he mumbled, "Nami-san looks so serious. She's simply enchanting." He even exaggeratedly gulped, his demeanor embarrassingly comical. Reiju, observing Sanji's ridiculous display, chuckled and shook her head. "Nami-san, it seems my hopeless brother has caused you no end of trouble, for which I apologize." Nami, smiling warmly, waved her hand dismissively. "Not at all. Sanji-kun is a wonderful man, and his cooking is absolutely delicious." Upon hearing this, Sanji's heart soared, as if he had just received the most beautiful confession of love. Hey, Nami-san thinks I'm a good man. Could this be the legendary romance? Subsequently, Sanji inexplicably produced a bouquet of radiant roses. Kneeling on one knee with a heartfelt tone, "Nami-san, please marry me." "No." Nami swiftly rejected him without hesitation. "Our destination lies just ahead. First, we shall head to the shipyard to craft a new vessel that aligns with our pirate cruise style and needs. Afterward, everyone shall have the freedom to act as they wished." Oh. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. William continued, "In order to ensure our revelries remain undisturbed by those bothersome CP agents and the Navy, I have prepared some disguises for everyone." Nami, filled with curiosity, could not restrain herself from asking, "Is it makeup? Are we to alter our appearances with cosmetics?" Reiju followed suit with her inquiry, "Or perhaps tools akin to human skin masks that can directly change our faces?" A subtle smile crept upon William's lips, revealing a hint of mystery. Yet he refrained from responding immediately. He swiftly turned and left the conference room, returning shortly thereafter, hoisting a colossal chest. With great care, William placed the chest upon the table and, amidst the expectant gazes of the onlookers, began to open it slowly. Inside the first layer lay an array of hats of various styles. The second layer showcased an assortment of glasses, while the third layer was neatly arranged with scarves, and the bottom layer held an assortment of accessories. The group gazed at these adornments, momentarily at a loss for words. Nami was the first to regain her composure. She furrowed her brow, a flicker of doubt in her eyes as she questioned, "William, are you certain these props are truly effective? They appear to be mere decorative items. Can they genuinely facilitate a disguise?" "Rest assured, they are indeed effective," William replied confidently. Patting his chest, a vivid memory flashed through Zoro's mind, recalling the time when William had simply changed his attire and omitted his signature hat, rendering him unrecognizable to the bounty hunters in East Blue. Zorro stepped forward to select a pair of glasses, and upon donning them remarked, "Perhaps they do possess some extraordinary effect." Before long, everyone had chosen their preferred accessories as they gradually approached Water 7. The unique cityscape began to unveil itself before them. The crisscrossing canals resembled ribbons of blue satin, partitioning the city into numerous islands, while an array of uniquely shaped vessels navigated the waterways. Along the shores, architecturally distinct buildings stood in harmonious disarray, their red roofs and white walls shimmering under the sun's radiant glow. The chimes of the clock tower resonated throughout the city, as if recounting the storied history and vibrancy of this locale to distant visitors. The streets of Water 7 bustled with throngs of people, alive with excitement. Soon, they arrived at the shipyard of Iceberg. It was a grand establishment where massive docks housed vessels either under construction or undergoing repairs. Workers busily traversed the area, the sounds of hammers striking and saws cutting melding into a unique industrial symphony. "Who are you? What brings you here?" A worker approached, eyeing them warily. William stepped forward, smiling as he said, "We seek Mr. Iceberg, hoping he can craft us a brand new ship." The worker scrutinized them for a moment before responding, "Very well, please hold on." Shortly thereafter, a tall man with a resolute demeanor emerged. It was Iceberg. He surveyed William and the others, finally resting his gaze on William as he spoke. "I have a general understanding of your intentions, but I am currently swamped with work and may not have much time." William replied with a smile, "Mr. Iceberg, we are aware of your esteemed reputation as Water 7's finest shipwright. We are willing to wait and will offer generous compensation." Iceberg furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, "All right, but I need to understand your requirements first. After all, every ship should be unique, tailored to the owner's style and needs." Thus, the group followed Iceberg into the shipyard's office. In Chapter 59, the Elder Stars were deceived. A woman clad in a sleek black business suit, with a golden ponytail and a tall, well-proportioned figure, entered the office carrying coffee. Upon seeing William and his companions, her movements paused briefly before she discreetly placed the coffee on the table in front of them. "Please enjoy," Iceberg remarked. "This is my secretary, Miss Califa. Her coffee is exquisite." Califa bowed slightly. "Mayor, I will take my leave now." "Very well." Califa departed the office, her high heels clicking softly on the floor. Once outside, her smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. She retreated to a hidden corner, retrieving a din mushy and dialing a number. "Hello, this is Califa. The William pirates have arrived in Water 7, and they are seeking Iceberg for shipbuilding." On the other end, Spandam leaped from his seat in excitement, quickly exclaiming, "Do not act rashly. Closely monitor their every move. Make sure to keep your eyes on them. I will report to my superiors and await further instructions." "Yes, sir," she replied. William took a sip of the coffee, pleasantly surprised by its flavor, and pondered, "It seems this CP9 agent has recognized me. But at this juncture, the world government cannot afford to act against me. Unless the elders personally intervene, but based on Kane's insights, those 5 old men rarely leave Mariewa. Should they mobilize, it would play into Kane's hands, providing an opportunity to test his strength at Mariewa." Finishing his coffee, William elaborated to Iceberg on their specifications regarding the new ship's size, performance, functionality, and design. Iceberg listened attentively, taking notes and occasionally offering professional suggestions. "Based on your requirements, crafting such a vessel will take considerable time, and the materials must be meticulously selected," he remarked. "That is no problem. We can remain in Water 7 for a while, awaiting the birth of our new ship," William replied as they exited the shipyard. William announced, "Now, let us disperse for some free time. If anything arises, contact me via Din Mushi. I am heading out for a few drinks. Care to join?" Zorro, the seasoned drinker, readily agreed. "I would like to sample Water 7's local brews. I've heard they possess a unique flavor. Let's go." Sanji chimed in, "I will find you later. I wish to explore the culinary ingredients and spices Water 7 has to offer." Nami, linking arms with Reiju, declared, "We ladies are off to shop." Then it is settled. William, Zorro, and Frankie made their way to a lively tavern. The air was thick with the scent of liquor, the sounds of laughter and chatter merging into a vibrant symphony. They found an empty table, and William beckoned the owner for a few bottles of fine wine. Upon seeing William, the owner exhibited a flicker of surprise before quickly regaining composure and fetching the drinks. "Have you heard? The Navy is conducting a massive manhunt for Gottfried Bryan in the South Sea," a pirate exclaimed with an air of gossip. "Of course, such an event is known to all." Another pirate replied, "A friend of mine is with the Baker Trading Company. He tells me that anyone named Bryan in the South Sea is hastily changing their names to avoid being implicated." A sailor remarked, shaking his head in resignation, That's so." Someone inquired with curiosity, "Indeed, ask around in the South Sea, and you will find out," the sailor replied confidently. "What are the charges?" a drunken man mumbled. "Well over 100. The most serious one is conspiracy to overthrow the world government." Quite a hefty accusation. It seems the world government is determined to capture him. Another chimed in, a hint of lament in his tone. "Haha, looks like the world government is getting restless." A pirate laughed. "Who knows? The world is becoming increasingly chaotic, but as long as it doesn't interfere with our drinking, I am content," a drunken man muttered. Spandam, the head of CP9, was elated upon receiving the reports from Khalifa and Bruno. He eagerly dialed the phone of his father, Spandane, shouting excitedly, "Dad! Dad! Tremendous news! The William Pirates are currently in Water 7. Spandam's exuberant voice seemed ready to burst through the phone. Spandane, upon hearing this, was equally overjoyed, exclaiming, "Excellent! That's my son for you. Well done. I shall now proceed to convey this delightful news to the 5 elders." Within the corridors of power, Spandam, having reported with great enthusiasm, was met with the gleaming eyes of the legal warrior, Topman Vacheli Saint, who, after a brief moment of illumination, furrowed his brow and stated, "Very well, we are informed. You may take your leave." "Yes," Spandam replied, bowing deeply, nearly parallel to the ground, before retreating towards the door with a comically exaggerated haste. The agricultural warrior, Shepherd 10 Pit Saint, then interjected, "Currently, the government's efforts are concentrated in the South China Sea, hunting for Gottfried Bryan. Is there still no word? The household registration of the member states of the world government is in utter disarray, and the non-member states are even more chaotic. We must issue a directive urging them to expedite their progress." "Agreed," responded the environmental warrior, Marcus Maz Saint, as he rose. "We can no longer allow the William Pirates to roam unchecked. I shall take a trip myself." Marcus Maz Saint, a user of the Zoan-type, illusion species, in the form of his enemy, is among the rare individuals in the pirate world endowed with the ability to fly. The scientific defense warrior, J. Galucius Satan Saint, shook his head and remarked, "No, the situation has not yet deteriorated to the point where we must intervene personally." Shepherd 10 Pit Saint concurred. "If we were to mobilize for just the William Pirates, the seas would descend into chaos, with restless rogues emerging one after another. They would surely believe that the world government is at its wit's end. In such a case, where would our authority lie? How could our rule be secured? Indeed, a considerable faction within the Navy is currently acting in defiance of the world government. Although the Revolutionary Army has been relatively quiet for several years, we must not let our guard down. The Knights of God must remain stationed at the Holy Land. Akainu is stationed in the New World, and Kazuru is in the South China Sea pursuing Gottfried Bryan. Akiji and Zephyr are under house arrest due to dangerous ideologies, while Garp has been sent back to his home in the East Blue for retirement. The world government is, astonishingly, unable to summon combat strength to capture the William Pirates, which is proving to be quite a headache for the 5 elders. Chapter 60, Buggy. Thank you. Piss. At that moment, the agricultural warrior, Shepherd 10 Pit Saint, suddenly recalled Moria, whose location was quite close to Water 7. Is Moria still unreachable? Ever since the revelation of his defeat, he has taken his crew and departed from the terrifying 3-masted ship. The last sighting of him was in the land of Willow. Humph. That fool is undoubtedly off raiding the tombs of the formidable. Strip him of his warlord status and reinitiate the bounty. We cannot allow such a person to continue enjoying the privileges of a warlord. Agreed, this rogue enjoys the benefits of the government, only to vanish without a trace when his assistance is needed. We cannot let him off easily. And that little brat from the Don Quixote family, relying on his knowledge of some secrets, has been ignoring the orders of the world government. This is utterly outrageous. He has gifted a powerhouse like Pigeon to Kaido. How absurd. What are his true intentions? Reports from the Beast Pirate spies indicate that Pigeon has succumbed to Kaido's tyranny and has now become the fourth calamity of the Beast Pirates. It is utterly ludicrous. Such nonsense about a wind disaster. Let them prance around for a few days. Our most pressing task remains the swift capture of Gottfried Bryan to resolve this persistent threat. Galucius Saint calmly analyzed, his gaze betraying a steadfast determination. Let them prance around for now. The urgent matter is Gottfried Bryan. Agreed. The other 5 elders nodded in unison, signaling their approval. Bryan openly defies the world government, attempting to overthrow the celestial dragon's rule. Such actions are nothing short of treasonous, posing a far greater threat than those mere pirates chasing the title of Pirate King. Moreover, the 4 road poneglyphs are the key to the final island, Laugh-Tale. The most crucial of these lies securely within the holy land of Mariewa. Heavily guarded by the world government, in the eyes of the 5 elders, these pirates could never breach the formidable defenses of the Holy Land to uncover that poneglyph, let alone reach Laugh-Tale. Thus, while they find the emergence of the William pirates somewhat troubling, deep down, they do not regard them as a genuine threat. Marine headquarters. Marineford Kane gazed at the deep purple devil fruit resting in his palm, emanating an eerie yet enticing aura. This was the infamous dark fruit. With the dark fruit, he could hunt down other ability users, allowing his own ambitions to ascend at a quicker pace. After all, there was the abyss of the Enyo Navy awaiting him to fill. East Blue, within a certain cave, Buggy sat with his crew gathered around a roaring bonfire, the flames casting flickering shadows upon their faces. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Buggy's mind. "Buggy, I have delightful news." "What news? Have you not been troubled by your inability to swim? I can now utilize the powers of the dark fruit to split you into pieces." "Splendid," Buggy exclaimed, leaping to his feet. "The Grand Line is rife with countless shipwrecks, undoubtedly hiding vast treasures. Had it not been for that scoundrel Shanks preventing me from swimming, I would have long since become the wealthiest pirate upon these seas. Now you can confidently salvage treasures from the sunken ships in the East Blue that I will ensure that any potential threats to you are dealt with, guaranteeing your safety. Enjoy the thrill of treasure hunting." Piss's voice carried a tone of indulgence and affection. "Thank you, Piss," Buggy said, overwhelmed with gratitude, tears of emotion glistening in his eyes. Before long, Buggy observed a shadow slowly emerging from his body, resembling a specter birthed from darkness. Buggy's crew stared in wide-eyed astonishment, their faces etched with shock and fear, as though witnessing the most incredible phenomenon. To Captain Buggy's. Buggy, filled with pride, explained, "This is my ability. This fellow is a part of me that I have split off. Impressive, isn't it?" As he spoke, he placed his hands on his hips, relishing the admiration of his crew. "Incredible. Captain Buggy! Long live Captain Buggy!" His crew erupted in cheers, their voices echoing within the cave, filled with reverence and praise for Buggy. As if he were a deity in their eyes, capable of anything that Kane-controlled, Buggy stepped forward, gently removing Buggy's red nose and patting his shoulder. "Rest assured, no one will recognize you while you treasure hunt." Buggy, covering his mouth and nose, mumbled, "Piss, why are you?" The Kane-controlled Buggy smiled in response. "This is also for your safety. Remember, Garp is stationed in the East Blue." Buggy nodded, acknowledging the reasoning without further comment. Buggy, being both greedy and fearful, would likely not venture to the Grand Line until he had plundered the treasures from the shipwrecks of the East Blue. Buggy should focus on salvaging treasures in the East Blue. As for causing trouble, that task would fall to himself. The powers of the split fruit were entirely squandered by Buggy. It was time for him to shine. System. Level up, as I observed the rapid depletion of the Dahua Dian. The score of Buggy surged to a staggering 60 points within the system. His physical prowess, the 3-color hockey, the devil fruit, and martial arts. None of these facets are lacking. Only with such formidable combat strength could one hope to inherit the once feared title of Roxd. Buggy, which once made the entire world tremble. The captain is now in position. The next step is to assemble a formidable crew. Captain of the first ship, Edward Williams, the second Whitebeard. Captain of the second ship, Shimmet. the second Golden Lion, captain of the third ship; Finner, the second Kaido, captain of the fourth ship; Abigail, the second Big Mom. Of course, these so-called seconds are mere facades, their actual combat capabilities even inferior to that of the 7-point rated dragon. However, they are meticulously crafted puppets, designed to mirror the youthful appearances of a select few. Standing alongside Buggy, their imposing presence would make anyone regard them as formidable foes, entirely dismissing the notion that they are merely ornamental figures. Morgan sat behind his expansive desk, phone snail in hand, a glimmer of anticipation and curiosity gracing his features. "Jew, what monumental news have you captured this time? This is an unprecedented super scoop." Jew's voice resonated through the phone snail. "Oh," Morgan's curiosity was piqued. "A natural-type fruit, truly worth its weight in gold." Jew's voice escalated in pitch. "Humph, you've pilfered quite a bit of my business. If this does not satisfy me, do not expect to extract another cent from me in the future." Morgan retorted, his irritation evident, for in the fiercely competitive realm of journalism, each piece of news is his lifeline. Chapter 61. Buggy. Is the name Roxd.bgik worth a natural-type fruit? Jew's voice echoed through the phone snail, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves in Morgan's heart. This sudden revelation left Morgan wide-eyed with astonishment. "Are you implying?" His voice quivered slightly, laced with a complex mix of anticipation and trepidation. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, as if he had already begun to grasp the secret that Jew was about to unveil. Yet he instinctively resisted the urge to believe such astonishing news, as if it were a taboo that could shatter his entire worldview upon contact. "Money for goods." Jew's tone turned cold and resolute, resembling a serious transaction. Morgan gradually lowered the phone snail, his hands trembling slightly. Betraying his inner turmoil, he rose. His steps hurried as he made his way toward the safe, each stride seemingly laden with overwhelming pressure. Standing before the safe, he inhaled deeply, extended his hand, pausing momentarily in the air before slowly opening it. Extracting a dark box from within, Morgan's movements appeared sluggish, as though the box bore the weight of his intricate emotions.